For the super trucks. I'd like to welcome in my co-commentators for the weekend, Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney. Brendan B1, I should say. Good morning.
G'day, Paul. Yeah, that does help confusion, B1 and B2. Good morning, everyone. Great to be out here for another fantastic day's motor racing. We were entertained yesterday by a very, very full accompaniment of motor vehicles and trucks. It was 210 entries, and there was also waiting lists for a couple of classes, so it's good to see that motorsport's alive and well on the South Island, and we're looking forward to a lovely sunny day, so make sure you slip, slop, slap. Enjoy the motor racing.
Good morning, B2.
Morning, Paul. Morning, Brendan. Another beautiful sunny South Canterbury day at Levels Raceway. Looking forward to some awesome racing today. Cracker racing yesterday. It was perfect conditions for racing yesterday. A little bit of cloud cover, and we did have one lap record in the Super Sixes tumble. So looking forward to more of the same today.
Yeah, Justin Ashford broke the NZ6 lap record, been held for 10 years yesterday. Was previously held by Todd Sutherland. So big congratulations to Justin for that. They won 13-7-1-7. I say a big thank you while we can to some of the associated partners with Jackson's Transport, Brian FM, Tamuka Transport, HDPS Services, and Allied Petroleum. And not forgetting Hilton Haulage, who do a great job here. And speaking of Hilton Haulage, Brendan, we're just talking about that truck that will be parading the trucks around before the race. The old International down there. Yeah, the 1969 International that's been lovingly restored with a lot of time, a lot of hours put into this, I would say. A lot of brasso, and I'd say a fair bit of money's gone into it as well, Paul. We have been told that it is probably the trucking equivalent of a resto mod. It's got a later model motor in it with a significant amount of ponies under the bonnet, and it's owned by local transport celebrity, I suppose you'd say, Bruce Anderson. But awesome to see that here today as a pace truck, and it would be lovely to see that vehicle at the Rock and Hop, which is coming up in the middle of March. I think that would be fantastic. Sitting down the bay all polished up would get a lot of attention.
Yeah, speaking of Rock and Hop, we've got a classic car display as well out near the Pit Stop Cafe, just on the southern side of it. So go check that out if you've got time as well. Yeah, I see a few Pride and Joys being parked up down there. So temperature's supposed to be pretty warm today, high of 24, which will make the track pretty slippery. And like I say, yesterday we had a lot of oil spills going around, one all the way down the front straight and one down the back straight. So a fair bit of cement work went in yesterday. So Super Truck's not too far away from coming out for a 10-minute scrub session. And talking with Alex Little's camp there this morning,
He finished third in yesterday's race, but stopped soon after the start-finish line round there in Castrol. They actually had an air line come off the brakes, so the brakes came on, and she was solid, so they couldn't move it and had to be extracted by the Hilton haulage crew. But they got that under control. Wee bit of rear bar work going on Alex Little's car this morning as well. And also Ken Rowe. Went up and seen Ken, and a bit of rear bar work going on the back of his truck as well. So they'll be out there doing a wee bit of testing also in this 10-minute scrub session, just to see if things have stiffened up or loosened up in the rear. Ken Rowe driving the ex-Greg Crick truck all the way from Australia, and he reckons it's about a tonne overweight from what it should be at, and having a close look at the cab on it, it's a pretty heavy old cab. It's an original old truck cab, and the cage in it is something unreal. Cage is probably a tonne and a half just by itself.
Must make for interesting handling characteristics, Paul, because we know people that are building race cars as best possible try and get the weight as down low as they can in the car and in the centre of the car. So when you've got a truck with all that weight up in the air, about 3 stories high, I suppose, if you put it next to a Formula Ford, must make for interesting handling characteristics.
No, you're dead right about that, Brendan. As I say, the ex-Greg Crick truck out of Aussie. It's been on fire a few times, so he tells me. Right, so out they come to start the 10-minute scrub session for the NZ Super Trucks. First truck out, Malcolm Little. And then the Brent Jones there in one of the wee Bedfords. Alex Little, hopefully they've sorted the airline problems out on his truck. Kenny Rowe. Tim Wheeler there running the 47 truck here this weekend. Dave West in the Freightliner Argosy. And last man out, Troy Wheeler, winner of yesterday's race. So they'll go out there and get some heat up in the big beast. Get all the running gear up to temperature. Tony Brand just heading out now as well, so that's all 8 trucks out there.
Yeah, Tony Brand did a great job in the last race of the day yesterday, which was the super truck race, keeping the bigger vehicles honest in his wee Bedford KM.
Yeah, the reverse grid race is always good for Tony. We'll see how he goes later on today. Talking with Alex Little's crew this morning, they reckon they've found a few more horsepower in that truck overnight. They replaced a pipe that ran to the turbo that it was made square, and so it was restricting the airflow. So they've put the correct pipe back on it, and hoping they'll get a few more horsepower out of it. I've only been running 14-pound boost here this weekend instead of the 16 or 18 they normally would run. Tony Brand just going through, still getting the brakes warmed up. I only seen the one truck in the 19s yesterday, that was Troy Wheeler.
So for those of you that weren't here yesterday, these trucks are they're up to 1,600 horsepower, and they are governed to 160 kilometres an hour, but they do reach that extremely quickly, probably 250 metres down the back straight, and they're on the limiter.
Yeah, that's right. It sounds like they're all missing and farting and something's about to explode, but that's just the limiter coming in. Some of them set the limiters at around 159 k's. It has been the odd time that some of the drivers have been pinged for doing 161. So you only just got to go over that 160 k's an hour mark, and you'll be in for a penalty. Might be troubles there for Brent Jones just slowing down in the Bedford game. Hopefully nothing too major. So I guess the little team are just seeing how things are in the rear end of the truck. We've got two different bars there on the back of them. One's way wider than the other one. And I think it's Alex that's got the wider bar on. Just looking at the times, they're pretty handy, down to the 120.4 for Alex, so he's definitely doing a pretty hot lap to see how it's handling. Malcolm Little 121.
Yeah, the 47 truck of Tim Wheeler did go across the start-finish line here pretty tapped out, so it looks like he's on a hot lap to see how things are going.
So here comes Brent Jones now. Looks like he's winding up to give it a bit of a hot lap, see exactly where it's at. Still 4 minutes left in the session. So here comes Malcolm and Alex. We'll see what their times are this time through. Both in the 20s. Alex Little at 20.1 and Malcolm at 20.3. So pretty close between the two of them. Troy Wheeler just going through in a 20.2. Troy Wheeler, of course, 5-time New Zealand Super Truck champ. He's driving that yellow Freightliner Century that used to belong to Bob Middleton from Australia. Malcolm Little down the back straight. As soon as he hits that limiter, the old turbo starts singing away. Pretty distinctive sound with it. Tim Wheeler just going through. 1:23.7 his best.
Alex Little into the pits, maybe make some slight adjustments.
So 2 minutes left in the scrub session. I think pretty much they'll be calling most of the units off now. Ooh, getting a wee bit out of shape there, Malcolm Little, as he goes through Parenco. Just dancing it through there quite nicely. A fair bit of rear brake locking going on down in the braking zone. The end of the front straight there. We've all going on for Dave West. Checkered flag not too far away for coming out to finish off the Super Truck scrub session. Bedford's having a good drag down the back straight though on the last lap. Pretty similar in top end speed there.
So we'll be looking forward to seeing the Super Trucks just before lunch for their second race of the weekend, which is a 8-lap rolling reverse grid race. So that should be quite entertaining, but a lot harder to pass in a big vehicle like that getting around the track. But coming up, we've got the Digital Fusion 2K Cup South Island class, which is a 10-lap race, marble draw mixing up the field. So that should also...
Yeah, I've had a look at the marble
entertainment.
draw too, Brendan. Tell you what, she's a bit of a cracker too, isn't it, Victor? I didn't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, no, it's a great draw. I'm just looking down in the pits here. Is that come out of that truck that just came in? Or was that there?
No, that's been there for a wee while.
Oh,
that one.
okay, that's great. I was gonna say,
Something was bleeding yesterday.
something was bleeding yesterday. There's, I've been on the grid with following the trucks having been out there, and the track conditions can sometimes be testing. But we've got a great lineup today. 38 cars. Again, we had a good clean race yesterday, and so we're hoping for two good clean races again today. Lots of close racing, hopefully lots of passing. The marble draw mixes things up a bit, so you know, fast guys can be anywhere.
Yeah,
And,
that's right. You know, it looks like an interesting draw, pretty much well spread out.
Yeah.
Will Kitching will start off P2.
Yep.
So
You'll see on the draw, I think we had Carl Forbes around P3, but he's actually gone to the back. He had a tyre issue yesterday, and one of the issues that we're having with COVID is getting tyres, and so he's having to run a non-compliant set of tyres. So
I've got some sitting at home he could have had.
you've been hoarding them.
You've got to hoard them and hang on to them. But
Yeah.
I'll be
Well, the interesting thing is that he got a set of tyres that someone had sitting at home, and we think that they've potentially let go because they're just too old, been through too many cycles. So that's been a bit of a discussion this morning of, you know, what we do. And so even though they're legally a road tyre, when they come out here and you do, you know, a bit of racing on them, they can still have plenty of tread left, but maybe they're, with a bit of age, are deteriorating. So we're looking at that. We don't want to take any risks, of course. So he's going to be running a different brand. We normally run, of course, there's a controlled tyre, which is a Dunlop tyre. Dunlop have supported the series, you know, for many years, and thanks to Dunlop, and that was something that was arranged by Carl Vaughan at Goodyear and Timaru here, who was has been a supporter, you know, in the early days, and a good communication for us regarding tyres and stuff. So yeah, so that's what's happening. You'll see a car off position 39 at the back. It's Carl. Be interesting to see how he goes on the tyres he's on, because he can pedal the car as well.
Yeah, no, they've just changed too. We had there is a Z2 for pretty much the whole way through. Now we've gone to the sort of next generation tyre, I suppose you could call it, the Z3.
Yeah.
Apparently there's sort of half a second, depending on who you're talking to in those, but
yeah.
probably a wee bit more wear in them though as well. So
Yeah. So that's something that's not controlled, is that guys can run whatever pressures they like. So yeah, so there's differing opinions on that, and of course with race tyres, the lower the pressure, probably the more wear.
that's right. I prefer to run a pretty high pressure myself compared to
Because
some
you're
of the
stingy
other
with
ones.
money.
I just like that feel better.
Oh, you like that feel better? From hold on, I've got to come back here.
Did I say the wrong
You set
thing?
yourself up there, Paul.
You also need to bear in mind that Paul is the lap record holder for the 2K Cup, so you know he's a man talking from experience there, Victor.
Yeah, well, he's likely to hold that record for quite some time until they change the breakout.
I don't want to change the breakout.
Because people have gone faster,
pretty
but
good.
it doesn't make a record if you're breaking out. So yeah, so Paul, you've done a 118 flat basically, haven't you?
118 000. I fluked. I don't know how I've done that, but however, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Since gone quicker though, but, which is quite good.
Yeah.
Quicker times
Yep.
not really counted in 2K Cup,
No.
because 118 is their breakout time. So
That's right.
you could do a 115 and think
And
you're quite
still
smart,
don't get the record.
but you still don't get the record.
Yeah, no, so quite proud of that one, but
Yeah. So 16s have been done.
yeah, I think Paul Booth done one here one year, a 16.8 I can remember him doing. That's probably the only one I remember in the 16s though.
So, well, we might see some today. So, David Booth, Paul's brother's obviously out there. He's not racing for points because he hasn't run the other rounds, but they've come up from Dunedin, and David's made it pretty clear that he's going to try and go as fast as he can because he wants to see what the car can do.
He's not too worried about the breakout. I
No.
think he's starting reasonably handy too, around 10th I think.
Yep.
So he's got a wee bit of work to do, but as it comes up on the screen now, Brendan, the starting order for the 2K Cup. See Johnny Prince starting off the pole. Yeah, Will Kitching off the front row as well, actually on the preferred side there.
Yeah, he's on
P2.
P2.
And just looking down through that list, David Booth 10th, Gunstone down on 15th. Now, if you get the marble draw around that sort of 14th to 20th sort of area, that's the area you don't really want to be in, because then
I don't know.
you know you're in
Both
the middle
races
of it
pretty
for
much.
both races pretty
Yeah.
much, yeah.
But if you're any sort of driver, that's the preferred place to be, because you've only got 15 cars to pass to get to the front on each race. So that's achievable, because the chances are in the marble draw that half of those drivers are going to be slower than you anyway. So so if you're a really competitive racer, marble draw, middle of the field, probably the place to be. If you want to have fun, front of the field for one race, back of the field for the other, you got a chance to get out there and take off, get a win in one race, and then in the other race you've got all that chance to pass lots of cars, which is pretty fun
And
as well.
that's how you win the championship, is by how well you can pass in the marble draw.
Yeah, consistency, keeping it clean as well, and finishing every race.
And not breaking out. is
Not
the thing.
breaking out.
The championships have been lost through breakouts, haven't
Yep,
they? They've been
yep,
down to one or
absolutely.
2 points each year, pretty much.
Yep.
It's been pretty close. So if you break out one lap, I think we had 3
3
points.
Yep.
So if you break out, 10-lap race, you break out in every lap, that's 30 points you've lost, which is
Correct.
pretty much what you've just
You've
won. So,
gone. Yeah. Yeah.
so null and voids itself. So
So there's lots of opinion about that, because people say, well, racing should be the fastest car and all that sort of stuff. But 2K Cup's not
it's
necessarily
about entry,
that.
and it's about the entry level. Getting
Yeah,
there's so
absolutely.
many guys that have come in there that I've seen, just in the past couple of years. Like the Storm family, for instance, didn't know a damn thing about car racing, but decided he was going to give it a shot. And here they are. They had a front row start, the two of them,
Yeah. and-
back here in November.
Yeah, driving well.
Another one's Peter Thompson, first year this year.
Correct.
And what's one post I've seen on Facebook there through the week? Anyone needs a bed? I've got 3 bedrooms and a backyard. You can set your tent up. So
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
what it's all about.
Socially, it's a social thing. Everyone having fun, enjoying the racing, but enjoying the barbecue and the beersies afterwards as well.
If you're thinking about motor racing and you haven't done it before, or you have raced in the past and want to get back in, come in and have a chat to the 2K Cup crew, because they're an awesome bunch of people.
Yep.
Yeah, and just to clarify too, the 2K Cup gets a lot of bad publicity through people going, oh, it's not 2K Cup, it's it's $5,000-6,000 cup. But at the end of the day, that's probably what it would cost you, would be to get a decent car.
Sure.
Rather than build one up, it's going to cost you double that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of cars out there for sale. So, to be realistic, $3,000 to $5,000 if you want to get into it.
Yeah, I think the first year, I don't think there's a lot of bad publicity. There was, the usual keyboard warriors, in the earlier days, but a lot of that's gone now, saying, or how do if it's 2K, it's supposed to be $2,000. How come it's $5,000? The reality is that the entry level was $2,000 car, but there's certain things you could do to it, like putting a cage in it. Well, that costs
$2,000.
There's
to
$2,000
put a full
there.
cage in.
And that's
So
no-brainer and that's safety.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
pretty
but
much
once you've paid that, you've got it, and you have to have a good helmet and a race suit and all those sorts of things. So the first year, I think you might spend, including all your racing, maybe $10,000 at the top end. But then the year,
that's buying the car and everything.
yeah, that's buying the car
Yeah.
and everything, and then
And
the
then- but
year
to run
after that, you a couple of $1,000.
Yeah, to run it's a pretty no-brainer, really. Not
Yeah.
depends how hard you are on brake pads, of course.
Yeah.
But
You've got a
pretty much,
Honda that eats brake pads, or a Toyota.
Yeah, 85k's a set, to be just about honest. But and probably $40 worth of fuel. As
Yeah.
long as you've got no issues, that's pretty much what it's costing. And
Exactly.
your entry fee's your biggest one, which
Yeah.
is probably $270 for a weekend.
Correct.
And you hire a transponder's another $30, so it's $300 for the weekend before you've started it.
Yep.
But take it over 6 rounds. If you get a couple of sponsors on board to lighten the load a wee bit, and get yourself off the bank and into it. There's plenty of guys here to help you. We've got sort of a couple of resident mechanics that sort of run up and down pit lane.
Yeah, and there's always a neighbour that's prepared to help if you've got an issue. And I think, like any sport, or any activity that you do outside your normal life, if you come away for a weekend racing, you're actually more productive at work the next weekend because you're pumped, you've had a good weekend, you've relaxed, you've done something different, you're in a better frame of mind. So there's, it might cost you, but there's some value as well that comes from getting out with a good bunch of guys and guys and girls and
that's the way you should sell it to your employer as well, Victor.
Yeah, that's right.
So they come onto the track, the Digital Fusion 2K Cup. Big thanks to Digital Fusion. One of our drivers is the sponsor of the series, Craig Saunders.
Yeah, and so we're thankful to him. He sponsored it for 2 years, and then this year with COVID, actually the committee made the decision to we offered to our sponsor that he would stay on as sponsor but not have to put any money in, because we realised that it was pretty tight for everyone. So Digital Fusion is still the sponsor this year. They haven't paid anything. I understand there's some discussion that they might still put some money in, but we just wanted to give something back to the sponsors other than just advertising and say, hey, we appreciate that you've committed to us in the good times. We're committing back to you in the bad times as well. So
a big long list of cars coming out. They do form them up, put down on the dummy grid as to where they are out on the track for their grid position, so that there's not too much time lost. You'll see Carl Forbes, the last man out, car number 199. Righto, so on the front row there, young Will Kitching. Had a good run yesterday. And finished about fourth, I think it was, at the end of the day. Up beside him, Johnny Prince. He's another new guy that's only been in here for a couple of years. Never done any sort of racing. And he's been consistently sort of up in that top 10, top 15. Carl Storm, car 97. Up to the third row there. Another one that I had a wee bit to do with earlier on, and when he first came into the 2K Cup, he didn't know a thing about racing at all, and has picked it up pretty quick.
Yeah, so you'll see position 3 will be left vacant, and that's where Carl Forbes was, and he'll be right down the back. So in the marble draw, he'd drawn P3, so in the second race today, this all reverses. So the car that's JP on P1 will be right at the back of the field.
The two Elsley cars out there, the Nissan Primeras, Mark Bakey in car 501 and Todd Aikman in the 502 car. Sponsored by the Elsley Farm Group. Own a few farms around the place. Managed to work on a few of them. And they've got on board as sponsors for the Waimate team, pretty much. The 501 car, Mark Bakey. Team Waimate. And just looking back down that group a bit, you'll see David Booth on the 5th row, car number 1. I don't think it'll be too long before we'll see him up towards the pointy end there. Rightio, we just about got them all set for a 10-lap race. Second race for the weekend for the Thunder Down Under here at Levels Raceway. Just waiting on the lights now. There they go.
2 lights on, 3. Watch Will Kitching, he's away.
Yeah, good start from that P2 side. Johnny Prince just a wee bit slow getting away, but he's on that dirty line. So Will Kitching's going to lead them through Parenco for the first lap from Johnny Prince. And then we've got Carl Storm trying to go around the outside of Bakey, it is, up to 3rd. So good start from Carl Storm, up from 6th place. And he's managed to get through on the Primeras nice and early. But she's pretty busy stuff through the rest of Castrol there, too wide. And they head down the back straight for the first time. Will Kitching's going to lead, and he's going to be trying to get away as soon as he can. David Boost now working on the two Primeras. He should get them by the end of the back straight and be up to that 4th spot. So up to 4th already, Paul Booth from 10th place. Someone's going around there with him as well, trying to get through on that last Primera. And it looks like that was the 3rd place car, Carl Storm, kicking up a wee bit of dust there up the north end of the track. But everyone around the first half of the lap, pretty good, Victor Catamol.
Yeah, good clean start all through 1 and 2, which is always the test when you got 38 cars, and they're all relatively similar speeds. You throw 3 seconds a lap over the whole grid pretty much. But coming on to main straight now, Will's got a good lead. He's got a bit of a buffer. Carl's still in 3rd, JP's 2nd. They're both, even though they're new, they're both pedalling okay. And they've got the fast Toyota Levins.
Yeah, so keep your eyes on the 4th place car, David Booth. Let's see what he can do through Castrol. Should be slightly quicker than the 2 cars in front, I'd imagine.
Got a car coming into the pits.
A few passes being made down there in through Power and Co. So Greg Mitchell.
Oh yeah, Greg Mitchell
Mitchell into the pits. There's some passing moves going on all the way down through the field there. Harry Storm's trying to make a move up the inside of one of the through entries. And he goes through easy enough. He's got a wee bit of work to do there, Harry Storm. Way back there. But look at our leader though. Paul Booth still hasn't managed to get through on Carl Storm or Johnny Prince. Sorry, David Booth. Around through the left-hand sweeper they go. Still Will Kitching. He was out by about 8/10 of a second last time. Looks to be about the same sort of gap as David Booth. Looking pretty racy on the back of Carl Storm as they come down the front straight. He might try and go up the inside and see what he can do. But Carl Storm sits middle of the track and no way through for David Booth.
Right, so 18.5 or an 18.061 for David Booth. So he's right on the breakout. He'll want to be careful. The temptation is to push too hard. And you pass one guy, but you lose 3 points, so you're actually going back 2. Here's Carl Storm. He's having a look up the inside of JP. He should take that position from there because JP's of that age where he'll back out.
I think they're both about the similar age. Johnny comes around, hangs on to that second place. Booth's going to try and have a dive up the inside as he is Storm, but Storm's still holding that middle side of the track.
It's going to be fun to watch David Booth's video after the race.
Still no way
those
through.
Guys having a tussle.
And just keep an eye on Harry Storm. He's picked off another 3 cars in that lap. And another couple. Oh, he locks the brakes up there with John Jones Steele, does young Storm. But look at this, out the front though.
Yeah, Will's really controlling this race very well. He's just got to control the go pedal and make sure he doesn't break out.
1.3 seconds it was, first to second last time. Here goes Booth again, looks the racy once more. Carl Storm comes across and holds the middle of the track and no way through.
Will goes through on a 18.006, so he's having a good look at your record there, Paul.
Oh, Carl Storm having a wee dive up on Johnny Prince into Castrol there. Still no way through. Booth tries to take the wide line through there and got to get a good run on the back straight. But these 3 cars pretty much evenly matched for speed as we see them head down towards John Jones Steele. Booth's just dropped off a couple of car lengths, but he'll pick that back up down in the braking zone. So Johnny Prince doing a good job in second there to hang on. Couple of hard charges tucked in the back. Booth's having a look up the inside, is he, of Carl Storm? Looks like he might have got up through there.
Yeah, David's talented driver. He's done a lot in karting, so he'll be just taking a lap or 2 to line these guys up, see where they're weak, see where they're strong, before he makes his move. But we'd expect to see him up on the tail of Will, not too far away, because as we say, the cars in P2 and P3, relatively new drivers. So as much as they've got fast cars, experience will be the difference here, I think.
So Kitching across for another lap.
He's broken out,
He's
so
broken out. Here
his
goes Booth
dad will
now.
be having a talk.
He's going to have a
Booth
dive up the inside, is he?
Ooh,
No
he's
way
got a-
through. Carl Storm just still holding that middle line of the track there, giving him options. And he had a wee look, David Booth, but no way through. So Will Kitching still leads. He was 1.3 second lead, last time for Will Kitching. So he's extended it from the lap previous. It was 1.3. These three guys are holding each other up as Booth now looks a wee bit racy. He gets side by side with Storm. He's got a bit of a run going along down the outside. I don't think he'll get Prince though.
Oh, he squeezes across
He
in
might
front
come
of him.
across.
Yeah, he's going to take... Oh, is he? No, he had a look.
He might get
JP
him
came
now
across.
though.
He'll get him now, though, because I think he's got a better run out of,
looks
out of
like
John
he-
Jones.
Looks like Booth got up the inside there through McKissick. So passing all the way down through the field now. Car 51 there having a good wee battle. It's Dwayne Fox from in the Toyota Levin. Quite a few Levins in the field.
I see the second waistcoat car is off the back now, so he must
Yeah.
have had an off somewhere and has
Cer-
let the field go by.
Certainly has. He was sort of worked his way halfway through. As now we see Booth starting to drop off from
Yeah, so
Johnny
Booth up into
Prince.
second. He's managed to get past JP up the top there.
That's right. We'll keep an eye on the gap this time. It's 3
But
seconds.
he's done a 1:17, so he's broken out too. He's not going to be too concerned about that.
And so we're still only halfway through the race, so plenty of time for David Booth to catch up to Will Kitching. And it's a 3 second gap last time through, so we'll keep an eye on that next lap as we see some more passing going on down through the rear of the field there. Looks like Graham Reynolds having a good battle with one of the other Integras there. In fact, I think that's Jared Carney in car 171, the Toyota 101. She's line astern for a lot of them towards the rear there. The odd pass going through. Frew having a dive up the inside there through Castrol. So leaders out in front there. Still Will Kitching. 3 seconds the last time. I'm sure it's not going to be that much next time through.
No, you can see Paul's gathered in. David's gathered in a whole lot of territory on Will, so he's hunting him down. Will's got to be careful here that he doesn't try to race away from him and blow more points, because Will is definitely in the...
He does another 17.
He's done another 17, so he was definitely in the hunt, but now he's burning that off.
Gap
6 points gone.
More importantly for Booth, the gap's down to 2.3 seconds. And closing. Good wee battle going on between Jason Lambert there in the sidekicks car as well. They're back there for the 5th and 6th place. Jason Lambert still hanging on to that 5th spot. And this is his new car this year, Jason Lambert. In the Hey Bro entry.
Just heard that Greg Mitchell that came in after lap 1, he's lost oil pressure. So that car's in the pits.
James Swaney it is in the 515 cars. Just gone through on Jason Lambert up to that 5th place. Up into John Jones Steele. So it's hard to know where to look. There's a few passes going on, especially down the back straight now and towards the rear of the field. Car 51, Dwayne Fox having a go at the 428, which is Adam Garlick. But here comes the race leader again. Still it's about a second and a half by the looks of it. Kitching with 3 laps to go this time. So he's still got a wee bit of work to do. As you look at the gap, 1.2 seconds. Johnny Prince hanging on to a comfy 3rd. And Carl Storm a comfy 4th. Then it's back to this next battle. James Swaney in the 515 Integra. Jason Lambert. Then we go back to Arthur Spatz. And Michael Gunstone. The old gunner. The granddad of 2K Cup.
Granddad.
Been around a long time as Michael.
For a young fella. So looking at through the top 20, some of the movers and shakers, we've got... yeah, so Booth's on the back of Kitch there. But looking at Carl Forbes, who started right off the back up to 16th place. So he's driven well, and the car's competitive. Best time at 1:18.7. So those tyres looking like they're comparable with the Dunlops, which is interesting. Michael Gunston in 8th there, of course. Kelsey in ninth. She'll be happy to be top 10. I'm not sure where she started from, but so it's her first full season, I think, with 2K Cup.
Look at this, David Booth, though, as they come down through the kink. He's only a car length behind Kitching. What's Kitching's racecraft bloke? He comes over to the centre of the track and says, if you want to do it, have a go up the inside. And
David does.
He's going to go, Kitching still side by side, but he's going to have to yield and lead him through there. He's going to run out of room and left David Booth to it. But he came across and set himself upright, and credit to David Booth for not taking his foot off the accelerator either.
Yeah, so a bit tough on Will, because he's trying to still gather points even though he's broken out twice, and he's only 13 years old, so you know he's still got some experience to gain,
right.
and realise who he's racing. You know,
Jason Lambert must have had an off up the top there. He's dropped back another couple of positions in behind Spats and Gunstone. Look at this.
Looks like we've got a car around. We've got someone parked up there just after the hairpin by the look of it.
So orange and black Levin. So leaders out of the Carter's valuation hairpin. All over the back of David Booth is Will Kitching. Let's see if he can come back with 2 laps to go. Oh, in fact, it's the last lap board this time. David Booth just pulls out a couple of car lengths to make himself pretty safe as they come down into the Parenco for the last time. You'll need to wait for a mistake there, I'd say, Will Kitching. We'll see how the Honda compares to the Toyota down the back straight. Yeah, Adam Garlick is up there in car 428. He stopped, and we've got Michael Gunstone's old car stopped up there as well. He's actually pulled off, probably getting a wee bit too hot by this stage. So he goes, the rest of the field coming through with still some passing going on. They're all getting the last lap board, and so we're just waiting on the race leader to come into the Carter's valuation hairpin for the last time.
And that's them now.
Kitching's still stuck in the back there, but there's nothing that he can do. David Booth's going to take his second race win for the weekend for the Digital Fusion 2K Cup. Down he comes through the kink, and we'll get the checkered flag for race 2. Will Kitching will finish second. Johnny Prince, a good job there for third. And also well driven Carl Storm for fourth. And then we go back to good result for James Swaney coming through in fifth after Spats. And Michael Gunstone comes through from Jason Lambert. Kelsey Gager inside the top 10. And Matt Ryan just finishing in the top 10 there as well. So good drive from him. He was pretty much off the back of the pack as we see them go 3 wide across the start-finish line. So some great stuff there, Victor. No panel damage as such.
No, we like that. Good clean race. Lots of races within the race. You know, that's definitely the 2K Cup thing. So if you go down to the pits in 5 minutes, you'll see all the chatter and guys running around to who they were racing against, and you know, all the talk, and you know, the voices get raised a bit because the adrenaline's still pumping. You know, and so that's where the smiles on faces really come from. So yeah, like we were saying before, if you're interested in getting into motorsport, 2K Cup's the entry level. It's, you know, pretty affordable, and you can pop down to the pits anytime. It's open. Have a look at the cars. Have a look at all the other cars that are down there, and ask about getting involved. How do I buy a car? How do I go racing? What do I need to do? Yeah, so look forward to seeing anyone down there.
Great thing about these cars is they can be registered and warranted.
Yeah, you can drive them to the track, race, and then drive them home.
And also South Canterbury Car Club and the other car clubs through the South Island have a lot of other events during the year where these vehicles are very suitable to go out and have a good time with single car sprints, hill climbs, etc.
The hardest part is convincing Nana that she needs a roll cage in her in her Toyota.
Yeah, Nana, I think you'd be good with a 20-valve Levin.
Yeah.
I'll look after it at the weekends for you.
I'm only concerned about your safety. Yeah. That's why you need the seat and these straps and a roll cage. It's all the other idiots on the road. That's it. You can just imagine all the Nana cars down at the New World in Timaru in the car park there, trying to roll out the door. We have rocked up to the odd race meeting though and opened up the boot and taken the groceries out. It's a bit of a sight, that's for sure. So what's coming up next?
So next we have the step up from 2K Cup, which is the dry ice blasting SS Cup. So they had a full field of 38 cars as well, and this is a reverse grid handicap race, so should provide some entertainment.
That mixes it up a bit. So these are just a step up faster, aren't they? So we have a breakout of 118, and SS Cup has 3 breakouts. That's how they determine their classes. So the fastest cars are not allowed to go faster than a 110 for their, I think that's their A class. The B class are not allowed to go faster than a 113, and the C class are not allowed to go faster than a 116. So if you break out in your class a certain number of times, then you get moved up to the next class. So yeah, so these guys spend a little bit more on their car, though having said that, a 2K Cup car that's set up properly can be quite competitive in SS Cup as well. And we saw David Booth doing low 17s, just about 16s. So that car with some different tyres, bit of suspension, and he'd be quite competitive in some of the SS Cup classes. So the goal was that 2K Cup would feed through to SS Cup and and without spending too much more money. So depending on your budget, that's where you can go. But you can also pick up, Paul, a race car off Trade Me that's going to race in SS Cup for $10,000 or $15,000 as well. So
there's a few drivers in the field that have stepped up from the 2K Cup over the years, so that's what it's all about, feeding them through, as you said.
So, okay, I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'll come back and see you later on in the day with 2K Cup.
Thank you very much, Victor
Hand back
Catamol.
over.
You go down and grab all the gossip for us, Victor.
I'll get all the yeah. So I come back being a bit more cheeky.
Tell us all the truth and lies.
Yeah, I'm good at that. Okay.
Thank you very much for your help once again.
Thanks, guys.
All right, looking forward to the dry ice blasting SS Cup reverse grid race. Just got the last 2K Cup cars pulling into the pits now.
Yeah, good to have dry ice on this year, supporting the SS Cup. Righto, so out they come onto the track, the dry ice blasting SS Cup, a full field of cars here this weekend, and I was quite impressed with the way Chopper went yesterday, Brendan. 6th place for him.
It was a very good qualifying position for Chopper, and apparently he doesn't believe he'd done a lot to make the car go faster, so it must have been in the seat, not in the car itself. But 6 was very good for what is really a Japanese classic compared to some of the other machines in this field.
Yeah, Jared Koenig is saying that he went 3 seconds a lap quicker. Was that the case?
Yeah, that's the case. He's normally doing around the 113s, and he was quite consistently in the 110s in qualifying. You talk to him now and he goes he still doesn't know what happened. So obviously just the nut behind the wheel.
That's the thing. We'll see how he goes today, though.
And did Trevor Morse, did he have some issues yesterday? Just wasn't going quite as well as I would have thought.
Yeah, we tried everything now. They've tried Dizzies, VTEC solenoids. They were working on it late last night, so this is really a test session to see if it's going to go any better now. So they've just about replaced everything that could be replaced for the fault.
So it'll be an 8-lap race, handicap reverse grid, so mix it all up together.
So if Trevor has got his problems fixed, he'll be doing quite well because he's starting P1 for the reverse grid race.
Yeah, so we sort of hope in this case that he does have the power, because there's going to be a whole lot of heat on him really quickly otherwise.
No one else with any issues out there at all?
Well, we're missing Gerald Hardgraves and we're missing the Bluebird for this race. The Bluebird having battery issues, and Gerald Hardgraves rang me this morning and was driving himself to hospital. He wasn't feeling the best. So he actually asked me to drive his car. He's nah.
He shouldn't have been driving himself if he wasn't feeling too good. So a huge field of cars, and great to see this class grow over the years. When it first started out, it was about 10 cars or something on the grid, and now we've got the full quota out there, bar a couple. Car number 38, the first one to get settled into place, and that'll be Carmen Leinberg in the wee MX-5. And we'll see Trevor Morse, the man in question, coming up to that P1 position there in that beautiful wee new look Morse Honda Civic.
So Trevor was a 2K Cup competitor, hadn't been involved in motorsport before, although his relatives definitely were, being Graham and Carl Vaughan. But he started off in the 2K Cup and has moved up to this very smart, very fast Honda Civic.
So a wee dark horse here might be Eddie Araya sitting there on the second row. Of course, he broke out in qualifying, so had to start off the back there yesterday. And coming up to complete the front row there, car 39, Bradley Dawson in the Toyota Truno. Chopper back there on the third row. And that very quick wee Datsun, car number 4, Paul Blasby. Keep your eye on that 1600. So an 8-lap race, reverse grid, and of course handicapped as well. So mix it all up together and you've got yourself a pretty good race. Great to see so many people here this early in the morning. There'll be a few more out after lunch, no doubt. Perfect conditions, high of 24 today. Track will be a wee bit greasy. So waiting on the start lights now. Just another car
Actually
or
two to get settled.
It actually feels like plenty of grip out there, to tell you the truth, compared to yesterday. It was good.
Car number 216, Josh Ward there, coming up to complete that third row beside Chopper. So waiting on the lights now. We've got 4. We're all a bit of a jump start from Trevor Morse, and he's had to stop. He's going to get a time penalty for that, but anyhow, away he goes, and it's going to be Bradley Dawson that leads them through Parenco for the first time from Eddie Araya. Then it's Morse. Then we go back to Carmen Leinberg, and look at the rest of them go through. She's a traffic jam down here. Mark Leonard actually just running into the back of the 32 Starlet of Paul Sayer. Nothing he could do about that though, nothing too much though. They shouldn't have any issues as they get underway down the back straight. Here goes Araya. He's having a look on Dawson already, and he'll look at this very quick Datsun 1600 number 4 as they head down into the braking zone, and it's going to be Araya leads them up towards the McKissick curve first time.
No surprises, a time penalty showing for car 414, Trevor Morse, for his half a lap head start.
Yeah, so I think he's overthought that one and tried to get away a wee bit too soon. However, the leaders into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Dawson hasn't been dropped off just yet from Araya as they come round through the left-hand sweeper. Opened up a pretty good gap back to the third place car. Here they come to complete the first lap. It's Araya, Dawson. Then we go back to the 216 car, which is Josh Ward. Chopper's gone up a spot up to 4th. But keep your eye on that number 4 car tucked in behind Chopper when they get around onto the straight. Dossie too. He's had a good start and he's up to that 6th position. So Trevor Morse just pulling into the pits, obviously still having that issue going on. But look at this Datsun. Paul Blasby in the Datsun 1600 goes by Chopper up to that fourth place. Ryan Tinley in car 14-2 just grabbing a couple of spots down the back straight. He had a good race here yesterday, finished third.
We've just had a set of prescription glasses handed into the Secretary's office, which is at the entrance to the pits. So if you've lost your specs, and you'll probably need someone to lead you to the Secretary's office so you can find them again.
Goes through, still leads from Dawson. Then it's Ward. Here comes Blasby, he's fourth. Now Dossett all over the back of Chopper. This will be a great little battle as they go into Parenco. And also too, making a passing move there on Lineberg was Jared Parmenter. Parmenter is absolutely flying out there. He's going to pick off another one through Castrol. Up the inside, Lineberg will try and go with him. As the MX-5's got a wee bit more in a straight line, you'll see Jim try to thread the needle between the three of them. And there he goes. Still sitting there in the middle as they head down towards John Jones Steel. And a good move there from Jimmy Lineberg. He hasn't got it complete just yet as they get round through John Jones Steel. Finally gets the job done. But that was pretty dodgy stuff going through there. We were puckering up going on for a few minutes. However, the leaders back into the hairpin. Still Eddie Araya starting to run away with it. 1.9 seconds the gap first to second last time. Ward can't do much from that third place either. He's not catching Dawson, so they're pretty much spread out these first three. Araya comes off to reel off another one. 5 laps to go. Then it's Dawson. Ward, here comes Blasby. Blasby's still not really making too much of an impression on Ward. And Chopper's leading this next group. Look at this. Chopper, Dossett, then Lineberg and Parmenter. She's a pretty good mix there. Parmenter has a wee look up the inside of Lineberg. No room. Gets his nose cut off as they go into Castrol. Dossett tries to go up the inside of Chopper. Gets up beside him, but it's pretty quick in a straight line, that Sterian. We'll see how they go as they're side by side. Head Chopper just having a wee bit of a look in there, and Lineberg wants both of them at once. He's going to try and go around the outside as they get down towards the braking zone, and Dossett's going to get the job done, is he? Chopper's still hanging out wide, but Dossett's got the job done. Pretty close stuff there. It looks like Lineberg's going to go up the inside too. So Chopper just hanging on at the moment back there in what will be now 6th place as the leader comes out of the hairpin through the left-hand sweeper. 4 laps to go this time for Araya. And he'll be looking in the mirror wondering where everyone is. Oh, we've got a blow up or something down the end of the back straight. Not too sure who that is or what's happened, but we've got something pretty major going on down there. Who is it? Rebecca Lineberg, is it? Yeah, it looks like Rebecca Lineberg. Looks like the Subaru's given up the ghost. Car number 43. Maybe a bit of oil on the track there. We'll just have a look and see what happens to Araya. He's the first car to arrive after that. He's hanging on at the moment, so it can't be too bad. Change for second place. Dossett's got through on Dawson. Not Dossett. So Ward's got through on on Dawson.
So Josh Ward, so far fastest lap of the race, a 1:10.257. Remember, they do have a 1:10 breakout time for the A-class field.
Rebecca going down the back straight there, car 43, so can't have been her. So leader comes through. Couple of laps to go for him. Ward now up to second place from Dawson. Blasby still charging from that 4th place in the Datsun 1600. And finally, these two battling in behind Tim Dossett. He's managed to gap Parmenter. Chopper's now fallen back into the hands of Phil Gurney. Gurney might have a wee look up the inside. No way through there for him. She's a big line up of cars there, tucked in behind Chopper. A couple of laps to go. Jordan Ray's in the mix there as well in the 61 car. She could be 3 wide down there towards John Jones Steel. But Chopper hangs on by the skin of his teeth. And we've got that Mazda, smoking Mazda coming into the pits. Car 177, I think it is. A bit of passing going on down the back straight again there. Rebecca Leinberg going through on Paul Sayer. So last lap board not quite out. 2 to go. So Ward in a pretty lonely second. We've got Blasby up to third now from Dawson. Dossett's chasing hard now. 2 laps to go to catch Dawson.
Fastest lap there for Paul Blasby, a 1:10.229.
Oh, Bushell coming under some pressure there in the Starlet from the car number 122 there. Mark Neville in the Impreza. And she's busy stuff. White Horse Motors cars getting held up a little bit by those cars in front. Chopper's dropped way back. And in fact, it's going to lose another couple of spots here in a minute as well. As Tinley goes through on one of the RX-8s. Such a huge field of cars for the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup. Leader into the hairpin. He should get the last lap board this time through. Car 67, Steve Prentice just going through in the BMW. Don't think he'll get lapped, but here comes Araya. He's going to get the last lap board this time. And should do it comfortably. Now we see the Datsun up to the second place. Paul Blasby all the way from Mosgill. And he's going to, oh, he's getting it all out of shape there through Paraco, and he just manages to hang on to it in the 1600, but he might lose a spot here. Ward has a wee sniff up the inside, but he comes across in front of him, Blasby. And Dossie's gained massively here, like you said, and he's going to get up to third. Now that Josh Ward lost all his momentum, trying to get through on the 1600.
And so car 20, Jared Parmenter, just broke out that time, a 1:09.930, so fastest in the field.
Yeah, it's the last lap board for the rest of them coming through. Graham Alou there in the midst of it. Matt Moore as well in the 171 Altezza. But leader into the Carter's Valuation hairpin for the last time. He's had a pretty lonely race out there in front, Eddie Araya. Through the left-handed sweeper. She's all going on for second though. Dossett all over the back of Paul Blasby. Forget about the race leader. He's going to come down and get the checkered flag. It's all on for second at the moment. Is Dossie close enough? But he hasn't got the herbs at the wee Datsun down low. And he just pulls away a wee bit. Paul Blasby will hang on for the second spot. Good drive from him and Dossie. Fourth place is going to go to Parmenter. Then it's going to be Dawson. And the Ward in the end comes across the line in about sixth place. So he lost 3 spots on that last lap, Josh Ward.
Also had Ryan Tinley break out, and Phil Gurney, car 1, pointed out by his loving wife as well. Also broke out that lap. Thanks, Lisa.
Mark Leonard just coming through, finishing 20th in the end, Mark Leonard. Racing the 24 Red Racing Honda Integra this weekend, being looked after by Peter Sprague and Chris O'Driscoll down there and old Johnny Fives. Great to see those guys back in the pits again, looking after Lenny. Great to see Lenny back on the track as well.
My gosh, wasn't that entertaining? Thank you very much, Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup.
Oh, you did right, Brendan. 38 cars, it's a bit hard to try to keep an eye on everything. Need about 6 eyes in the back of the head. It makes for exciting racing. So not too sure if we've got a car stopped up there, looks like there is. Might have been that one that was smoking earlier on.
So just as they collect up all the cars and the debris, we're looking forward to the Kumho Tyres Pre-65 field coming out to entertain us, and it's a 6-lap also reverse grid handicap race, so hopefully should be providing entertainment similar to the SS Cup field we've just had. So Corey Ross was doing very well in the pre-65 former Manny Sim Ford Mustang yesterday. Car 42, all the way from Christchurch. Also look out for the 77 Mustang, Wayne Tuffley. Doing a good job. John Smolinski's Ford XP Falcon, looking very smart also, number 27 for the pre-65 field. But yeah, Ryan Tinley, car 14 SS Cup, just pulls into the pits. Was the fastest lap of that race, but unfortunately under the breakout time.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see car number 98, Ian Perry, and that wee Sunbeam Stiletto out there. I think today, Brendan, you put the mockers on him yesterday and didn't get too far, half a lap in actually, and stopped on the back straight there. So hopefully he's got that sorted, Ian Perry. But no, it's good to see the numbers back up again for the Kimmo Tyres pre-65s. One that's missing from your list in the program is car number 18, John O'Michelle. No sign of him here this weekend. So we'll mix them up with a handicap reverse grid. And these are always good races, just like we just seen.
Yeah, most of our races today are reverse grid or handicap races, which makes for a great spectacle for the punters on the bank.
Yeah, it'd be a bit boring if you always had the fast guys off the front and slow guys off the back. They sort of string themselves out a bit. Reversing them up, sort of get the timekeepers involved and do a bit of mass, and hopefully they'll get to the line at about the same time.
Just a slight delay while the boys in the Hilton Haulage rescue truck extract that car from the top end of the circuit.
Yeah, did a great job, the Hilton Haulage crew, with the PAL finger lifters. A couple of curtain siders over there today. No doubt should be a big day for some of the lads over there today. But
They maintain their hydration, Paul.
the old cabs might be a wee bit smelly tomorrow morning for a while. No, they do a good job though.
Hilton Haulage have been a supporter of the circuit here for many, many years. Thank you very much for your help.
And don't forget, last race of today, the last Super Truck race, the Jim Thickett Memorial. That's always a pretty emotional sort of race for a lot of people. A 6-lap rolling start for the trucks. That's at the end of the race card today.
Well-known local personality. I mean, he's a real character and always great to deal with. I worked with him a lot over the years in my job, and you know, he was just brilliant, and sadly taken too soon.
Don't forget there is a live stream going out, so if you know of anyone who is unfortunate enough that has to work today, or anyone up in the North Island or whatever, they can tune in on the live stream if they go to YouTube / NZ Super Truck / Levels Raceway. Yeah, there'll be a few links pop up, but you'll eventually get the right one. It's about a minute's delay, I think, from live to actually going through all the channels. Nonetheless, there'll be a few workers out at Clandeboy with the feet up in front of the computers with the wee slide live stream going on the iPhone.
A few?
In fact, I know of quite a few out there that have got the feet up today in front of the computer with the iPhone going. So I won't say what powder tower it is, but let me say there won't be much being done today there in D3.
Oh, we've got your
I know,
mate
it
going
looks
out
like
the
they got
sweeper.
Mad Mike back out there again on the sweeper. He's after a girlfriend, Mike. He's told me to put another plug in for him. He seems to go through them like nothing.
Yeah, a lot of cement dust going off down at John Jones there, Paul. Obviously, a fair bit of oil came out of that car that let go up the top end.
Yeah, although it can't have been too bad if we didn't have any incidents or people spinning off up there, so it can't have been too major unless he's gone wide off the line there on the John Jones steel. She's a pretty tricky corner, that one. And when you get it right, though, she's pretty good. So a wee bit more work going on up there. All the cement being sponsored here this weekend by Vaughan Motors. Graham Vaughan kindly donated a half a trailer load of cement.
Yeah, as Paul was mentioning yesterday, Graham is our record holder here for, what, 8.5 bags of cement, did we think? When his Formula Ford motor had all the oil fail out. And
Did a complete lap of levels, just pumping about 8 litres all over the track. And a new cement bag record of 8.5 bags of cement, which will probably stick around for a wee while, I'd imagine. So it was the car number 24 that has obviously had the problems there.
so Paul Crowther from the Dry Ice Blast in field.
Paul Crowther, another one out of the 2K Cup camp up to SS Cup. So looking forward to the Kumo Tyres Pre-65s. Obviously the man to beat is Corey Ross, car 42, but Pierce Mingham is the man to beat in the 4-cylinder class in the Wee Anglia. Had a good battle there, all those 4 guys yesterday, and I was pretty impressed with the way that the A40 of Pete Fitzgibbon went yesterday, finishing second in that class. Gary Shaw had a third.
Here we have Michelle Clark back in the 100 EH Holden.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. And think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Mad Mike he is. When you nice young girls, go and see him. He might let you sit in his tractor if you're lucky enough. So perfect conditions here. Great way to spend the Sunday. Pre-65 shouldn't be too far away from getting the fire up. All lined up down here in pit lane, ready to go. And just looking at the lineup there, looks like Michelle Clark obviously is going to start off the front row. John Mackley's going to be beside her, car number 91, the Wee Anglia. There's going to be Cliff Brunning in the first of the EH Holdens there, car 64. Beside him, Paul Whiting. And another one of the Wee Anglias, car 71. Third row will be Pete Fitzgibbon. He'll start 5th, car 40 in the Wee A40 Farina. And then Pierce Mingham will start 6th. And then we get into the big V8 boys. Gary Shaw, 7th. Paul Clark, 8th. John Smolinski, 9th. Wayne Tuffley, Corey Ross obviously start off the back of the field.
Unfortunately, no Ian Perry, car 98, so sorry for putting the mockers on you yesterday, Ian.
Yeah, it's bad luck for him. First man out though, Pete Fitzgibbon, the Wee A40 Farina. Had a strong run yesterday in the 4-cylinder class, like I said. running second. Car 71, Paul Whiting and one of the wee Anglias. So car number 55 being driven by Paul Clark. It's the Corey Ross there in the 42 car. Very been around a long time, this car, won a lot of championships. Running the Manny Sim number 42 on it. Righto, so 6 laps, handicap reverse grid. Well, the pre-65 has been around for a number of years now. Pre-65s, remember they started out sort of in the early 80s, early to mid 80s.
Lots of Cortinas and lots of Anglias then, back in the olden days.
A couple of PAX Vauxhalls, HA Viva, Morris Minor. Alan Cordell ran a Morris Minor in the early days. Quite a few Humber 80s. Craig Mann had one. Bob Driver had one.
Even had a Galaxy.
The Starship Enterprise.
It's still around. I remember that thing passing me down the back straight of Ruapuna when it lapped me one day. And Mark Land always said to me, stay on the left-hand side of the track if the Galaxy passes you. And I said, why is that? He said, you'll find out. So I stayed on the left-hand side of the track, halfway down the back straight of Ruapuna, and here comes Tony Jeffs whizzing through in the Galaxy. And basically picked the car up and sucked it over across the other side of the track. Here I was on the right-hand side of the track. Be nice to see that back out again one day, but she is a big tank, takes a bit of maintenance.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was the big Plymouth Belvedere as well. Remember that one?
Yeah, yep, there's quite a few of them around. It's just a matter of getting them all out.
55 Chevy.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
yeah, residing down the south end of Timaru at the moment.
Yeah, he's still got it too.
It's Jimmy Little and On Charge in the very fast AP6 Valiant, which I believe is on Trade Me at the moment for sale.
So waiting on the start, Michelle will get the go because it's a handicap race. I'll give her a few seconds and they'll send the next guy away, which is John Mackley, all the way from Wallistown down south into about his second or third season. John, the next group go. 64 of Cliff Brunning in the Holden Special. Pierce Mingham lighting her up off the start line in the first of the Anglias, or the last of the Anglias I should say. Now we wait on the V8 boys down the back. So the lead is way down at the hairpin already, Michelle Clark. And they let the big guys away. A lot of smoke coming from the 55 there of Paul Clark. It's going to be Gary Shaw though that leads him, is it? No. Round the outside goes Paul Clark in the 55. Says, I'll take that, thank you.
Great start by Wayne Tuffley off the back of the grid with Corey Ross beside him.
He's got in front of the two Mustangs here at the back, so it's going to be an interesting race. Here comes Gary Shaw trying to have a look at Paul Clark down the back straight. Gets up side by side with the 55 and should go through. Well, Paul Clark comes back at him in the braking zone though, way later on the brakes, and hangs on to that position. As the leader comes across to reel off lap number 1, Michelle Clark. She's got a bit of a lead. Back to John Mackley. We'll keep an eye on that as they come through. Then it's back to Cliff Brunning. Long way back to the fast guys. They're just coming out of the hairpin. It's still toughly over Ross at the back there. The next group, it's Paul Clark leading, pulling a bit of a gap away from Gary Shaw. And then here comes a 27 of John Smolinski, but he's not close enough to Gary Shaw just yet. He needs another couple of car lengths. And Wayne Tuffley will be a hard man to get past too for Corey Ross as they head up to Castrol. Just biding his time at the moment. Corey Ross there. We'll see what they're like. Matched for speed coming out onto the back straight. Tuffley just pulls away a couple of car lengths. And pretty much evenly matched for that top speed. No one really gaining anything at all. So he's going to have to do it on the track as Corey Ross. As the leader comes round to reel off lap number 2.
She had an 11.2 second lead after the first lap. Let's see how we go between Michelle Clark car 100 and the next car, which is now 64, Cliff Brunning.
He's gone up a spot. We should see Fitzgibbon go through on Mackley here under brakes. He will have a wee look, but he's nowhere near close enough. Mackley will hang on to that 3rd position.
Michelle got a 10.5 second lead now.
This next route coming through. Smolinski looks a bit more racier this time on Gary Shaw, but still just that elusive 2 car lengths. Just not close enough. And Tuffley, just getting a wee bit out of shape onto the entry of Parenco, just locking the rears up a bit, but he's still keeping Corey Ross at bay. Up through Castrol once again. For them guys, here goes Gary Shaw now trying to have a look at Paul Clark as they go down the back straight once again. But keep your eyes on the 55 on the outside. He was way later on the brakes last time through, but this time he has to concede. So Gary Shaw up another spot.
Paul Clark does know how to get around this track fast in a pre-65 car. He actually holds the lap record, a 1:10.257 in his former Mustang.
So Clark through again. Should be considerably smaller the gap this time. Cliff Brunning going across the line, 8 seconds. So she's only lost a second that last lap. The fast guys are too busy fighting amongst themselves at the back. She's coming onto the back straight. The other guy's just coming out of the hairpin. She's got a good chance of taking this race out. As we see Corey Ross now a little bit closer to Tuffley. He might have a look up the inside down the braking zone to Paring.
So fastest lap of the race that time for car 27, John Smolinski, a 1:12.924.
Yeah, still having that battle there with Gary Shaw, and of course they're coming up on some of the slower cars now. Here's a look up the inside. Paul Clark looks like he got through on Gary Shaw. So last lap board this time for Michelle.
An 8.5 second lead last time round. Still got plenty of space between her and the next 2 vehicles.
And here's Pierce Mingham trying to go around the outside of the big Holden Special. No way through. Cliff Brunning's holding centre of the track. And she's pretty wide hold in that one. So he just has to sit him behind there, but he's still leading that B class, the 4-cylinder class. As the bigger boys start to catch up with these slower Anglias, the Paul Whiting and John Mackley cars. John Smolinski all over the back of John Mackley. Gary Shaw there as well. We should see them go through easy enough onto the back straight, but they've been held up a little bit. Paul Clark starting to drop off from that battle now.
So Corey Ross has been unleashed. Now he's passed Wayne Tuffley. He's got his lap time down to a 1:11.9.
Going to run out of laps though.
He certainly is. So we're looking.
So the handicappers will be clapping their hands together. They've got it right out of the hairpin for the last time for Michelle Clark. Through the left-hand sweep as she comes. She's going to be pretty stoked with this one. Through the kink. And takes a race win for car number 100, Michelle Clark. Well driven. Second place is going to go to Pierce Mingham, first in the B class. And then it'll be first in the 6-cylinder class there as well for Cliff Brunning. And Pete Fitzgibbon, another second for him in class. John Smolenski, the first of the V8s to come through. And in the end, Tuffley had to let Corey Ross go. He could not stay with him. He held him for a few laps. So some good stuff there from the pre-65. The handicappers will be pretty happy with that one. And pretty sure Michelle Clark and her camp will be pretty happy with that as well. In the end, the win by, I think it was about 6 seconds. So well done. Up next though, it's the NZ6s, the Mazda 7s and 8s. An 8-lap race for them, reverse split start. So another good one to look forward to. So we just had a female win that race. We've got another one of this lineup as well for the Kumo Tyres Pro 7s Pro 8s. Liana Cromie, all the way from Waimate. Sponsored by White Horse Motors and Auto Gas Timaru. She'll be in car number 46 in the RX7.
We've got a couple of Waimos in the field here, Paul.
That's right, you've got the White Horse Motors team with the RX8s. Flynn Mitchell running in the car number 18. And then you've got car 147, which is Cameron Davies also there. So there's a few of them for Waimate. They're getting into their Mazdas down there. They love their rotors. Do plenty of burnouts around the place down there, no doubt. But keep your eye out for Liana Cromie, car 46, her first meeting here this weekend. So we're going to have a 8-lap reverse split grid. So that could end up anyhow, Brendan. Don't know how it looks on the screen there.
So for the Mazdas, we have car 71, Timo Johnson in grid position 1, grid position 2, 44 Mel Waters, grid position 3, 23 Greg Wilson, grid position 4, 18 Flynn Mitchell, grid position 5, 20 Andrew Brunton, grid position 6, 12 Ben McConaughey, 7 car 147 Cameron Davies, 8 car 14 Jared Parmenter, 9 is car 29 Jared Pike, 10 is car 17 Ben Tiplady,
So we obviously had a new lap record here broken yesterday. Justin Ashwell for the NZ6s, car number 11 there, broke a 10-year record for the NZ6s with a 1:13.717.
and that car is for sale, Justin Ashwell's Falcon, so you could be doing some of those hot laps around the track. And there's car 46 has just pulled out onto the circuit now. Liana Cromie from Waimate in the white Mazda RX-7.
Good to see the numbers back up for the Ryco 24/7 NZ6s. Been down in numbers, you know, up to 4 or 5 or 6 cars showing up at some meetings, but we've got a good field of them here today. Obviously the man to beat will be Justin Ashwell, car number 11. Car number 6, good to see him back out there again. Simon Wheeler had a bit of a come together with one of the banks up the top end of the track yesterday. Did a fair bit of damage to the side of the car, but obviously not too much in the way of mechanically. Number 12, Ben McConaughey, just pulling up to the 3rd row. The RX-8's just the class it's going to take off, and a few more of them being built too, from what I understand, Brendan.
Mum used to have one as a road car, and it was a very, very nice vehicle.
Jared Parmenter starting back there on the 4th row in car 14. See how he goes today.
Jared running 2 RX-8s today. He's in the number 20 Hadley and Brunton car when he's in the SS Cup field, which is now pulling into the 3rd row with Andrew Brunton behind the wheel, and in the RX 7 and 8 he's in the number 14 Harcourt's RX-8.
Yeah, which Chris Mackey was supposed to drive.
And I think the lap record is actually held by Jared. There we go, 109.192 for the RX-8 class.
So we've got them split with the RX-8s at the front, and then we've got the NZ6s and then the Pro 7s down the back. So 3 classes being run here in this race. So we'll keep an eye on it. They're waiting on the lights. Bit of a creeper off the front there, the 71. We'll see if he gets a time penalty there for that. Timon Johnson it was, and he's going to lead them down to Parenco for the first time, but we're 3 wide as we go into there. A wee bit of toing and froing going on, but eventually everybody gets through there. Then we've got the NZ6s funneling through as well. And she's like a bit of a traffic jam there on the exit of Parenco, but nonetheless they're all through and down onto the back straight for the first time. And it's the 71, the Timon Johnson. We'll have to see if he ends up with a penalty. And then we got the 22 car, I think it is, going through there as well. So she's busy times up through John Jones Steel. 44 it was, Mel Waters. And Jared Parmenter, I think, gained quite a few spots up there as someone goes wide out into that dust.
It was a great start from Flynn Mitchell, but he got up to the first corner and had to back out, tried to thread the needle between 2 other cars.
And look at that, Jared up to the lead straight away into the hairpin. Just dove straight up the inside. So he's gone from 6th to 1st straight away in the Harcourt's number 14 as they come down through the kink to reel off lap number 1. We should see Jared drive away with this one perhaps. We'll see how the rest of them go as car 23's tucked in behind Greg Wilson in the RX-7. Car number 12, McConaughey, has a dive up the inside and gets through him, through Parenco up to 2nd. Bit of a touch between the one of the White Horse Motors cars, Flynn Mitchell it was. He was having a look up the inside of Wilson as well. And still hasn't got the job done. Wilson hangs on to that 3rd place.
I see one of the New Zealand 6 cars have the bumper hanging off the back, so must have had a little nudge with someone going around the top part of the circuit. The mobile car, the 27 car of Steve Gordon.
It's Dave Morgan, though, that leads the NZ6s at the moment, car 69. We'll see how long he can stay up the front there. Dave, he's got a few hard charges coming up, and behind him, Justin Ashwell and Wayne Christie. And then we've got the Pro 7s at the back there. Not too sure who's in the front there. Looks like it's Sam Wallace. As the leader comes out of the hairpin through the left-handed sweeper. Nice corner, this one. Down through the kink and onto the front straight, pretty much into 4th gear and wind her out down to the 100-metre board. Parmenter goes through, then it's McConaughey, then it's back to Mitchell, who's managed to hang on from the 29 car of Jared Pike. Jared Pike had a good run here yesterday. Then it's back to Greg Wilson, Andrew Brunton. She's getting pretty tight coming through the kink there. Wee bit of dust being kicked up. And it's still Dave Morgan that hangs on for the NZ6s. He's got Ashwell all over the back of them. Then we've got Steve Gauntlet is with the bumper flapping away. Tucked in behind him. Oh, Morgan getting a wee bit out of shape as he gets the power on, and the big Falconers should let Ashwell get the run past as they get up side by side. And Ashwell should take the lead there for the NZ6s. Looking back at the Pro 7s, it's number 6, Simon Wheeler. What a comeback for him. He's leading the Pro 7s at the moment. As the Pro 8s come into the hairpin. Meatball flag out for car number 8, 812. Which will be that car, I would imagine. Steve Gordon.
The meatball flag's out for Mike McCarthy, car 812, the Holden Commodore from Dunedin.
So it's still Parmenter as they head down the back straight again from McConaughey. Then it's up to Tip Lady. Sorry, that's Pike in the 29 car, then Mitchell, then Tip Lady. Of course, that car of Tip Lady we see now is going to go through on Mitchell. It's very quick in a straight line. Car number 17. So a meatball flag out for car number 812, which is a mechanical flag. And we think he's got a flapping front bonnet. Which could be,
Tip Lady.
You can see it coming up now. In fact, it's not far away from popping up. And that's the last thing you want going down the back straight is for the bonnet to come up. Car number 812.
Ben Tip Lady fastest lap there, 109. He used his superior straight line speed and did cut through the field yesterday a wee bit.
Yeah, Parmenter around the outside of McConaughey too, coming down the front straight. That's a good passing move around the outside through that right-handed kink. Can get pretty dangerous out there in no man's land. And now we see Andrew Brunton going through on Greg Wilson in the 23 car. So that bumper's still hanging off Steve Gordon's car. Had a wee kick in the back there by the look of it. Car number 8 it is that's actually leading the Pro 7s. Isn't actually in the program.
Looks like 812 hasn't seen his meatball flag.
And Wallace it is here in car number 8. Here he goes just about side by side with one of the big NZ6s. He's certainly run away with it in the Pro 7s. And it's car number 6, Simon Wheeler, who's sitting second for them. And then we go back to car 24, James Askew. So Parmenter going through. He's got a pretty safe lead at the moment. A couple of seconds, 3.5 in fact. Back to Jared Pike in the 29 car, but here comes Tip Lady in car number 17. Into Castrol they go. And Tip Lady may have a go at him by the end of the back straight here. He's got a little bit more up the top end as they get the power down. And it shouldn't be too long before he catches on the back of Pike. And through he goes. Just like that, up to second place for Tip Lady. Justin Ashwell still leading the NZ6s. Good battles going through there for the NZ6s. You've got Morgan, then you've got Anthony. Christie's in there in the mix as well. Just about a coming together between a couple of them there. I think it's Cody Welsh up the inside of Wayne Christie.
So the car 812, Mike McCarthy's finally seen the mechanical flag and given the thumbs up as he goes over the start line.
2 laps to go for Jared Parmenter, car number 14. In actual fact, Pike's managed to get that P2 back, so must have had a moment somewhere there, Ben Tip Lady up the top end of the track. And both of them noticeably a little bit closer to Parmenter with 2 laps remaining. If we look back through the field, it's still Justin Ashwell New race lap record holder here for the NZ6s. Get just
someone
going
out
through now.
in the dirt up the top there.
Oh yeah, we got one of the NZ6s off. It might be a 812 man, is it? This gaggle of NZ6s down through here. Still Dave Organ doing a good job holding off Anthony. Here comes Alvin Frew, has a dive up the inside of Anthony and goes up another spot. A lot of dust up that top end. So here comes the race leader. He'll get the last lap board this time for Jared Parmenter. I wonder if Ben Tiplady's had a problem. He's dropped back a little bit, still hanging on to third place. But Jared Pike getting all out of shape through Power & Co. Into a nice slide, manages to hang on to it. Well, he's going to run out of time to try and catch Parmenter, but he's also dropped Tiplady. McConaughey sitting in that fourth place. And we've got the Ryco Filters car into the pit lane there, putting a clip back in. And he should go back out there and circulate to get the points. So that bumper's still hanging off the back of that big Holden Commodore. Morgan still managing to hang on in this battle, coming down the kink onto the front straight. Alvin Frew not close enough to force any sort of move. He might have a wee look up the inside, but he's not going to get it from there. Morgan's still hanging on under all sorts of pressure. As the race leader comes down through, is going to take another race win, Jared Parmenter. In the number 14 Harcourt's RX8. Jared Pike will take second. And we've got Tiplady coming in, so he's not even going to finish the race. Third place is going to go to McConaughey in the number 12 car. And then Flynn Mitchell in the end finishing fourth. Andrew Brunton fifth. Liana just going through. Car number 46 from Waimati. And she'll finish a lap down from the leaders. And the NZ6 leader comes through, Justin Ashwell. We'll go back to Steve Gordon, who'll finish second for them. And then we've got that 812 car who's effectively a lap down, but he'll come through and gather some points. And this is the battle for third. Dave Morgan's going to take it out in the end. And actually, in fact, Frew's lost a position on that last lap to Lawrence Anthony. Then it's Christie, then Tony Herbert. Good to see Tony Herbert up there having a few battles in the number 24 car. Normally he's at the rear of the field sort of running on his own. But he would have had a heap of fun in that race, just finishing in front of Craig Patton in that 911 car. So good stuff there from those three classes. Fastest lap of the race that time, Ben Tiplady, a 108.107.
Now up next on the program, we've got the South Island Formula 1600.
Yeah, a bumper field of these cars. Great to see the numbers back up again like they should be, up mid-20s. Yesterday it was a total domination from car number 98, James Penrose, who once again continues on that great form of winning every race in the championship so far. I think it's about 14 from 14 or something like that.
He did not quite make the best start yesterday, so he wasn't in the lead for about half a lap, Paul. And then he put matters right and finished the rest of the race well ahead of the field. So he took a full 77 points from that race win yesterday, which puts him further ahead in the championship. He's now on 985 points with Jack Noble-Adams on 730 in second place.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been such a dominant performance by anybody in any series in New Zealand over the years. If you look back, there might have been the odd one that's won sort of 12 out of 14 or something, but Not like from what we've seen so far from James Penrose. Another couple to look out for there, and car number 92, Shane Drake. Great to see Drakey back in the series. Obviously ran many years ago in the Formula Ford and then went on to Trans Am and other sorts of stuff. And he'll be in car number 92. It's a Van Diemen ARF 92 that was owned by the McLaren race team over there in England and ran in the Marlborough colours. So that's the colours it's wearing today. He's done an excellent job of rebuilding that car back to the way it was.
1995 New Zealand Formula Ford champion.
That's right, and it was driven by Russell Ingall out here originally in I think the 93 series. So it's got a bit of history with it as well. First car out though, the 98 of James Penrose. He is the one to watch. Tucked in behind him, Jack Noble-Adams, who tried to stick with him, but in the end couldn't have the pace of Penrose, but finished a good second. But another one that stands out for me is car number 55, and that's Brianna Morris, all the way from Auckland. She's out of karts, and it's straight into Formula Ford's first time here at Levels, and she had a 6th or 7th, I think it was, yesterday. So she's had a pretty good run down here in the South Island. A few older cars in there as well, Robert Toshak and the 89 Swift. Then you got the likes of Mark Doran running the old Ray Formula Ford in car number 85. Great to have Mark back in the series. He's done a lot of driving over the years, a lot of driver coaching, and did a couple of seasons in TRS as well. Daniel Brown, car 87, out of 2K Cup and into Formula Ford, decides that this is the sort of path he wants to head in, and has leased a car for the series and had a good strong run yesterday as well, just inside the top 10. So another car to look out for will be car 21, Zach Christensen, and the brand new Ray GR20. Came into the country with another car that's also here today as well, run by 34 Steve Donaldson. Both sister cars and brand new. Yeah, Steve had spent a wee bit of time in a gravel trap yesterday during qualifying. Bo Hill, car 24, another one to look out for. He's in one of the older chassis, the RF 92.
From your favourite camping spot up there at Mapua there, Paul?
That's right, Brendan. Yeah, thanks for recommending me that. Mapua Beach. Apparently it's the place to go, but Brendan spends a lot of time up there in his spare time. Oh, on the front row, Jack Noble-Adams. He's starting on that preferred side there. Obviously, P2 is the racing line. So you get the better grip out there on that line, the P1 side that James Penrose is starting off. Be a little bit more mess on that side of the track, and traditionally a lot harder to get away from the odd number side of the track. So we had a car having a couple of issues there at the back, but he's underway again. We had a loose belt or something. So looking forward to the South Island Formula Ford. 8-lap race, waiting on the lights. And we're away. A good start from everybody, especially James Penrose on that P1 position. He should get the whole shot as they head up into Parenco, and he does. Noble-Adams pulls in behind. Shane Drake sits in that third place from Christensen. And that's your top 5 as they head up and through to Castrol. Everyone safely through Parenco. No wheels touching as yet. And onto the back straight they go. It's going to be Penrose. Let's see if someone can challenge him. Noble-Adams tucked in the back trying to get a draft as they head down there. Then it's a couple of car lengths back to Shane Drake. Noble-Adams trying to have a wee look around the outside. Trying to get the job done early, but there's no way through. Penrose hangs on as they head up towards the McKissick curve. She's line astern for those top 5 or 6 cars there. Jacob Douglas in the number 20 car as well on the back of that pack. Then we go back to Bree Morris in the 55 car. Keep your eye on her. Back into the hairpin for the first time. James Penrose, Jack Noble-Adams, all the way from Rangiora.
Drake's lost a position.
Drake's lost a position out to Christensen. And someone's off there at the top as well. Pulled to the infield, one of the red cars. As Penrose comes down to lead across the line for the first lap. Noble-Adams is pretty close, but not close enough to do anything just yet. He needs to set him up. Christensen still in third from Drake. Then we go back to Jacob Douglas it is. Bree Harris has gone up a spot to 7th. So it was one of the front runners there that's dropped out, whoever it was, in the red car. Here they coming through now. Ethan Anderson it was, car number 70. So he was right up there. He's dropped all the way back now. A few passing moves going on down the back there. We see Mark Doran having a wee look at the local lad. Gets the wheel out in the dirt. No way through though. Thomas Flynn it is from Timaru in car number 83. Some great stuff there. So Shane Drake's got a wee bit of work to do to try and get that spot back from Christensen as they come back into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Still James Penrose in car number 98. The Van Diemen Stealth. Also from Rangiora, James Penrose. Here he comes down through the kink. These two pretty good mates. Not close enough to force a move at the moment though. Neither is Drake. He's a couple of 3 car lengths back off Christensen. Then a bit of a gap back to car number 20 there of Jacob Douglas. Everyone sort of line astern at the moment. Car number 17 just going through. That's Dylan Petch, grandson of Mark Petch. It's his 3rd ever race here today. He's never done any karting or anything. And he's just learning the craft of these little single-seater Formula Fords. And pretty much this is a learning year for him. Taking up lots of information from Nigel Barclay this weekend, and also Tim Edgell looking after young Dylan. So Ethan Anderson into the pits now, so obviously got a bit of an issue there with the Stealth. That's no good for Ethan. He was a top 3 or 4 runner yesterday as the leaders come back down through the kink. He's just opened up a car length or 2 back from Noble Adams, who was a wee bit closer last time past. And through Power & Co. Nice and easy, still Christensen. Bree Harris is getting a wee bit racy on the back of Jacob Douglas now. And through Castrol, she's in the 55 car. She'll try and get a good toe down the back straight. Only a couple of car lengths behind now she is. Doesn't look like she's going to have a wee look up the left hand, then she went right hand, which is the way you want to go, but she's just not deep enough. And he manages to hang on to that one, Jacob Douglas. Daniel Brown running there in 9th. Thomas Flynn 11th. Got a couple of stragglers towards the back of the field there. Car 42, which is Keith Miller from Wellington. And car number 39, which is Gary Love. Leaders through once again. The gap's about the same. Not a hell of a lot that Noble Adams can do about it. He needs to wait for a mistake from James Penrose. But James Penrose hasn't made a mistake all season. So he could be waiting a wee while there, Jack Noble Adams. So in a comfy 3rd though, Zach Christensen in that brand new chassis. Looking pretty sharp. He's managed to drop Shane Drake off. And Drake in a comfortable 4th at the moment. Bree Harris, so once again, all over the back of trying to go around the outside this time of Jacob Douglas. A wee bit closer this time, but just not deep enough. Definitely trying though. Pretty difficult part of the track up through there as well. Kim Crocker now up into the top 10. Kim's been around for a number of years. He's running TRS also. Good to see him inside that top 10 as the leaders come down through the kink again. The gap a little bit bigger this time for James Penrose. Just halfway through, 5 laps to go. Here Bree having a look down the inside on Douglas. She's got the job done. Through she goes. She's been hassling him for the last couple of laps and lined him up at the end of the front straight and goes through under braking into Power & Co. And now she's got to do the defending, or is she going to do the running? Have to wait and see whether she is going, if she's been held up or not. Douglas though, he looks like he's ready to pounce back as they head down towards John Jones Steele. He pulls out, tries to have a look around the outside. Nowhere near close enough. He'll try and get that quicker line going on the run up towards McKissick Curve. So good passing move from her as the leader's back in the hip, and Noble Adams looks noticeably closer this time. Round through the left-hander. Won't be far away from putting a lap on Gary Love either. Down through the kink. Yeah, just a couple of tenths between them. It's still fastest lap of the race at the moment, Jack Noble Adams, a 1:05.8. So still half a second off the lap record. And Bree, though, all under pressure. She gets a wee bit out of shape halfway through Par & Co. She lost a wee bit of momentum. Douglas had a wee think about having a look up the inside through Castrol, but there was no way through. And got Alex Crombie tucked in the back as well. He's sniffing around for a wee bit of action. Then it's Beau Hill. But here comes Douglas, having to go back at Morris. There's a head up towards John Jones. She's holding a good line in the middle of the track. There's no way through for him. He's all about putting pressure on and waiting for that mistake. Still got a few laps left. As we see now, Dylan Petch pulling out, having a wee look at Mark Doran. He might go through up the inside there perhaps, and Doran will lead him through. Bit of dust being kicked up the top again, and that, as you were saying, Brendan, coming through some of those slower cars has helped out James Penrose. He's just managed to gap it a wee bit more back to Noble Adams. He's got that Formula Ford sliding through Par & Co. Christensen still hanging on to that third. And now Shane Drake's dropped down to fifth. Oh, there's a back marker in there. So he's still sitting third, Shane Drake. That's fourth. That's Gary Love that's getting in the way there. So Bree Harris, she's up to fifth now. She's got a bit of lap traffic in front of her, which is holding her up a wee bit. Still James Penrose headed out to 7/10 of a second last time through. Just opening up a nice wee buffer with a couple of laps to go. All that traffic coming up in the former car number 42, which is Keith Miller. Could also be a chance for Jack Noble Adams to catch up to him, but Penrose will get through nice and easy on the entry to Castrol. So good work from Miller there, let them through.
Bree Morris, she must have had a moment. She's down to 7th with Jacob Douglas and Alex Crosby getting past her.
Yeah, obviously missed that. The battle's still going on though with Douglas and Crosby. Crosby all over the back of him, actually goes through up the inside. Or trying to go around the outside, I should say. And no way through for him. So yeah, she's gone down a couple of spots. So obviously missed a gear or did something there. As the leaders come back into the hairpin. Should be the last lap board this time for James Penrose. 1.2 seconds the gap, first to second last time. The last lap board is out. Not a lot that Noble Adams can do about it. Christensen still coming through there in third, nice and easy. Drake in fourth. And we've got to go back to this battle here going on. Car number 63, Alex Crosby and Jacob Douglas. They're all getting all out of shape there. Was Crosby. It's allowed Bree Morris to get back up the inside, so she's gone up another spot. It's just been a wee bit too racy there, the 63 of Crosby. Went a wee bit wide through Par & Co, and now we've got Beau Hill having a look at Crosby as well as they head down towards the braking zone. John Jones Steele there has a dive up the inside. I don't think he's going to make it through there though. Crosby had that faster outside line. The leaders into the hairpin for the last time for this race. Another dominant performance from James Penrose for the South Island Formula Ford. Here he comes down through the kink to reel off yet another race win. Noble Adams will sit for another second. Then it's Christensen third. Shane Drake, another fourth place for him. He's had a pretty solid weekend in the 92 car. And then we come through there, Jacob Douglas in the end from Bree Morris, who finishes 6th. It's a good wee battle going on there back in that group. Alex Crosby and Bo Hill. Mark Doran just coming through in one of the older cars as well, the 85. He's down in 12th place. Dylan Petch 16th. Big lap time for him of a 109. .107 I should say. Fastest lap of the race, a 105.8 from Jack Noble Adams. It's about a half a second off the lap record. 105.24, Richie Stanaway holds the lap record. So some great stuff there from the South Island Formula 1600. And it's a real credit to Derek Wilson and all his team out the back for keeping these guys, hassling these guys to get all these cars out of the shed, all these classics that you see there. They've opened up a classic section for them in the Formula 1600 series. So try and get a lot of these older cars out of the shed.
There's some V8s warming up in the grid there beside you, Paul. Looking forward to the Lucas Oils Cobra Batteries Oscar Field.
Everyone loves Oscars, Brendan.
Can't beat a V8.
Been another class that's been around for a number of years. Back in the heydays with all the hand grenade V8s, the Capris and the likes of.
Reverse grid split start for this one, 8 laps. We had some fantastic racing yesterday in the Oscars. Great to watch.
The batteries for supporting the Oscars series this year. No doubt there's plenty of their product being used amongst all the Oscar lads.
Ladies.
Correct.
Danielle Hurst, car 41, the Mazda RX-7. She's the secretary for the Oscar class. And as we were mentioning yesterday, car 43, Evan Munt in the Toyota Starlet, or 43, a famous number over the years. It's Evan's dad.
That's right, the big Ford Capri. Really was one of the stalwarts of the Oscar class all those years ago. And you'll see Evan just coming out onto the track now in the wee orange and black Starlet. Danielle's just coming out in the RX-7. Sounds a wee bit crook. Car number 91, Andrew Gibson from Timaru. Gibby electing to run in the Oscar series. And one of your favourite cars, Brendan, that beautiful Chevy Corvette of Bruce Davidson, car number 35.
Yeah, the Davidson supported car from Alexandra. It's a very smart machine. Number 25, Neville Stoll there, local boy, lives just down the end of the road. Went very well yesterday. And then we've got yesterday's race winner, Steve Ross, in the Jaguar, just coming out onto the track.
Yeah, and great to see car 86 out there. And that's the car of Chris Henderson, the last car out, the blue EA 86. This is his new car. He had it here for the first time for the endurance racing back in October. Pretty much morphed a lot of the bits out of the car that he had a huge accident down at Tiratonga in, had a barrel roll about 5 or 6 times, completely stuffed it, and has rebodied everything, or put everything into this new shell, the 86, and it looks absolutely magic.
You tick all those option boxes at South Canterbury Toyota and get a 86 off the lot like that? I'd own one of them.
Sounds pretty cool. I think it's running the LS3. I stand to be corrected, but the LS3 V8 in it. Same engine that was in the old car.
The body kit just looks amazing, as does the body kit on the 222 car of Paul Brooks. Was going quite fast yesterday, but then partway through the race sort of backed off a bit, and then obviously sorted out whatever was wrong and built up speed again. But that Nissan Silvia, also a very smart looking car.
Interesting to see Ben Tiplady back out there in car 17 too. He just had those problems in the race previous with the Pro 7s and 8s, but he obviously fixed the problem. He's back out there as well. Away goes the Jackson's Transport Ute. Sounds a bit more like a tractor. It takes off. So off the front row there, Danielle Hurst, car number 41. Beside her, Evan Munt, car number 43. Then we go back to the second row, Tony Carstairs in the Altezza. Then the 415 of Martin Irvine in the BMW. So she's going to be the old split start job again. You've got Andrew Gibson there in car number 91 off the third row. Then a bit of a gap back to the next group of cars. Jared Hansen in the 87, Ben Tiplady. And then the 94 car. So waiting on the start for this first lot. Away they go. Gibbo's going to go with them as well. And Tony Carsty is trying to go through the middle there, all between Evan Munt and Danielle Hurst. Evan Munt's going to lead them through though, out the other side of Power & Co. Next three guys are away. Car number 94 there, who is Gareth Evans. Good start off the line from Neville Stoll, as you'd expect. In the wee Skyline, problems for the 222 off the line.
Might have given him the kibosh.
She might be a broken axle or something going on in there.
Paul Brooks just trundling along. Hopefully he can get the car clear.
So we
No, it's not running. He's trying to crash start it.
So maybe he stalled it. As they all head down the back straight, it's all going to come to nothing shortly. Steve Ross looking very racy on the back of Chris Henderson.
Oh, it's away, luckily.
So we've got the 222 underway again as the leaders come into the hairpin. Tony Carstairs in the Altezza. Be a proud moment for you, Brendan, seeing one of those out in front. Take a picture. Tucked in second place there, it's Andrew Gibson. And the wee Honda should go around the outside here easy enough, Gibbo. The car weighs about half the weight of the Altezza. And in fact, it could be a good race for him to win, but you've got the likes of Ben Tiplady in car number 17, absolutely on fire on his way through as well. So it's going to be Andrew Gibson for Timaru, leads him through Castrol for the second lap. But just look at Chris Henderson in that Midway Motors Toyota 86. Beautiful looking car, the big wing on the back of it. And we'll see how he lines up against Neville Stoll going down the back straight. This will be a good wee match. I'd think that Chris Henderson would have a little bit more at the end of the back straight. Yeah, but no, Neville Stoll seems to be holding his own down through there. In fact, yeah, making it hard work for Chris Henderson there. 222 just going through Paul Brooks. He's managed to get it underway. So Andrew Gibson, how long can he sit out the front there for? Hopefully he doesn't spin out or hit another bank or anything. And he leads them into the hairpin for the second time. Irvine there in the BMW. He's got a couple of cars tucked in behind him already that want to get through. He's holding them up a bit. And around the outside they go. Car number 64, I think it is. 94. The big Nissan. Gareth Evans it is. Then Tiplady. These two will have a good wee battle. And in the end, maybe problems for Stowell. Problems for Stowell, but Henderson's managed to get through, so has Steve Ross. And he's slowed up a bit. Gary Duncan's going to get through on him shortly as well. But here we go, Chris Henderson winding the big Toyota 86 up down the back straight. He goes through on Irvine. Here comes Steve Ross. Stowell looks like he's back up to speed again. So we'll keep an eye on him next time down through Power & Co. Just seemed to have slowed down quite slowly. There he goes again, mid-corner.
We've just had a change for the lead too before they went into John Jones Steel. Gareth Evans getting past Andrew Gibson.
It'll be a good battle between Evans and Tiplady. As they Oh, as we see, Gibbo's sitting up high, giving Henderson enough room. And Tip Lady didn't really know what was going on, sort of held them up a wee bit. Here goes Henderson trying to go around the outside of Tip Lady down the front straight. He's got the job done, up to second already. Shouldn't be far away before we see him hassling Gareth Evans in the 94 car. Steve Ross managed to get through on Jared Hansen and Gibbo as well. This could be a good battle if Steve Ross can have a clear couple of laps, if he can catch up with Chris Henderson. And there we go, gives him a bit of a wave on the way through there, Chris Henderson. Steve Ross goes through as well, up to third.
Fastest lap of the race there for Chris Henderson, a 1:04.702.
Danielle Hurst just trundling along there, trying to catch up with Evan Munt. That'll be a wee battle for them. And of course the 222 car, he's got a fair bit of work to do, Paul Brooks. He would have been right up the front there too if he didn't have those issues. So leaders out of the hairpin. Chris Henderson through the kink onto the front straight. I bet that's a few people's favourite car here this weekend as he goes through. Ross goes through up to second. Goes through on Evans. Tip Lady chasing hard. So it's pretty strung out that first lot. And then she's pretty busy from here on back. Chris Brown under all sorts of pressure from Gary Duncan. Then you got Bruce Davidson, Jared Hansen in there. This will be a good wee battle between these four. With the 4 laps to go.
The 2 fast cars out in the front of the field at the moment. Chris Henderson, another fastest lap, a 1:02.887.
Gary Duncan just having a dive up the inside of Chris Brown into John Jones Steele, and he goes through. Good passing move there from Duncan, although Brown's all over the back of them as they disappear up round into the McKissick curve. Leader out of the hairpin, Chris Henderson. The Midway Motors Toyota 86. Through the kink to reel off another one. Should be 3 laps to go this time. 4 and the time's down, a 1:02.8 for him. I don't know what the lap record is, but pretty quick sort of lap there, a 1:02. Stoll going through now on Tip Lady. Up another spot for him, that's up to 4th for Neville. Gary Duncan still got Chris Brown all over the back of him. Bruce Davidson's in with a bit of a sniff there as well.
The lap record, Paul's a 1:01.95 by Bernie Gillen.
Still just about a second away for Chris Henderson. Davison now going through on Chris Brown in the big Corvette. Goes up another one. Gibbo now with a bit of a lonely race for him with a couple to go. He's currently sitting down there on 10th spot. And race leader once again, a nice tidy race so far. Couple of laps to go. Another fastest lap for him. 1:02.6. Still got to find 7/10 of a second though if he is looking at the record. 1:04 for Steve Ross. Stoll going through now up to third. It seems to be pretty slow through Parenco there, Neville Stoll on that, but he has a lot of mumbo down the back straight. Gareth Evans still tucked in behind him. Then it's Tip Lady. Gary Duncan now, he's going to have Bruce Davison all over the back of him very shortly. Chris Brown still hanging on. And I wonder if Tip Lady's got a problem once again because through go Gary Duncan and Bruce Davidson. And Chris Brown trying to have a wee look up the inside there as well. Race leader though out of the hairpin. Should just about get the last lap board this time through. Maybe one more. Last lap board this time for Chris Henderson. Doing it relatively easy, a 1:04 that time for him. Steve Ross just goes through on a 1:03. But is going to run out of real estate, Steve Ross is. Big gap back to third place car, Neville Stoll in the Skyline. He's coming through now. Gareth Morgan hanging on to the 4th. So battle still raging here between Gary Duncan and Bruce Davison. Davison just getting a wee bit out of shape there on entry to Parenco. A wee bit loose in the front. Jared Hansen doing a good job there in the wee 1600 too. He's all out in his own. And what could have been for Paul Brooks and car 222, if he had got off the line cleanly enough, he would have been right up there in the top 2 or 3. And certainly not P1, I wouldn't have thought, with the man in fine form at the moment. Chris Henderson round through the left-hand kink. He's going to put a lap on Evan Munters. He'll even getting a wee bit out of shape through the kink there. Kicks the wheel up in the air in the wee starlet. And the winner comes through. Steve Ross comes through to take second place in the big Jaguar. And it's a long way back to the third place man. Neville Stowell still hanging on to it. Gareth Evans tucked in behind him. Down across the stripe they come, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Gary Duncan will have a lunge right on the line, but no way through. He's going to outbreak himself and go out on the grass there, but didn't get that spot there. So Stowell finishes 3rd from Duncan. And then it'll be Evans, Davidson, and Chris Brown. Good stuff there from the Oscars. And in the end, Paul Brooks just gets Gibbo on the line, so a couple more points for him. So once again, a good job from the handicappers to put that together. They'll have another race or 2 after lunch this afternoon, the Oscar cars. Up next though, it's the Mainland Muscle Cars, an 8-lap race for them. And I think the grid is set from their fastest time so far for the weekend. And I'd like to welcome back up for comments Johnny Hepburn. Welcome back, Johnny.
Yeah, good morning on this glorious day. So Mobile 1 muscle cars are about to entertain you. It's just a scratch race, as you said today. Well, the first one up is, and you have to wait until this afternoon when all the fun starts with the handicapping for those boys. And if it's anything like yesterday's race, it will be awesome.
Certainly will be, the Mainland Muscle Cars. And tell us why you're not out there yourself. We would have normally see you out there racing, Johnny, but the old ankle no good.
No, I had an ankle fusion done on the 1st of October, which is sort of 10 screws and 2 plates to sort my ankle out from accidents from years ago.
Have you got much bone left in that left-hand leg? Or?
Not a lot. All the left-hand side has had a bit of a hiding over the years. I don't know why. It's must be the side that I crashed on the most, I guess. But yeah, the pain just got so bad, and on the 1st of October, Mark Satanovic cut me open and threw some screws and plates in there, and the pain's gone away. It's just learning to walk again and getting it strong enough to push in the clutch is the thing. So,
most important thing in life, Johnny, is being able to push the clutch in.
Exactly. So here's hoping we might be here in a couple of weeks' time, but I'm not holding my breath. And it probably won't do me any harm to sit out a season anyway, to be honest.
No,
let someone else have a turn.
You're probably enjoying the motorsport a little bit more.
Yeah, possibly I'll be hungry to come back, yeah, but I don't know about this organising stuff and running around doing all the stuff for Mainland Muscle, and it's hard work, and where we are in the pits, so we've got half the crew down this end, half the crew up the other end, so yeah, I'll be fit by the end of the weekend, that's for sure.
Don't you appreciate those people that work behind the scenes to keep the wheels of motorsport running, Johnny?
Absolutely, and I always have, and I've always been part of committees and stuff like that and help, and that's the thing. And without volunteers, our sports don't exist, and a lot of people forget that. And volunteers are the most important things. You know, like from you guys up here to the flag marshals to all the coordinators of all the classes down there. You know, and without them, there is nothing that can happen. Then you've got your ambulance people and all the other bits and bobs. There's hundreds, or if not thousands, of people to make it happen. Gate people, you know, that make the club run, and you know, and then the club officials that do the committee to make all this happen. So yeah, the list goes on. It's endless.
You're right, Johnny. This is my 20th season here myself, but there's a lot of these flag marshals been here way longer than what I have. So you just look out there on the flag marshal, Gav out there, another rather romantic out there, weekend out there with his wife Jo. Hello down there, Joe. How's it going? Nice romantic weekend. Yeah, Gavy's going to look after you tonight, Joe. Yeah, old Gav. Yeah.
And for me, I like to come through from motorcycle racing to truck racing and car racing and everything in between, endurance races. Some of these people have seen my whole career. They know more about me than I do, you know, which is really cool. And that's how long they are dedicated to the sport. As Mike Baldwin nearly loses it turning into the grid. Yeah, warm up your tyres, boys. So yeah, let's get set. Doesn't it sound cool though, eh? Proper V8.
Can't beat the V8, Johnny. Doesn't matter what form it's in.
Perhaps they might make an EV with a V8, you know, running the generator or something. That'd be cool, eh?
It should be a pretty good generator, wouldn't it?
Yep.
No, the sound of V8s out they come. Car number 4, yesterday's race winner, or handicap race winner, Bruce Tinley. So he had a good run yesterday. Car number 77, Dwayne Engley. That's a lot of people's favourite there. The big Dodge Challenger there.
Interesting thing there is both him and Mike Small are now 1 point difference in the overall for the championship. So here's Mike Small, who said for years points don't mean anything. And yesterday he drove the hardest and the fastest because he's up the pointy end in that field. So it's actually really cool to see some new blood with some of the faster guys not being here, and it's sort of livened things up a bit, and they've all got a good chance of winning it. But Mike's certainly got the bit between his teeth this weekend, and it's good to see him driving that we know he's capable of. And the car might get scratched, but it's going to be worth it.
So just while we're waiting for the Mobil 1 Mainland muscle cars to come around and form up on the grid, just a public service announcement for the SS Cup field. SS Cup, there is a meeting at the bus at 11:30. So if you're on the bank watching and you're an SS Cup competitor or supporter, there's an SS Cup meeting at the bus at 11:30. Lots of buses around. Hopefully you know right which bus to go to. Now back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Brendan. I was just about to say, good to see Greg Cuttins back out there again in the big Falcon.
Yeah, definitely. They borrowed an axle yesterday afternoon, didn't quite get it in time for that race. So they got the axle in last night, cleaned the muck out of the bottom of the diff, and that it broke pretty clean, so they're quite lucky. Greg's not a mechanic, he's a stock agent, so he had to find some people to do that for him, which I don't know who they were, but thank you to them. And anyway, he found a welder somewhere because there was an exhaust broken as well, and so yeah, a bit of maintenance has been done on his car for this weekend, but it's very good of him to come down from up north to just for this one-off meeting, yeah, even though it is a true blue Falcon.
With a Chevy axle and a Johnny, isn't it?
We all do, I think, run 9-inch Ford diffs.
Yeah, a few years ago, my friend's father was up at the Wellington Street race, looking at the Group A racing, and was under Peter Brock's car and noticed it was a 9-inch Ford, and he sort of gave Peter Brock a look, and Peter Brock looks back at him and just says, yeah, it's not something we brag about.
On the front row there, car number 135, which is Brendan Mason in that beautiful Chev Camaro, the ex-Grant Dalton car. He's run in Central Muscle Cars for a while. Beside him, Rob Lewis, who had a bit of a mixed day here yesterday. Now, these two had a good battle all through yesterday, so keep an eye on that. Second row, Dwayne Engley in that beautiful Dodge there, number 77, and Mike Small beside him.
With Dwayne's car too, if you've got kids in that, take them down the pits and find Dwayne, because he's more than happy to sit them in the car and that. It was like a constant flow yesterday, so he really wants that to happen. So yeah, and come and look at the big monster.
Waiting on the start now, we're off. Bit of a slow start from Engley, a good start from Mike Small though, as they head down towards the Parenco East. It's the first time it's going to be Rob Lewis that leads them through in car number 70, and as you would off that P2 side, but it's pretty busy there. One of the Falcon taken to the grass. The 351 of Michael Bushell, we had nowhere to go. She was a traffic jam down at Parenco, but down the back straight we go for the first time as the big V8s wind their way down the back straight. Here comes Mason, having a look up the inside of Lewis as they head down towards John Jones Steel, and he's got the job done straight away.
Yeah, a little bit of smoke out of the back of Bruce Tinley's HT Monaro there, whether it's a diff seal or something else, who knows, it might clear. Dwayne Engley got the big push wide from Mike Small there, so the bit's definitely between the teeth in that.
Yeah, good start from Mike. He definitely got a jump on Dwayne, but Dwayne's thing will be a wee bit harder to get off the line than the Mustang, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely, and if Mike gets enough of a lead in this lap, he won't get him back either, because he's got to be pretty close to him to pass him up the chute.
Down through the kink the first time, Brendan Mason. And the big Camaro kicks up a wee bit of dust. Here comes Rob Lewis, looking pretty racy as well. Mike Small's got a bit of work to do to catch up to the back of these two guys. And Grant Sisson sitting there in that 5th place as well. Then it's back to Donaldson, who had a mixed day yesterday as well. We come back in on the end of a string. Michael Eden has a wee dive up the inside there of Donaldson and is going to make that stick through Castrol. So that was a good passing move from him.
Unfortunately, Bruce Tinley's HT Monaro's obviously got a bit more of an issue because he's just rattled into the pits. So, and Cuddy's coming in as well, so obviously it's got a problem that they didn't get fixed which is a bit of a shame. 2 cars out already, lap 1.
So Rod Heyman there having a look up the inside of one of those other cars here. Greg Donaldson it was, going wide out into the grass. So Heyman goes up another spot. He had a bit of a mixed race yesterday as well, Johnny, and a couple of DNFs for Rod. So
just be a bit careful. His coach is standing right behind you here in the commentary boxes. Observe, you might get a clip round the ear. But yeah, he certainly did. But they put some new bags on it this morning, and it's made a big difference.
Yeah, he said he was struggling with old tyres yesterday.
So yeah, breakout time. Brendan Mason is going to end up with a penalty of 105.2. So he's blown out. So, and I know what that's like because I happened to do it last year. So if Rob Lewis has got a radio, I'd just sit where you are, mate, because you end up winning the race. But there, that's a sharp time from Mason, which is good to see. I told him last night at a barbecue that he needed to pull his finger out and bang some lap times in. So yeah,
obviously worked. Yeah, so Rod Heyman, a new set of tyres on this race, so we should see some tidier things from him. He's a bit of a trier, Rod, isn't he? Like, he could have given up a few times there with that car, but looks like he's got it up to speed now, and the way he wants it.
If he was any more laid back, he'd be horizontal, really.
Yeah, I'll go down and do firewood on this place here. It's pretty horizontal, all right. So round through the left-hand sweeper. Brendan Mason's running away with it at the moment. 4.5 seconds of lead he had last time through. Let's see what time he does this time.
He's blown out again. That's 2 laps in a row. 105.3. Good boy.
So what is the breakout time for
105.5 around here at level. So yeah.
So you've not always had that breakout time, Johnny, because I see the lap record for you guys is a 103.
Yeah, that was way back many years ago. This is the lap timing rules come in about 4 seasons ago, I think. I think that lap time's from Bones Collins, is it? Yeah, which can never be beaten because it's a totally different rules and class, to be honest.
It says Craig Gilbert, Chev Camaro, 103.593.
Yeah, I don't know. That's possibly wrong because if it was back then and we had the breakout, which we may not have, I don't know. I don't remember, but we have now, and it's 105.5 for Timaru, and you can't break that time, and if you do, you'll get penalised grid positions and also points. So yeah, he's pretty much out as much as he's winning the race, and it's good to see. And he's not doing the whole series, so I don't think he'll be too worried about it.
Brendan Mason keeping it pretty tidy. Let's see what time he does this time. And 105.2.
It's 3 in a row.
3 in a row for him. Here comes Rob Lewis. Pretty lonely out there in second at the moment for him. And for the next 2 as well. Mike Small, not under too much pressure from Dwayne Ingley in the big Dodge.
It also livens it up for the overall points for the weekend because that pretty much puts Mason out of it now. And yeah, that'll change things for a lot of other people. So look out in the reverse grid later on.
Rod Heyman now getting pretty close to Michael Eden. That's probably the only real battle going on at the moment. Keep an eye on them as they go through Castrol.
Dwayne's having a good look at Mike Small, just not quite brave enough. Mike holds his ground, keeps it out there, but he's got a bit closer this time. So if Dwayne keeps with him, then next lap round it may change. But Dwayne's big car goes off is a problem.
Rod Heyman side by side with Michael Eden down through John Jones Steel there. Looks like he's got the job done. Let's see if he can hang on to it. Michael Eden tries the crossover and has his nose just up the inside as they disappear out of view. But I think Heyman will end up hanging on to that as Mason comes through to
He's finally done a legal lap.
One. Big gap now back to Rob Lewis.
And we've got the 177 car of Ross Wild just lapping very slowly there.
He was having fuel pressure problems there yesterday, so possibly they didn't get on top of that. They thought they had, but maybe not. So got Rod comes through now. He did keep that position.
Yeah, he goes up to 6th.
With a 109.2, that's a pretty good lap time for Rod, I would imagine too.
Yeah, be a solid race just to get a good finish under the belt for him.
Tony Denson coming in as well. There's a few cars dropping off this morning. This heat might be having a bit of a hard time on him.
Yeah, Tony Denson in the 216. So he goes
and a second red one about to because it's not going that quick down there either. So
comes through to put a lap on the 177 car of Ross Wild. As Johnny said, could be having fuel pressure issues in that car. And Rob Lewis a long way back now. He's just taking it easy, 12 seconds off the pace. And Mike Small still a comfy third. Pretty line astern for the top 5 guys. Grant Sisson going through. And Heyman just maintaining that nice safe gap back to Michael Eden there. The big Falcon tucked in behind him. Looking a lot smoother through Power & Co. Dwayne Ingley once again having a look at Mike Small at the end of the back straight, but he's twice as much anchors to pull the thing up as what the Mustang probably does. Car 05 going through, Pete Templeton, one of the VK Commodores. Done up in the Marlborough colours, looks pretty cool. Last lap board out though for Brendan Mason as he comes through. 12 seconds the gap he had back to Rob Lewis last time. Looks considering. Oh, we've got Ingley now. Oh no, he's going around one of the lap cars. I thought that might have been Small, but Small's actually way up further ahead than what he was previous.
Yeah, Mike got through the lap traffic. There's a lot of experience here with Mike Small. You've got to remember he's a former HQ champion. He's, sports saloons. He was right up there and all the time. He's a pretty well-haired driver, and it's good to see him back to his former glory self and throwing that car around.
I remember him going off the back straight one year and barrel rolling a Valiant through the sign at the end of the back straight. But at the moment, he's sitting a comfy third. And here comes Ingley, though, closing up down towards John Jones Steele, but obviously no way through for him. And not close enough. Leader out of the hairpin for the last time, Brendan Mason. Do it quite easy at the end of the day. It was 16 seconds last time through. And here he comes. And will easily take the checkered flag.
Unfortunately, he won't be classed as a winner, though, once they sort out the 3 or 4 laps that he did under the breaking out time. So that'll have to come off. So Rob Lewis will be your race winner.
Here comes Rob now in the big Timaru number 70. Long way back, but we'll get good points out of this one. Third place is going to go to Mike Small in the Mustang. And then back to Dwayne Egley. And the big Dodge, Grant Sisson, bit loading out there for him in the number 13 as well. And then 6th place to Rod Heyman.
Someone's gone off up the top end, and possibly Barry Morgan at a guess, because that was about where he was, but I'm not 100 on that. But yeah, it's one of the later ones in the field, so I'm picking that's who it was. So hopefully they'll get out of the sand trap there. They are moving. Yep, they've disappeared. Yep, they're moving on. Yep. So it was definitely Barry Morgan. He was planting some potatoes up there yesterday, so he might have want to check his crop again today, obviously. Maybe he was watering them or something.
Great stuff there from the Mainland muscle cars. Don't forget, Johnny, you've got some merchandise up there you want to get rid of.
Yeah, the stocks are a little bit low, but up on the bank above the pits there is a bit of stuff there, so please come up and have a look. There's also posters in our magazine that is absolutely brilliantly written by Tony Johnson, our president, who's not here this weekend, unfortunately, and there's a lot of good snippets in that. It's probably better reading than most magazines you buy on the shelf, to be honest. So, yeah, enough free to give away. Plus, there's posters up there for the kids, so bring your kids up in that. And by all means, come and have a look at the cars in the pits. As I said, Dwayne Ingley and that will love you to, for kids and that to come and have a sit in the car. Just ask them first, and yeah, and give them 10 minutes to cool down after this, but it won't be an issue, yeah, and that's what it's about. So come and have a look, see, and I'll talk to you this afternoon for the next handicap race, which I think will be full on.
Certainly will be. Johnny Hepburn, thank you very much for your comments throughout the Mainland muscle cars.
Okay, if you've got the white 2016 Ford Ranger parked in the pits, JNE554 is the rego. That's JNE554. Could you please move your Ford Ranger because it's blocking some of the competitors? If you don't get there and move it, we might have a truck from Hilton Haulage move it for you. So could you please move that white Ford Ranger, rego number JNE554, and park it somewhere a little more convenient for the other people in the pits. Thanks very much.
Okay, yeah, otherwise Hilton, as Brendan says, Hilton Haulage will come and grab it, and we might even send some of the guys that are over the curtain sign over there to help strap it up. So get over there and move it real quick. Up next though, Brendan, it's the Mini 7s. Now I was talking about this yesterday, the Mini 7s, back here at the November meeting. A couple of cracker races from these Mini 7s, 3 of them going across the line in 2 races in a row. Just 0.2 of a second covering the first 3 cars. So absolutely cracker races. And there was only 5 or 6 cars in the field back then. At this time we got considerably more than that. So it's great to see a resurgence in the Mini 7s as well.
So we've got a couple of North Islanders down that have had their passport stamped onto the mainland. Evan Thompson, number 47 from Auckland, and also 7 Greg Gordon, who was very fast yesterday in the Black Mini, also from Auckland. Also in this field we have from Blenheim the 51 car of Brendan McKenzie, which is a much modified Mini, a Mini Sprint. So look out for Brendan as well, but not really running with the rest of the Mini 7 field. Out on his own, but he is the fastest by some 5 seconds a lap.
So okay, so first car out, 32 Steve Scobie, 68 Justin Neal, 24 Nick Bartley, 19 Paul Benison, car number 52, that's one of the new guys here, Daniel Lamb, along with car number 65, also Murray Lamb. I presume that's father and son, having a shot at car racing in the Minis. Car number 30, Paul Raymer. Car number 98, the ex-Doug Drake car, being driven here this weekend from Andrew Johnson. So another new name in the Mini 7 field. Adam Box in number 15. Not too sure if he's out there again. He had those troubles yesterday down the front straight. I think it was Adam Box that dropped all the oil yesterday down the front straight. And in fact, don't see him on the list there. So it looks like no Adam Box. He was one of those ones that had that, one of those good race finishes here back in November. 3 of them going hammer and tong for the whole race. And in the end, came down to pretty much where you had your transponder positioned in the car. 3 of them going across the line at the same time. Pays to have it nearer the front of the car as you can get it. Because each car is fitted with a transponder for the timing purposes, and up and under the front guard is where most of them should go, or under the bonnet. Some people just chuck them in the driver's door.
Gives you a whole half a car length disadvantage, doesn't it, Paul?
It does. You're a metre and a half, or if you break it down, Brendan, it's probably a half a 1,000th of a second.
Which over a whole season makes up for something.
It certainly does. So we've got just a grid start for the Mini 7s here, 6 lapper. And it should be full on. Car number 24 there, Nick Bartley. The new colours on the wee Mini this year, black with the green stripe. Green guards, looks pretty cool. And like I was saying yesterday as well, Brendan, these Minis here are just in perfect condition for being, 40 plus years old.
Definitely a credit to the register and all the competitors here. So there's Brendan McKenzie, as we mentioned, in the Mini Sprint.
Yeah, he's got that big long nose, wide-bodied Mini there, car 51. He's not really running in the championship. He's just out there competing, so he'll run away at the front. The racing will be with the guys in the back as we wait on the lights now for the start for the NZ Minis, and away we go. Oh, Steve Scobie stalls it off the line, manages to get away at the end of the day, but he's been swamped and goes all the way down the back of the field. It's going to be McKenzie leads him from Bartley, then Greg Gordon, Justin Neal, then looks like Benison tucked in there in that fifth place. And they all get through Power and Co quite nicely, and a trundle round Castrol line astern. But here we go, we've got a battle at the front of the Minis already. And Greg Gordon it is in the number 7 one, all the way from Auckland. He goes through on Nick Bartley. Bartley's tucked right in behind him as they head up towards John Jones Steele. Not getting much of a toe at the moment, Bartley. Has a wee look up the inside there, but there's no way through. And these wee minis, it's just 1,000cc, but they're doing the same sort of lap times as what the Honda Integras and the Toyotas are doing in the 2K Cup. So when you compare the two of them, they're doing pretty damn good lap times, and they'll be going through the corners a lot faster than what some of the other classes are as well. So into the hairpin for the first time. Greg Gordon leads out. Looks like he's opened that lead up to about a half dozen car leads back to Nick Bartley. Brendan McKenzie just comes down. He'll come across. Will be the first car across, but obviously not in the points race. And Gordon's opened up that lead quite considerably back to Bartley. And then it's Justin Neal out in his own. Battle at the moment, it's probably going to be Barry Wilson in the 9 car, closes up on the back of Benison. 65 car just having a wee sideways moment going through Power & Co. Murray Lamb manages to keep in a straight line. In fact, we've got a spinner there as well. That's the 23 car, John Donaldson. Bit of a spin there in Power & Co. He's underway again. So not too much drafting going on yet. They've let him get away, Nick Bartley. Gregor Gordon it is, out in front, car number 7. All the way from Auckland. So a few new names in there, like I say, car number 30, Paul Raymer, he's in the Morris Mini. As opposed to Nick Bartley's in the Austin Mini, there's a few of them there. And the only one in the Leyland Mini is Justin Neal, car number 68, running the Leyland badge. So through goes McKenzie in the 51 mini sprint. Well, here we go for the points. Number 7 comes through, had the gap out to a 2.5 last time. It's about the same again. Big gap back to Justin Neal in the 68. Barry Wilson still over the back of the 19 there of Paul Benison. Might have a wee look up the inside this time, Wilson. Benison comes across in front of him, no way through. Another wee battle going on a wee bit further back. 47 of Evan Thompson. And the 30 of Paul Raymer. So they've all managed to stretch themselves out there, and no one's wanted to have a towing race. It is very mini under 7, Brendan. John Donaldson at the back there has got a wee bit of work to do in car 23 after his spin. So leader back into the hairpin, Greg Gordon in the gloss black Mini 7. No doubt she's stinking hot in that thing. Even the wee Mini, they get pretty hot in these cars. No carpet or nothing in them. Pretty highly modified little 1,000cc engines in them. Little big side drafts on them. Running the slick tyres. Very quick through the corners. Quite often you'll see one lift a left rear tyre through Castrol. So Barry Wilson still trying to get through on Benison, as now we see Scobie trying to have a look up the inside of the 98 of Andrew Johnson. Might try the crossover up into Castrol, Scobie. He'll try and get up alongside the Johnson. He's doing a good job though, Andrew Johnson, because Scobie's been around for a wee while. Done a bit of Mini 7 work over the last couple of seasons. So Brendan McKenzie in that mini sprint comes down through the kink again. He's down in the 1 minute 12 second bracket, whereas the rest of them are doing around the 1:17. Greg Gordon, 17.5. That would be a very respectable time. Would put you on pole just about for 2K Cup that time.
So the long circuit Mini 7 record is currently a 1:17.12. Mark Donaldson set all the way back in November 2009. 17.12.
And we've done a 17.5 here today, so just 4 tenths away, Greg Gordon. If he really wants to have a crack, he could just try clenching them up a wee bit more and seeing how she goes through the corners a wee bit quicker. Wee battle going on here at the back. Paul Raymer, car number 52, Daniel Lamb. And John Donaldson just getting on the back of that one. Scobie's managed to get through on the 98 car. I think Thompson must have had a moment there. He's dropped back in behind these two. But here goes Johnson getting side by side with Scobie, trying to get that outside toe down towards John Jones Steele. And then you got Thompson having a wee sniff up the inside. No way through there for him. Scobie managed to hang on in that bunch. A wee bit of dust being kicked up. Looks like Thompson got through in the end. Up the inside of Andrew Johnson. So down to reel off another one. Greg Gordon, all the way from England. Last lap brought out for him this time. Where did I say? From Auckland, I should say.
He's probably from England though, Paul.
It is. It actually says on the list as Mini by Otbury, whatever that means.
Yesterday, that's his business in Auckland.
Yeah, it's an auto refinishing company.
Battle still continuing with Wilson and Benison going hammer and tong. And now we've got Thompson trying to have a look up the inside of Scobie. No way through for him. It's allowed the 98 to close back up a bit. Johnson. Another three-way battle still continuing at the rear of the field. Donaldson hasn't managed to get through. Lamb closing right up, putting all the pressure on Raymer. These two guys are reasonably new to the class. But here comes the race winner, if you like, Brendan McKenzie.
A 1:12.955 for Brendan McKenzie on his last lap, and looking down here, he actually held the Super Mini lap record at a 1:13.553, so that would be a new lap record, I would think, for the Super Mini cars on his own.
Yeah, how do you find a Super Mini? Anyway, here comes the race leader for the Mini 7s proper. Will be Greg Gordon, comes through, gets in the end quite nicely from Nick Bartley. And then we go a long way back to Justin Neal, it is. He's had a pretty lonely race out there in car 68. Through he comes. And then fourth place is going to go to the 65 of Murray Lamb. Good drive from him. Then it's Benison, Wilson. And then Thompson manages to get through in Scobie. And then Johnson tucked in behind him. Then we should have one 3-car battle remaining. Down through the kink, it looks like Lamb's got a run. He's going to try and go around the outside of the number 30 car, Paul Raymer. He might get him right on the line. I think he does. Yes, I think he gets him right on the line, Paul Raymer. Sorry, it was John Donaldson who got Raymer in the end. So a nice wee lunge towards the end of the race there.
Okay, we can just hear idling on the dummy grid beside us the super trucks.
Rightio, Brendan, I'm going to leave this one in your capable hands.
Rolling reverse grid race.
I'm going to duck down to Par & Co there and watch this race from down there. Leave it in the capable hands of B1 and B2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lancaster. I'm sure the fans will be overjoyed to hear our commentary through this race.
Now that the Yoda of commentary's left. Okay, grid positions. P1, we'll have number 10, Brent Jones. P2, number 47, Tim Wheeler. Number 3 will be 12, Ken Rowe. Number 4 will be 8, Tony Brand. 5, 26, Dave West. 6 will be 14, Alex Little. 7, 66, Malcolm Little. And 8, number 1, Troy Wheeler. So reverse grid.
So thank you very much, Trust Aoraki, for helping support the South Canterbury Car Club this weekend and bringing the super trucks here for your entertainment. Also, as we mentioned earlier, do look out for the safety truck, the 69 International, which is owned by Bruce Anderson, but it is in North Island logging colours. This truck's been restored, but it is a resto mod. We did get told rather excitedly what engine it had been repowered with, but there was lots of letters and lots of numbers.
Yeah, can't remember all that.
Can't remember all that, but let's just say it is a what we would call a resto mod in the automotive world. Apparently it does go quite fast. It looks very smart. Someone spent a lot of time putting some very shiny stainless steel on it. So do come into the pits when you get the opportunity and have a look at that vehicle. It would be nice to see it at the Rocket Hop in mid-March.
So as usual, there will be just a short delay while they clear the track. The marshals and everyone else on the track leave for their own safety. So yeah, a couple of minutes and we'll be underway.
Yeah, 5 tonnes coming at you at 160 k an hour would be rather scary.
Hi guys, and welcome to day 2 of the New Zealand Super Trucks here at Levels. It was an action-packed day yesterday in the heat. Obviously I got quite burnt with the sun, but it was a great race to end the day. Troy Wheeler took the win from the Little family. We're in for an exciting race now. The trucks are just lined up to come out onto the track, so really looking forward to it. Again, it's a very hot day, so tyres and other things are apart, but looking forward to it. A big crowd here at Levels, which is exciting to see, and another 3 races today, so let's get into it.
And make sure your kids are too. Slip on a shirt, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and wrap on some sunnies. And liquid refreshments, of course.
Liquid refreshments, yeah, plenty of gazebos and easy ups on the bank there. People enjoying the entertainment today at the Motor Raceway. Howard's out there in the sun. How you going, Howard?
The mere mention of liquid refreshments got him smiling. So this beautiful safety truck pulls out into the pits to lead the way and inspect the track.
All right, that's 69 International Safety Truck. Just having a look in the track, making sure it's safe to let these big rigs loose. Here they come.
So as mentioned before, 8 laps, rolling reverse grid start. So Brent Jones will control the start.
And we'll be looking for Troy Wheeler, who is the 5-time New Zealand Super Truck champion, starting at the back of the grid. See how well he comes through the field. There he goes now, just pulling out into the pit lane, about to enter the circuit proper.
And as mentioned yesterday, he is a man that loves this Timaru Levels Raceway circuit. It's one of his favourites. So yeah, look for him just to pick his way through all the other competitors. So the truck's just lining up behind the beautiful 69 International safety truck, and they will do
All right, as B2 mentioned, we have the number 10 truck, Brent Jones, in the number 1 position. Brent all the way up the road from Ash Vegas. So it is a reverse grid race. They'll have a rolling start, so they'll all form up and do their warm-up lap, and then it'll be all go. All right, just the 66 truck of Malcolm Little there, a little bit slow away, but moving along now. Just makes the track look a whole lot smaller after watching the Mini 7s have their race. So we'll be looking for the safety truck to turn off its lights as it comes out of the hairpin coming into the pit lane. And then, as B2 mentioned, Brent Jones will be controlling the field until the excitement starts. Right, so we're just waiting for the flashing lights to turn out on that lovely 69 International truck. You see Brent Jones and Tim Wheeler lead the field across the line for 8 laps of excitement.
safety truck's peeled off. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 1600 horsepower.
Per truck.
It's the line.
So Tim Wheeler leads Brent Jones across the line. Will they all get through the... Oh, we've got a spin.
Fair bit of contact going into that first corner.
But now they're all making their way cleanly onto the back straight. Now they've sorted themselves out. Field led by 47 Tim Wheeler. Brent Jones from Ashburton. Then we have 66 Malcolm Little cutting through the field.
Yeah, he's been a huge winner in that little bit of contact there. He's moved up 4 places already.
So all line astern going into John Jones Steel for the first time. Led by 47 Tim Wheeler.
Yeah, up here in the commentary box, we actually just lose sight of them going around the top end of the field. They're just coming back into sight now. Tim Wheeler still in the lead.
Malcolm Little up to second place. Brent Jones third. Troy Wheeler in fourth now. Waiting for them to come across the line. We'll have a look at the distance between Tim Wheeler and the very fast number 1 truck of Troy Wheeler. Okay, 3.5 seconds. Field still being led though. Tim Wheeler, Malcolm Little, Troy Wheeler as they cross the line. And we've got the 2 KM Bedfords, Brent Jones and Tony Brand. As we head down the back straight for the second time, change for the lead. Malcolm Little going through on Tim Wheeler. Okay, going through to the unsighted part of the circuit once again.
Awful lot of dust being kicked up around that top end of the circuit.
We need someone up there texting us what's happening. Okay, Malcolm Little comes back into sight. Tim Wheeler right behind him. Troy Wheeler now a very close third.
You look for Troy Wheeler to be making a move pretty soon. Here he goes.
So Troy Wheeler just lining up the inside of Tim. A bit of a touch there with Tim.
Tim has to yield.
Taking the position. So the gap that time as they crossed the line was 1.9 seconds between Malcolm Little and Troy Wheeler, who's now in second place and hunting him down. Oh, we've got a mechanical flag for number 14, Alex Little. A lot of smoke coming out the back of his truck. Not from the exhaust either. Okay, number 12, Ken Rowe, just going around John Jones Steele at the back of the field. All now in the unsighted part of the track. Here we go. Malcolm Little, our leader, coming into the card evaluation hairpin.
Troy Wheeler's made some good gains in that tight part of the track, slowly catching him. Tim Wheeler holding on to a solid third.
Yeah, he's looking quite good in that position. Here we go. Let's see what the gap is between Malcolm Little and Troy Wheeler as they cross the line. Okay, 1.4 seconds with 5 laps to go.
And another 4.5 back to Tim.
Dave West, Brent Jones, Tony Brand, Alex Little and Ken Rowe. So as we said, Alex Little has been given a mechanical flag earlier on. Now number 14's got the black flag, and then we've just had the Ken Rowe truck have a big moment just before Castrol. Still trying to get it straight.
Yeah, black flag for number 14, Alex Little. Not sure what's going on. There does seem to be a fair bit of smoke coming out of the back of that truck.
And not just from the exhaust either. Okay, once again, very close. Malcolm Little leading Troy Wheeler into the card evaluation hairpin. Troy takes the inside line. Malcolm still holds position though. Must get quite tight going through those corners in these big rigs. Coming over the front straight, still Malcolm Little. Edges out slyly from Troy Wheeler as they cross the line. What's the gap? Just under 0.6 of a second. Half the race gone. Tim Wheeler in a lonely third. Dave West. Alex Little trying to get through on the 2K in Bedfords. So here we go, down the back straight. They hit that 160k limiter. Have a chat and a wave to each other as they go into John Jones Steel. Is Troy Wheeler brave enough to make a move? No. Very, very close though, going into John Jones. Alex Little still burning coal going down the back straight, following the 2K in Bedfords of Brent Jones and Tony Brand.
Troy Wheeler still all over the back of Malcolm Little. Just waiting for the slightest of mistakes.
Having a go around the outside, but Malcolm Little's got the inside line coming onto the front straight. See if there's anything brave at the end of the front straight. Troy Wheeler goes to the inside line. He's giving him a tab.
Little out onto the grass. Manages to hold it and hold on to that lead.
So then Tim Wheeler, Dave West. Brent Jones, Tony Brand, Alex Little. Just waiting for Ken Rowe to come across the line now. But now we've got Malcolm Little and Troy Wheeler into John Jones Steel once again. K and Bedford still keeping Alex Little at bay. All right, flag out now for number 1, Troy Wheeler. Yeah, so left to right for Troy Wheeler, trying to get round Malcolm Little's truck, coming onto the front straight.
Two laps to go. Malcolm Little still holding him out. Great racing. Oh!
Malcolm off onto the grass again. Tim Wheeler out there all lonely on his own.
Another three-way battle near the back of the field as well.
Oh, now we've got Brent Jones's truck smoking quite badly behind the cab. Malcolm Little out to a little bit lead this time. Let's see how Brent Jones gets on. No, he's pulling to the side and letting the other 2 trucks through. Coming out of Castrol. Tony Brand and that giant killer number 8 still got Alex Little at bay. Yeah, as you can see, Brent Jones smoking rather badly, just idling down the back straight. But we've still got Malcolm Little leading Troy Wheeler out of the card evaluation hairpin, coming onto the front straight. Bit more of a lead this time. Last lap board out for Malcolm Little.
He's opened up a good gap in that top end of the field there somewhere.
1.4 seconds as they cross the line. Tim Wheeler out on his own. He's got no one to rain on his parade.
Yeah, he's driven well.
And Dave West also out on his own. Tony Brand and Alex Little, who did have the black flag earlier on but stayed out on track. Troy Wheeler now catching up with Malcolm Little as they go into John Jones Steel for the last time. Just got Ken Rowe going round the inside of the limping Brent Jones at the card evaluation hairpin. And not unexpectedly, Brent Jones pulls into the pits. Well, Alex Little's truck's smoking a lot more than before. Still running, however.
Troy Wheeler once again all over the back of Alex Little, looking for a pass down the inside. Doesn't make it stick. Alex has still got the line there. Troy Wheeler looking to come around the outside, around the right-hander, but flat out drag race to the finish line. And Malcolm Little takes the win from Troy Wheeler in P2.
So 0.1 of a second in it at the end. Thank you, Malcolm and Troy, for entertaining us. And then Tim Wheeler out on his own, as we've mentioned, as is the 26 trucker Dave West. Number 8 truck, Tony Brand from Rangiora. Alex Little cruising across the line in truck 14. They're just waiting for number 12, Ken Rowe, to come out of the card evaluations hairpin. Thank you very much for entertaining us. Now we will be having a lunch break. Coming back to you after lunch with the 2K Cup South Island reverse marble draw. So the grid we had earlier on this morning will be reversed. So we'll be looking forward to the mix of slower and faster cars. But enjoy your lunch. Just waiting for the trucks to have their warm down lap. Go to the Pit Stop Cafe, get something to eat. Make sure you're having something to drink. Take care in the sun.
See you in 30.
fast in that session? How did it go?
Well, it's, the first half lap was alright till the door wouldn't keep shut. I couldn't hold the driver's door shut. So one hand outside the door, one on the steering wheel, and then I had to try and do the gear lever. I was like, this isn't working very well. I'll try and get a quick time if I can, pick up what I can out of here, because we can't do anything about this. So it's a bit of a situation to be in, yeah.
Are those just racing drivers just because your son is going out faster than you?
Yeah, probably.
Is there going to be some family dramas tonight?
No, we need to be both doing as good as we can. So you're behind two trucks, you learn off each other. So if you can teach the old man something, again, fantastic. So far, everything he knows has come from me, so I'm still taking the glory for it.
And so starting off the second row for this first race, how are you going to get past the two in front of you?
I'm just going to make sure my door stays shut. That's going to be a key for the success of this next race. And just follow the guy in front and just try and, find a gap really. Yeah.
Good luck, mate.
All right, thanks guys.
Rightio, welcome back after the luncheon break, everybody. I'm Paul Lancaster up in the commentary box with Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney, along with special guest stars as well, one like Victor Catamol, who's taken time out of his busy schedule to grace us today. Welcome back, Victor.
Thank you for that.
I don't know where you flogged that hat from, but I bet you didn't win it.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Yeah, so Victor's got a Dunlop hat on, and with the 2K
Very
Cup, the race
prestigious.
winners do get their own Dunlop hat. And Paul's alluding to the fact that possibly the Love Machine may not have won a race.
Yeah. Alluding to the fact. I mean, the unfortunate thing about that statement is it had fact in there. Yeah, no, I borrowed the hat.
So some good clean stuff from the 2K Cup this morning in the race.
Yep.
David
So,
Booth
and-
obviously running away with that one.
And we're expecting the same again shortly.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Though I don't know what the track's like after there was obviously those trucks have been out. They pumped a bit of diesel into the tarmac. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we are live streaming at the moment too. So if you do know anyone that's not here or working today, you can text them through the live stream. And in fact, we've got a couple of viewers all around the place. Tony Mann, who obviously races here and a lot of the classic stuff. He's at home in the garage with the live stream going on down south there. So hello to Tony. And no doubt there's a few more sitting around the place at their place of work.
But more importantly, what a fantastic crowd here. We had a huge number yesterday, and Saturday traditionally is a little bit quieter than Sunday, but it's excelled again today. I don't know what the numbers through the gate are, but welcome. Thanks for coming out, and hope you're enjoying the day.
Yeah, the overspill car park over there looks reasonably full.
Yep.
But a bit of a warning out there for some of you Kiwis. There is an errant Aussie out there on the bank somewhere, Jake Johnson. No doubt he's probably 8 or 9 stubbies in by now.
How did he get in?
Well, how did he get in? He got a leave pass, obviously from the wife first.
He's climbing through the
And-
hedge or something.
Yeah, well, good on you, Jake. He's out there, and if he's in within Kiwi of you, we know who I'm talking about. But nonetheless, it is a good crowd. Hope everyone's got plenty of fluids in,
Sunscreen.
ready for a big afternoon of racing, and we'll get them underway very shortly with the 2K Cup South Island.
The lunch break, B2 and I having a chat to Will Kitchen's team manager or race engineer or whatever Kitch would like to call himself, and they're very happy with their weekend so far.
Checkbook operator.
He probably is the checkbook operator
Financial control.
as well, but
Or out of controller.
Will putting down very good times this morning. Unfortunately, he did have one breakout lap, but second overall in that race. So we'll see what happens now. Of course, he'll be starting near the back end of the field with the reverse marble draw.
That's right, he'll be right off the back of the grid. So it was a good win this morning from David Booth, starting 10th on the grid. So he'll start in about the 28th position. So he's got a bit of work if he wants to win through and get this one and make it 6 wins on the trot. Of course, had 3 wins down there at Teretonga a couple of weeks ago, David Booth. And when a few of the 2K Cup boys went down there to fill in a class down there, I think they only had 8 or 9 cars down there. But from what I hear, there's a pretty few excited 2K Cup drivers that hadn't been down there before that think that Teretonga may be the best track in New Zealand.
Second best, Paul.
Second best, I would say.
The back straight's so long that if you're in a Formula Ford, you can't see the corner at the other end because of the curvature of the earth.
Is that right?
Actually, it's a wee bit the same here, Brendan, going down the back straight here in a single-seater. It looks reasonably flat, but if you're down in a single-seater, it actually looks like you're in a you're in an easy flowing sea. It's actually up and down and all over the place, the back straight here.
Right.
But if you're looking down on it,
It's a different
in
story.
a saloon car, it doesn't look as bad.
Okay, public service announcement number 3 for the day. if you have a white Toyota Land Cruiser with the registration number NER507, that's NER507, you haven't won anything, but could you please move your Toyota Land Cruiser because it's somewhere where it shouldn't be. If you don't wish to move that, it's immediately outside the pit gate. And if you do not move it, we can have it moved at your expense.
Aren't we going to auction it? We could auction it. Forklift through the windows.
Well, I don't know if the forklift would work. I was thinking one of the Palfingers lifters on the back of the Hilton haulage truck would probably move that quite well. So it's the white Toyota Land Cruiser NER507. Could you please move it along? Thank you.
You pick it up by the tow bar, Brent, and see how good the drawbar is. It'll be a pretty good wee trick.
We need a trebuchet. We can fire it over the fence.
So 2K Cup brought to you by Digital Fusion, of course, owned by one of the racers here today, Craig Saunders in car number 20.
Welcome everybody back to the live stream of the New Zealand Super Trucks. Again, I say it is a fantastic day here at Levels, an amazing crowd all around the track. We've got a massive depth of field with all the support classes along with our trucks. Before lunch we had an amazing race, a few issues for a couple of trucks which we hope we can get sorted before the next race. But our next race for them is about 2:30, and then we've got the Jim Fickett Memorial this afternoon, so that's going to bring some serious action to the track. Out next we've got the 2K Cup along with all our other support classes, which is going to bring some amazing action for the afternoon, and we look forward to sharing with you. Every race will be live on our YouTube channel, so keep tuned. Cheers guys.
For membership this year, so if they were a member last year, that carried them through this year as well. So yeah, it's because it's been a bit tough for some
It's a bit of a
people.
bonus. Thank you very much, Victor Cannawal.
So we got and you know the same with there's a lot of most of the cars have got some sort of sponsorship on there. One of the cars that I talked a bit about yesterday was the Hey Bro car. I think it's 316, and that's been supported by a Facebook page actually called Hey Bro, and it's a page set up for supporting men, young men, older men with it's just a male support group really. If you're having struggles or you're feeling depressed or whatever, or you need some advice on things that are complex like women.
Well,
you can go.
Funny you mentioned that, Victor.
yeah. Who am I to talk, right? You can jump on there. So search "Hey Bro" and you'll find a bunch of good guys. There's 3,500 or something on there, and you're not going to get belittled or anything. You're going to get guys giving you good advice, and so so they've extended that out to supporting the car and vice versa. I think there's also a Give a Little page to help fund some of that. So, but Hey Bro on Facebook for the men, bit of support group for men, which is awesome.
Yeah, been run by the 316, as you say. That's Jason Lambert,
Yep.
who sort of got into 2K Cup in sort of a different sort of way. His brother actually brought the ex-Scott Shrimpton charade and then passed away, and then left Jason the charade.
Yep.
So he decided in his brother's memory he would do a season in it, and obviously sold it and has moved up to this car. So
and that's how addiction starts, people.
You did right about that, but anyhow, he's that's probably where the Hey Bro comes from. Maybe it's helped him out a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's awesome to see. Awesome to see.
Right, so they're just sorting the cars out down there at the moment. Of course, when the 2K Cup line up on the dummy grid down there, they'll give you a sticker and tell you where you're starting from, and then there's 3 lanes you've got to head to depending on where you're starting. So you should have the poles that are coming out first. and the last car to set up will be the last car to come out. So therefore we try and save a bit of time with guys sitting on the grid.
With such full grid, of course, it extends right back down the pit lane, down the pits as well. So,
ever see 2 grids again for the 2K Cup?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think the way we've been growing this year, we had Chris Dunn, who's I mean he's getting on a bit now, but he spoke to the he spoke to us yesterday, and he was one of the founding guys of 2K Cup and the initial visionary. And he said, it was encouraged that he could come along. We're 6 or 7 years in, and he didn't recognise most of the faces, and so that was a sign of the success of 2K Cup, that people are coming in, learning a bit of racecraft, and then moving on into SS Cup or other forms of motorsport, or not at all because they've tried it and it's not for them, and that's okay. But the fact that we've got a full grid with a waiting list trying to get into the race meeting, and all these fresh faces, just tells us that 2K Cup as entry-level motorsport is really working well.
Yeah, and you've just got to look at the age spread, I suppose, across from right from Will Kitching all the way back to, well, I don't want to mention any names, in fact, in case I get their ages wrong, but there's a few oldies in there as well.
There might be some superannuitants, is that what you're saying,
Oh,
Paul?
yeah, something like that, Brendan, yes, if you want to put it that way.
So funded
Very
by
well
Jacinda.
done.
Yeah, thanks, Jacinda.
Yeah.
But something to look forward to in your retirement, Brendan, is getting yourself a Teggy or something.
Oh, I don't think I could get myself a Honda ever, sorry, Paul.
Do we want to start the discussion about what vehicles you drive?
Hey, one of those cars won a race yesterday. Thank you very much, Mr. Catamole.
He likes
Second in the race today.
He likes his Jaguars, Victor. He's got a half a paddock full of Jaguars of all sorts of shapes and sizes, and he loves his Nissans. So don't say anything bad about a Nissan, otherwise it takes a couple of days. for
Toyotas.
Brendan
I'll be
to-
down the stairs, will I?
I've got an RX-3 in the garage.
Oh, okay.
Eclectic mix of treasures.
Respect where respect's due.
That's right. Thank you very much. 2K70s.
Right, so then the 2K Cup rolling out onto out of the pits and come and line up.
Yeah,
This is their last race for the day, so
I think they'll be pretty stoked about that. They'll be able to get everything packed up and sit back on the bank and perhaps have a couple of cold ones before they hit the road. But
Yeah.
normally we're near the end of the day, so you're sort of hanging out for that last race.
Yep. I mean, as much as this is entry level, so for the crowd, when we get to the end of the race, if you can give them a clap as they go past would be great, and because I know the guys really appreciate it, and getting some feedback from the crowd that you've enjoyed their racing is also appreciated as well. So
last couple of 3 cars out. David Booth there, car number 1, the Black Levin. Johnny Prince tucked in behind him.
Will
And the
Kitching.
two Alice Lee Farms Primeras there. Arthur Spatz, Will Kitching, Kelsey Gager. And 4, that's Mark Van Asperen. Carl Storm in the Waistco 97. Carl's got 3 cars done up in the Waistco colours. Obviously my old Ford Laser sitting around somewhere in a shed. And then of course Carl's son Harry also racing here in the Waistco colours as well.
The interesting thing about that Laser is that if you go and see Carl, he is such a gentleman, and if you've got someone, a young person or whatever, that wants to give it a go, he's worth having a talk to, because he's usually very ready to make that car available
He's
for
loaned
someone.
it out a couple of times.
He's loaned it out a couple of times, and it gives an opportunity for someone to have a go.
Yeah, it's not the fastest thing, but it was
no, it's
pretty
not.
fun to drive.
Oh, absolutely. Because even if you've got a fast car out there and you're just learning, it can be a little bit daunting, believe it or not.
That's right. Like some of these Integras hitting 185, 190 Ks, and now at the end of the back straight,
Yeah.
so the Toyotas are pretty much the same. So
Yeah.
it's sort of 112 miles an hour at the end of the back straight, and some of these cars, and for being stock standard road legals,
Yeah. It's
They go
still
pretty
quite quick if you spin it around 180 degrees and all of a sudden you're doing that speed in reverse. So,
as you well know.
as I well know, I got the scars to prove it.
So it'll take a couple of minutes to get them all into their spots. Car number 64 there. It's Jason Skur from Oxford. A lot of cars from up Christchurch way.
Yeah, when we started, actually, it was strong Timaru contingent, and now it's moved to Christchurch more. But so we could do with some more Timaru people actually to balance up the. Yeah,
Someone's
pointing at you, Paul.
Yeah, you're right, mate. Next season.
Next season.
Just looking at there, Harry Storm on the front row. This is going to be a good race for him to perhaps get away and win. We look back a wee bit further.
Yeah, so Harry's actually racing.
Sorry, Harry's not actually racing.
Pull out, so Noel's jumped in. So so no points
Noel
for him.
Simmons.
Because he's just a replacement drive.
Right,
But,
so he's got it all up against him then. I'll take that back.
Yeah.
But just looking back through the grid, the first of the fast cars, if you like, is probably Matt Ryan sitting back there on the 5th row, starting from 10th. And a couple of rows back, you've got one of the Reynolds guys there. That's Graham Reynolds. A couple of rows back is Warren Reynolds. So
yeah, so it's an interesting grid, isn't it?
So yeah, it is
a lot of the faster
grid.
cars are at the back, so it's going to be interesting to see how we go. Still lining up.
Yeah, you've got the Frew team down there as well on the 3rd and 4th row. A1 Diggers, car number 212.
And of course
we'll
have Carl on the back again, who made his way
Carl
through.
Forbes.
Carl Forbes.
Righto, waiting on the start line for the Digital Fusion 2K Cup. Away they go. A good start off the front row there from Wallace, and he's going to lead them down to Parenco. Then it's going to be Simmons tucked in behind him, and then it's going to be Skur in the 64 car. And V-Dub is going to hang wide for 4th. But she's 3 wide through Parenco there. She's getting pretty busy. And keep an eye and see if some of the fast guys are having a big dive up inside some. It's a good lead already early on for him in the Celica. Down through the kinky comes. Then it's Simmons. Wee bit of a gap back to the 64 of Skur. Bit of a gap back then to the first of the Frew cars, and already Matt Ryan up to the 5th place. As he's got Carmichael having a bit of dive up the inside of him. Then it's Chaz Frew in the A1 Diggers car. Then we got the first of the Integras. Graham Reynolds, car number 128. Warren tucked right in behind him. Keep your eye on these two. They'll try and work each other through the lap traffic as they try to get past the V-Dub going down the back straight, the 72 of Carmichael. And they both get through. Good passing move from them. David Booth now trying to thread the needle of one of the Celicas and the Toyota, I think it is, of Kelsey Gager. But no way through for him either. You have to be a bit more patient. Of course, he's not in the championship this year, David Booth, the current series champion. So leader back into the Carter's valuation hairpin. He had a reasonable lead last time through, 2 seconds. Back to the Waistco car.
You might be hard to catch from there, to be honest, because the Waistco car, even though Noel's fresh driving it, he's going to be hard to pass because the car's showing us it's quick. So it's only going to be a few good drivers that will have the skill to get past that first Waistco car.
Yeah, over 4 seconds the gap now, first to second. So the Reynolds got it all to do now with one of the Frew cars in front, the 787. Bit of a dive going in there, the Toyota Carina. Having a wee look up the inside of Nick Hilton it was in the Celica. So you just see where Will Kitching is. He's back in the thick of it with Johnny Prince. They're trying to work their way through a couple of the quicker cars. Carl Storm's tucked in behind Prince as well. Try and get a bit of a tow down the back straight, these quicker cars. Booth now managed to get alongside Kelsey Gager. And the next car in front of him is the 420, the ex Michael Gunstone car. And that's the 420 of Dylan Knights.
3 wide round there.
Yeah, she's pretty tight stuff up through there towards the rear. With the 2K Cup still out in front at the moment. It is Tim Wallace. Car number 166, the Toyota Celica, all the way from Dunedin. 4-second lead last time through. Looks about the same to me. As now we've got Skur coming under pressure, with Reynolds trying to go round the outside. Warren it is. No, sorry, it's Ryan.
Nearly
Ryan
5
going
seconds.
around the outside.
So he's extended the lead out to 4.9 seconds. So he's
Looking
driving
pretty
well.
sharp.
The guys are going to have trouble, I say, getting past that Wasteco car.
That's right.
It's still busy down the field. Look, they're coming in 2 and 3 wide into turn 1.
Nick Hilton just getting a little bit out of shape there through Parenco, getting up on the curves. Starting to look in the rear of the mirrors, which some of them do. So it's still out in front, Tim Wallace.
Yeah, you look at David Booth, he's 16, he's stuck there doing 122s because of the traffic. The lap times overall are a lot slower.
Hold your mic in front of your gob.
So the lap times are a lot slower overall. We've got the best is a 1:18.5 by the look of it. So yeah, it's obviously a bit warm out there.
Yeah, with the sun on the track, she'll be a wee bit slippery. And of course, with the tyre dilemma, a lot of people are down on tyres as well. As Wallace comes through, he'll be looking in that mirror thinking, who's coming? But at the moment, nobody is. The next one in line is Matt Ryan. He's up to second now. He's managed to get through on the Wasteco entry. Simmons. Then we've got Reynolds tucked in behind, trying to get through as well. That's Warren Reynolds, sorry. In the 129 car. And he's been pretty quick here before too. Warren won plenty of races.
Yeah, so Tim's extended that lead another 300, so he's out to 5.2 seconds. So even though Matt's come through past Noel, that lead of over 5 seconds now is pretty comfortable, and the lap times are pretty similar.
Well, you look where David Booth is now. He's just going past us in the commentary box, and only a couple of laps ago he was back beside Kelsey Gager. So that's how much he's gained in a couple of laps. And we see Carl Forbes now going 3 wide. Kelsey Gager in the middle, and Forbes goes up a couple of spots. Good passing move up the inside, although Kelsey's still hanging out wide. Still side by side, the two of them, but Forbes will have the inside line up into the McKissick curve. More dust being kicked up again. So here comes Wallace. The gap last time through was how much, Brendan?
5.2 last time was Tim's lead, back to Matt Ryan. So now just on 5 seconds.
So maintaining that gap, doing a good job out there, Tim Wallace, and that's what this reverse grid racing is all about. The fast guys aren't always going to win, and normally, just looking at his fastest lap, he's as fast as a 19, Tim Wallace, so normally that would put you down mid-pack, but because of the track position and the way things are, that's why he's leading the race. Now Johnny Prince looking pretty racy too as they come up on Jason Lambert. Same as Mitchell there. Good battle going on. Nick Hilton getting in the mix there, and Carl Storm trying to go around the outside of Nick Hilton through Castrol. So she's busy stuff through there for that gaggle of cars. You've got Swaney in the mix there in the Integra, and you've got the number 4 there, Van Asperen. Jared Carnegie there in the 171 car as well, filling in the 101 for Phil Shoemaker this weekend. Here comes the race leader, 5 seconds a gap, first to second last time. Still looks to be about the same, back to Ryan.
Sure does. That's lap 6, so 4 to go. Let's see what the gap is.
So Wallace
4.6, so he's taking about 400ths out of him, but he's going to have to do better than that if he's going to catch him before the end of this race.
That's right, without breaking out is the thing.
Yeah, don't think there's any fear of that. The guys are a fair way off the breakout because it's just obviously too hot out there, or the track might be a bit slippery still because after those trucks.
So Ryan in second place, then we've got Warren Reynolds in the third, back to Simmons, then Jason Skur still doing a good job there to be hanging on to that 4th place. He's been chased down from Graham Reynolds, but a few more passing moves going on around the place. Booth goes up another one, he goes past Hansford. Fred Hansford there, another one of the new competitors. Car 420, another one that's a new competitor. It's Dylan Knights in Michael Gunstone's old car. They're keeping it pretty tidy so far for the weekend, the 2K Cup.
Looks like Matt's picked up a fair amount of real estate on Tim this time. He's come onto the straight.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll soon see as he comes across the
He'll be down
line.
close to 3 seconds, I'd say.
I don't know if Tim's won a race before, but it'd be a good chance to get his first Dunlop hat.
Oh no, I'm wrong. 4.3 still. So he's chewing away at him, but he's not going to have enough laps left, I think.
Yeah, only about 3 laps left. Jeff Poulter now having a big dive up the inside of Chaz Frew. Gets a wheel up on the ripple strip and gets a wee bit out of shape. And Frew's still holding line though up the inside. Still side by side, the two of them. Round through Castrol. And they'll have a good drag down the back straight. David Booth tucked in behind them. He'll try and get a tow through. Which he's busy all around the place no matter where you look. Carl Storm and has managed to get in front of Johnny Prince, which has been a pretty good pass for him. Johnny was in front of him. James Swaney also in that battle as they go down the back straight. Here comes Johnny Prince having a run at Carl Storm.
Yeah, we're 7 laps into the race and we've got groups of cars still going 3 wide into John Jones. It's good, close, exciting racing.
Good close stuff indeed. Looks a wee bit closer this time, Matt, but I'm guessing sort of 3.5 seconds with a couple of laps to go for Tim Wallace.
3.9, so Matt's chipping away at him, but not enough to...
Here goes Warren Reynolds now. What can he do? Does he
he's
get
had a
past
look.
Skur or not? He's a wee bit hesitant on the brakes there. Now Booth, is next one in front of him is Jeff Poulter. He should be able to get Jeff going around the inside there, which he does. Jeff come back at him as we look up the inside. But keeping things very tidy, a lot of these drivers, and a lot of them are new this year, or into just starting their second season. Jared Carnegie going through in that 171 car, tucked in behind Mark Van Asperen. And the 2 Waimati cars having a good battle, the Ellerslie Farms Primeras. Line astern, they'll be after bragging rights there. And now Michael Gunstone having a bit of a drag down the back straight as well in his new car. So Tim Wallace still got that lead with a couple to go. In actual fact, last lap board this time for Tim Wallace. He's doing it pretty good at the moment. He'd be pretty excited, I'd imagine. He's trying to keep things under control.
Just needs to keep a cool head.
Nice cool head, yes. Matt Ryan second. Warren Reynolds third. Simmons hanging on to fourth, doing a good job actually in that waistcoat car. And Graham Reynolds has managed to get past Jason Skur. Forbesy going up the inside of one of the other Toyotas there, one of the Trunos. Up another spot for him. I don't know where he's sitting in the... He's up to 13th.
13th, so yep, he's done well again. He's done a 18.001.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not a record though, is it?
No, no, it's not. You did right, but he's coming to grips with it. That's a second and a half faster than he was in qualifying. So loving these conditions, Carl Forbes.
So yeah, he's on a different tyre, and what I'm seeing there is that tyre has been at least a second. Well, no, that's not fair. It's been consistently quicker than the other tyres.
So he comes our race lead up down through the kinks. He's going to take a race for the weekend. Tim Wallace in car number 166. He's going to be pretty pumped about that. Matt Ryan's going to take a great second, and then Warren Reynolds.
No, that's Graham.
Graham Reynolds comes through for third in the end. So, and then Simmons through for a good fourth. And then Reynolds,
David Booth up to
David
7.
Booth, yeah, great drive from him at the end of the day. The 2 Frew cars can throw a blanket over the 2 of them. Good race between them, and then Forbesy comes through as well. So some great stuff there the 2K Cup.
Matt Carmichael in the wee V-dub for 14th, so he'll be really happy with that. He started off near the front, but he held position. So in those conditions, a little bit warmer, some of the other cars, come to their own a bit. So a good race for 2K Cup, good and clean. Carl Forbes started right at the back of the grid and finished 11th. Yeah, so similar to performance to the last race. But good clean race, exciting racing, little groups racing within the whole race. So give them a hand as they come round. If you've enjoyed the racing, that's the last of the 2K Cup races for the day.
And if you are thinking maybe you do want to get into it, just check out the 2K Cup Facebook page.
Yep, so 2K Cup South Island, so there's North Island but South Island, or you can 2kcupsi.com I think, or .co.nz, one of those. You can find out a bit more, or wander down to the pits, or talk to someone there. Always happy to hear from people that are thinking about getting into motorsport, or have been in motorsport and want to come back and just have a play without spending a massive amount of money. That's the 2K Cup's the answer.
Great stuff, Victor Cannonball. Thank you very much for your expert comments over the weekend.
Thank you for having me.
That's all right.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
We'll let you off the hook now, and you can go down and no doubt participate in the odd cold one or two.
And give my hat back.
Yeah, give your hat back. Go and give it to Tim Wallace.
Yeah, he deserved it today. Well done, Tim.
Not want a pre-loved one. Okay, next up we have the SS Cup field. So dry ice blasting SS Cup. During the lunch break we went and had a little chat to the car 414's driver Trevor Morse to see how he was getting on. He's been chasing electrical gremlins and still chasing them. He didn't appreciate our comment whole half lap jump start. He didn't think it was that much at all, but I did tell him while it was so obvious that the time penalty came up on the board in front of us before he got into the first corner. But I've had a go at hot wiring that during the lunch time, so hoping that may have fixed their woes.
Yeah, so it's the biggest field we've ever had for the SS Cup. I think we're about 37 cars. We might have lost one or two, but definitely a full field. Another local to look out for there, car number 124, Mark Leonard, in the Honda Integra, the 24 red racing car, owned by another local that's lived in Auckland actually for the last 20 years, Chris O'Driscoll. Now, Chris has got a couple of companies up north and sent a car down here for Mark to run in. This is the car that Mark and Sprague actually ran at, I think it was the 8-hour race or some race up there in the North Island. And great that Chris has got behind Mark and all the team, and he's got a good philosophy there. Chris O'Driscoll, we set up a company, 24 Red Racing, which is race apparel and everything like that. It's got over 120 products, and any profit that comes out of that business goes back into car racing for probably not only himself but a few of the young guys that are floating around. He's had a bit to do with Peter Vodanovic, and obviously one of the instigators behind getting the Leonard Sprague names back together up there in the North Island a few months ago. So big ups to Chris O'Driscoll and his team, 24 Red Racing. Hopefully we see a bit more of them down here. Hopefully we see them down here a little bit more often. They're going to go down to Highlands Park there as well. But Chris, of course, a member of that famous O'Driscoll family. If you're a Catholic here in Timaru, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Old Uncle Nugga be pretty proud. But great to see you again, Chris, and back at the track. Rightio, looks like they've given the word to fire up down there for the dry ice blasting SS Cup. First car out, car number 43, that's Rebecca Leinberg in the Impreza. Reasonably solid weekend for her, sort of running around mid-pack. Car 78, Dale Kirby. 171, Matt Moore. 99, Graham Alou. And this very quick wee Datsun 1600 car number 4, Paul Blasby from Mosgill. Keep your eyes on that one. Jim Lineberg, car number 350, then Flynn Mitchell. Dean Cook in the 95 car, Carmen Lineberg in the MX5, Mark Leonard in the 24 Red Racing Integra. Then we've got Matt Irvine in the BMW, Steve Prentice in the E30, and then we've got, I think it's James Ray there in the wee red Honda Civic. And they keep coming on out. Car 147, Cameron Davies, another one of the White Horse Motors supported teams. Car 44, Mel Waters and his brand new RX-8 that he's built up. He stepped up from the RX-7. And car number 900, Seedy Racing, they call themselves. And he normally is that in the first thing in the mornings. He's a wee bit seedy there. Chopper Stevenson. Car number 900 in that old Starion. Had a good run there. First race yesterday, finished 6th. See how he goes today. Tim Dossett, car number 1. Had a good battle in yesterday's race with Jared Parmenter, and the two had a bit of a coming together at the end of the front straight. Dossie got a bit of a hit in the driver's door and fell down through the field a little bit, but he'll be right up there for the SS Cup. So we are looking at a 8-lap handicap reverse grid. Welcome back up, Jared Carnegie. Yeah, it's a bit puffed after that. Obviously, hard work out there in the Toyota 101. We'll let him get his breath back and hopefully have a yarn with him a wee bit later on. So we'll see how they form up on the grid there. Brendan, you'll probably see Steve Prentice come up to the front row there in one of the BMWs. E30 MTEC 2.
Yes, and then car 78, Dale Kirby, who is on the grid in grid 3, should be in grid 2, according to the plan in front of me. And Dean Cook should be 3, car 95, with Rebecca Lindbergh, car 4. So either our screens are incorrect or my eyes are deceiving me.
Graham Malou paying the price down there for painting his car black. She's a bit hot. Got the door open. A wee bit of airflow through the car. You know, a wee while to wait before all the cars get settled in.
Just looking at that, Steve Prentice is now pulled into position 1, that immaculate E30 3 Series BMW, car 67.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure he runs this car in the classics as well, in the BMW class. Second row there, Dean Cook, another one out of the 2K Cup. Same with Dale Kirby. They've both had a wee bit to do in the 2K Cup, especially Cookie. And he's in that Integra number 95, looks pretty cool in his new wrap this season. We go back to the fourth row. Graham Malou there in the 99. Beside him, Matt Moore on the 171 Moore Racing Altezza. Mel Waters in car number 44. Beside him, great to see the old Bluebird back.
Said that they had troubles with their battery and missed the race earlier on today, but good to see it out there.
Ross Melhop, he's done quite a few laps around here over the years, back in the pre-65 days. So away goes Steve Prentice. They'll send him away for a starter, give him a few seconds head start, and then the next group will go. Got Joe and Gav down there on the stopwatch. Old Gavvy's all set to go. Away goes the next group. Bit of a slow start there from Mel Waters in the RX-744, but the rest of them are going to cruise on down to Paraco. Is going to be Dean Cook that leads them through from Paul Sayer. A good start from him in the wee Starlet, number 32. He's managed to get through on Rebecca Lineberg and goes up another one. And then it's Moore tucked in behind her. Then Graham Malou, Dale Kirby. Back to the next group. They're underway. the faster guys. Carmen Leinberg having a bit of a drag down towards Parenco there with McConaughey. And then you got car number 122, the car of Mark Neville, the Impreza. Tucked in behind her, bit of dust being kicked up, and looks like Ray's taken to the grass there, the wee red Honda. Not enough room for everyone through that corner. So they're all underway. The faster group head down and try and catch up. Carmen Leinberg leads the way from the 122 of Mark Neville. And here comes the race leader though, across the line. About a 3/4 of a lap head start for Steve Prentice in the BMW. He'll be going flat out. And at the moment he's got a huge lead back to the next car, which is the wee Starlet number 32, Paul Sayer, as they come through the kink. Dean Cook tucked in behind him. In the Integra, a bit of a gap back to Rebecca Leinberg it is. Then Matt Moore. So everyone through Parenco, not too bad of that group. Long way back to this faster group. Carmen Leinberg still in the lead here, but he goes the 122, trying to have a look around the outside. She comes across in front of him. And then faster guys are Phil Gurney trying to have a look up the inside of McConaughey. No way through for him. Side by side though, Gurney with Dawson. Actually 3 wide as they head up towards Castro. Having a look up the inside. Jared Parmenter is it. And it goes up the inside and gets 2 spots just like that. So a great move in the 20 car. And here comes Phil Gurney. Down the inside of McConaughey. Up another spot for him. That'll put him up to about 3rd. As the race leader comes through again, he had about a 40-second lead last time through, did Steve Prentice. 21 it was. Way back to this next battle. Paul Sayer, car 32. Beautiful wee Starlet. Then it's Cookie. 18-second lead for him out in front at the moment. As we see the BMW go through, Matt Irvine goes through a Matt Moore. And it's Graham Alou and Mark Leonard looming in the distance there in the Integra, tucked in behind Alou. Shouldn't be long before we see perhaps the Integra get through. Here goes the rest of them though. Leinberg's lost a few spots in that last lap. The 122 of Mark Neville's managed to get through, so's Gurney and Parmenter. In fact, she's gone a long way back. McConaughey's got through, so's Dawson. And here comes Ryan Tinley in the big Monaro, winding that up down the back straight. And Jim Leinberg and Chopper having a good drag. Look at this, 3 wide down the back straight. Eddie Arroyo, a couple of wheels out in the grass. Tim Dossett in the mix there as well. Has over just about 4 wide there for a minute. Still 3 wide into the hairpin, into John Jones Steel rather. But everyone's still on that, on the black stuff. And we'll see what the gap is this time. 19 seconds it was last time through, first to second. 16 seconds now, so they're slowly pulling him in. Long way to go though, try and catch him. Worth just 8 laps in the race. Bit of dust being kicked up there by Matt Irvine in the BMW. He's hard up Ross Malhop in that Bluebird. Trying to get through on him. Now we've got Mark Leonard, he's managed to get through on Moore and Alou. Now he's going to have a look at car number 15, which is one of the wee Pulsars, and he goes around the outside easy up and up another one. So just starting to get a bit of confidence in the car, Mark Leonard. Hasn't done a lot of racing in front wheel drive stuff. Oh, we've got someone off up the top end of the track there, up through around McKissick, out in the dirt. Not too sure who that was. It's been a while since Mark's driven a front-wheel drive car. In fact, you have to go all the way back to his production days when he raced a Nissan Bluebird. Normally likes going sideways, but however, he's quite enjoying these front-wheel drive machines. See what the gap is this time for Steve Prentice. As Sayer goes through, it is 13 seconds. Slowly wheeling him in. Now Leonard goes up the inside of Malhop too. Up another one. So up to 6th for Mark Leonard. The 24 Red Racing Integra. But he's busy a little bit further back too. The 122 car, Neville, trying to get through on Dale Kirby. Phil Gurney's tucked in the back. Him trying to get through at the same time. So is McConaughey. Three of them line astern. And through they go on the 78 of Dale Kirby. In fact, Gurney goes through on Neville at the same time. And then here comes the big Monaro. He's going to have to slow down a wee bit. Not enough room for him there either way. Ryan Tinley. Have to save it for the back straight. So we've got a safety car out, is it? Safety car is out. Pretty sure we've got a car off up the top end of the track there somewhere. So we'll have to wait and see, but this is going to close the gap up, and I bet Steve Prentice is probably kicking himself around now. That's his chance of a win gone. As the rest of them come through, Rebecca Lineberg might have to let Dean Cook go back past again. She does. And that's really ruined the race for Steve Prentice. He's going to drop from first down to where he's going to end up, but he was looking good for a win. How many laps to go there, Brendan?
3 laps to go. So might finish under safety car, depending on how long it takes them to clear the stranded vehicle.
Well, that's right. He'll either be hoping that the safety car does stay out there for the 3 laps.
Yeah, he won't want one of those Bathurst last lap dashes.
No, there's a few cars tucked in behind there that would love to get through to that P1. Mark Leonard sit there in 6th. Some of the faster guys a little bit further back there. The 122, Mark Neville. And of course, Tinley, this could play in the hands for Tinley if he can reel off a half a dozen cars down the back straight. He could gain a few more points. Pretty quiet this race though, car number 4. That T has been pretty lightning so far this weekend, Paul Glasby in the 1600. At the moment, he's got a lot of work to do there. And Trevor Morse obviously still having a few problems at the rear of the field there, but still circulating, still out there having a go. Oh, so we got the safety truck back in already. So not much of a safety car it was. Just enough to be a pain in the butt for Steve Prentice. It's under his conditions now as they come down. So we're going green again. Shouldn't be long before we see Sayer and Cook get through. Perhaps Rebecca Lineberg might be her chance to snatch a win. Mark Leonard goes clean round the outside of her, picks up another spot, up to 5th now for Lenny. So that's a good wee gain there. Down the back straight again. Now he's going to get swamped. There's Steve Prentice. Sayer goes through. Cook will go through. And Irvine will go through too. 3 wide, just about down the back straight. Mark Leonard tucked in the back, waiting for something to happen up in front. He'll try and go through on one of them as well. Up to 4th place for Mark Leonard now. It's been a good drive. The safety car has played into his hands, but nonetheless, improvements all weekend. So it'll be Sayer, Cook. Rebecca Lineberg will be there or thereabouts. In fact, she must have issues. She's dropped that back to about 6th in the space of half a lap. As the leaders come through, the left-handed sweeper again. Last lap board this time for Paul Sayer and the wee Starlet number 32. Oh, we've got someone having a bit of a spin up there. Looked like Dale Kirby getting out of shape. So, it's Paul Sayer from Dean Cook, Mark Leonard. What can Lenny do from there? He's not too far away. Then it's Martin Irvine. Then we've got Rebecca Lineberg, who's keeping Jared Parmenter at bay. What can Parmenter do from there? He's in 5th. Got a lot of work to do though. Down the back straight for the last time. Looking pretty good for the 32 at the moment. Here comes Martin Irvine, who decides that last race of the day is obviously a good time to wind the BMW up. And he goes through up to 3rd. Lenny trying to stick with that third position and manages to hang on to it. Irvine gets pushed wide. Back to that fourth place. And some of the faster cars towards the rear of the field haven't made any sort of impression there on the race. Josh Ward obviously was up there earlier on. Look at this into the hairpin though. She's all on for the last time. Still Paul Sayer and the wee Starlet. Dean Cook tucked in there in the Integra. Then Mark Leonard down towards the kink for the last time. Looks like Sayer's going to have it sussed. Here comes Parmenter as well, but that's the way it's going to stay. It's going to be Sayer from Cook, then Leonard, then Parmenter, Irvine, and in the end, Rebecca Lineberg finishes 6th. Matt Moore, a great run for him too, 7th. Then Phil Gurney 8th. Jared Pike 9th. And then one of the Beamers rounds out the top 10. Kurt Snookett was. So great stuff for the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup. And Dale Kirby, last one across the line after having that bit of a moment up there in the
poor
hairpin.
Steve Prentice, car 67, that lovely E30 BMW. Looked like he had it in the bag until we had the safety car, so Steve finishes 12th in the end.
Yeah, robbed. He'll be saying he was robbed, Brendan.
Was robbed.
So in the end, just looking down where Tim Dossett finished, 20th he was at the end of all of that. So definitely mixes it up, the handicap reverse grid. And speaking of handicap reverse grid, 365 up next, 6 laps for them.
So good win earlier today for Shell Clark in the 100 EH Holden in the reverse grid race they had this morning.
So the race format is the same as what we had this morning, the handicap reverse grid. So they will start off sections.
Just takes a while to clear the track, obviously, with the very large SS Cup field. All right, those of you on the bank, hope you're slip, slop, slapping, keeping your hydration up. Lovely sunny day here in South Canterbury. Thankfully it's not 37 or 38 like it was on Tuesday. That would just be a little bit uncomfortable. You'll be happy to know that we're doing all right up here with the air conditioning just trickling away in the background.
Could do with a cold one though, Brendan, if anyone's got a spare one. Heineken preferably. Do come on up and watch a race. Bring a stubby with you.
Okay, so reverse grid for pre-65. We should have car 91, P1 this time, John Mackley in the Ford Anglia from Wallistown, supported by Royal Bush Transport.
Once again, a big thanks to Kumo Tyres for sponsoring the Pre-65s. I've been sponsoring them for a number of years now, looking after them with the tyres. Old mate Mr. Tupai there, back in action. Towing another car in, not too sure who that is. Righto, it's the first car out on the track, car 71, Paul Whiting, all the way from Christchurch in the Anglia. Then it's Pierce Mingham in car number 47. Pierce is 1-2 from 2 for the B class so far this weekend. And car 100 coming out, Michelle Clark. She won the previous reverse grid race. Car 64, Cliff Brunning in the Holden Special. 27, John Smolinski in the Falcon. Gary Shaw also in a Falcon, number 44. Then Wayne Tuffley in that big Mustang. Managed to hold off Corey Ross in that last race in car number 42. And then last man out, John Mackley from Wallistown in that very beautiful number 91. John and Lisa just love their motorsport, travel all around the country with the Anglia. So we were just talking about how long Pre-65s has been around. It's about 40 years, I think. It's about 1980, 1981. I've probably got a few people down there going, no, it wasn't, but it's around that sort of period. Nonetheless, been around for a long time. Had dozens and dozens of cars through the series.
A very young Kevin Pateman was one of the front runners early on a Ford Cortina.
Yeah, Lotus powered one. It was pretty unstoppable actually back in those days. I think Graham Vaughan gave him a bit of a run for his money. Likes of Bob Driver as well.
Yeah, Bob Driver and Alan Dunn had a very, very rapid 105E Anglia.
The General Lee.
That's right, the Confederate flag on the roof.
And then of course Bob sort of leapt out of that into the 6-cylinder EH Holden, the Wins 05. I don't know where that car is these days. No doubt it's still around somewhere.
Local raconteur Bruce Brownie in a
Mark III Zephyr. Yeah, remember that.
Yeah, Dad had a photo of that on the wall at home when I was a kid. Father painted it for him.
1979 was the first meeting for Pre-65s. And the official series started in February 1980. So there you go, good stuff there, B2. B2's on the Google today, keeping us informed with all the gossip. So once again, we'll probably see, oh no, we're going to see Whiting it's going to be the first car away, I'd imagine, or maybe Mackley. Mackley comes through, so
yeah, Mackley and then Whiting. So Michelle Clark being pushed back as a result of her brilliant effort this morning, winning the race.
That's right, she's got a bit more work to do now, with Pete Fitzgibbon tucked in beside her in the A40. Could play into the hands though of John Mackley as he's about to get the flag. Away he goes, sponsored by Royal Bush Transport is John. Away goes Whiting, he's not too far behind. It's the two orange ones away, a bit of a jump start there from Pete Fitzgibbon, but away he goes with Michelle Clark and also Cliff Brunning there in the 64, then Pierce Mingham. He's the fastest of the 4 cylinders here this weekend, so he's the last one away in that group. I think we've got the big Bangers, here we go, away they go. And Wayne Tuffley missed the start. I think he thought that either him or Corey Ross might have jumped early. I'm not 100% sure how that worked, but last time it was Tuffley and Ross who had to wait behind for the other three to go. So perhaps that could have been a jump start for Corey Ross. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Gary Shaw left a couple of $100 worth of rubber on the start line as well when he peeled off.
Look at the speed of Smolinski down the back straight, goes right through on the 55 car of Paul Clark. And in fact, Paul Clark still hangs on up the inside there. Makes a Laramie again. And Gary Shaw's also in that mix. But here comes the race leader, John Mackley, in the car number 91. If he can keep it out there for 6 laps, then he'll be pretty happy. He's got a big gap back to these faster guys. And we lost Paul Clark there somewhere. No, there she is there, Michelle. She's fallen way back early. The rest of them come through. Paul Clark in the 55, then Smolinski. Smolinski still hasn't got through. Then it's Ross, Gary Shaw, then Tuffley, then Michelle Clark. She's now at the back of the field now. Keep an eye on these big guys as they put the foot down in the V8s. Here they go. Smolinski had a good drag last time, does the crossover, tries to go around the outside of him, and has a better run. Corey Ross is going to try and go with him as well as they head down towards the John Jones Steel, and will go through easy enough as well. Or will he? He's hanging outside. He gets through Corey Ross. Great stuff. John Mackley, the leader, out of the Carter's valuation hairpin. Fastest lap of a 1:22 for John Mackley so far. Faster guys at the back doing about a 1:14, 1:16. So a foot down for him. And go does it 1:19 that time, John Mackley. And the gap first to second is about 5-6 seconds. It should start closing up shortly. Pete Fitzgibbon in a good battle at the moment with Cliff Brunning, car number 64. So Corey Ross has managed to get through on Paul Clark as well in the 55 car. And Tuffley's got all the work to do. He's at the back of this train. First man in front is Gary Shaw. He's got to get through in the 44. Down the back straight they go. Gary Shaw now lining up Paul Clark as they go down towards John Jones Steel and goes through easy enough. Another spot for him. So the lead last time for John Mackley, 5.7 seconds. Yeah, it actually increased it, as Brendan just said, by a couple of tenths. And the fast guys are still a long, long way away from catching up with 4 laps to go. 3 laps to go this time for him as he goes across the stripe. John Mackley, he has won reverse grid races before, so won't be the first time he's done it. Whiting still hanging on to second, but not for long. Here comes Cliff Brunning in the big Holden Special. Fitzgibbon still in there. Then it's Pierce Mingham. He's got a couple of big V8s in the mirror right now as they go up into Castrol. It'll only be a matter of time before we see Smolinski and Ross go through. And here they go, put down. So I don't know if Tuffy's got a problem or whatever, but he was with Corey Ross at the start of the race, and now Ross has gone all the way through and up the road by 2 or 3 positions. And Tuffy not really making any impression on Paul Clark just yet either.
Just had Cliff Brunning go through and Paul Whiting to take second as they went into John Jones.
So leader back into the hairpin. 2 laps to go for John Mackley this time. They're starting to close up on him. Down through the kink. Out on his own at the moment. Cliff Brunning about 5 seconds back still, I would say. Here comes the faster guy, Smolinski. Try and go around the outside of Fitzgibbon. Corey Ross goes with him. Both of them get past the A40. And I think John Mackley's going to run out of laps. He would have hoped that this was the last lap. We still have another one to go after this one. Here comes the big guys. They'll go through on Cliff Brunning. John Smolenski. It's his race to win. Corey Ross tucked in there. Shaw comes through toughly. The rest of them trying to feed through some of these four-cylinder guys. Should make that the widest angle you've ever seen, with a couple of V8s coming up in your mirror. It looks like they had to lead them through McKissick. They should get him by the time they come back through the wee kink into the hairpin, which they have. They've just managed to go around the outside. In fact, you're still holding the inside there, Mackley on Corey Ross, making it hard for him. Now Ross goes up the inside, but he's lost a few car lengths from Smolenski. He'll come down and shouldn't be far off getting the last lap board this time, which he does. So Ross up to second, Brunning third. Here comes Shaw. Paul Clark there as well. But Mackley still holding a position for maximum points if he can keep Pierce Mingham in behind him in the 47 car. Last time down the back straight for the Kumho Tyres Pre-65s. John Smolenski in the 27, doing it pretty easy out there in the front from Matty Sim. Then Gary Shaw. No, Corey Ross, sorry. Just as well I got another couple of guys up here to keep an ear on things. So John Smolenski had a 2.5 lead over the stripe last time. Back to Corey Ross. Into the hairpin for the last time. Corey Ross nowhere near close enough. Through the left-handed sweeper. Looking pretty good for a win for the big number 27. Here he comes down through the kink. And we'll get the checkered flag. John Smolenski. Great drive from him. Corey Ross will take second. Gary Shaw will take another third for the weekend. Then it's Paul Clark, and then the line. Cliff Brunning manages to hang on to that from Wayne Tuffley. First of the four-cylinder cars goes to Pierce Mingham, who just gets John Mackley. And then the A40 car, Pete Fitzgibbon, will take third for the B class. Or C class, I should say. So great stuff there for the Kumho Tyres Pre-65s. Mr. Tupai just been back into the pits for another refreshment stop. Another couple of pies and a couple of cokes.
A very entertaining reverse skid race there for the Kumho Tyres Pre-65. Thank you very much, drivers, for entertaining us this weekend.
That's right. And up next, so Brendan, Oscars, 8-lap race for them. Set on their fastest time.
So Steve Ross won the first race yesterday for the Oscar class, and then this morning Chris Henderson in the very rapid V8 engined Toyota GT86 took out the win from Steve in the reverse grid race.
Yeah, that's a magic car. He wasn't here yesterday, Chris, but first up this morning. What a show what a class act he is out there in that new car of his, Toyota 86, with the LS3 V8 in it.
So this is the grid set by fastest time for the weekend, I would suspect, which puts Chris Henderson in P1 from Steve Ross. Bruce Davidson in position 3, and then Paul Brooks in that awesome looking 222 Nissan Silvia.
Yeah, didn't we see one of them get very close to the lap record this morning? About a 102 or something?
Yeah, Henderson was doing a 102 this morning. The record that we found was a 101.
First car out, Steve Ross from Dunedin in that Jaguar Trans Am car. Second car out, the 222 Paul Brooks. He's had a few troubles this weekend, but when he is on song, that thing is very quick indeed, with the big wing hanging off the back of it. Gary Duncan tucked in behind him in the 26 car. Chris Brown, the Murray Brown Electrical big red whale. Ben Tiplady in the 17. Neville Stoll in the 25 car. Bruce Davidson in the Chevy Corvette, that black and white car, beautiful low slung thing. Done a lot of endurance racing in this car. And it's about the second car they've had, may even be the third one. They did basically destroy one somewhere, but looks very magic indeed, the black and white Davidson Honda Chevy Corvette. Evan Munt out there in the 43, the wee Toyota Starlet. Daniel Hurst in the 41. And a couple of locals out there too, Jared Hansen in the 87 Datsun 1600. And tucked in behind him, Andrew Gibson in the 91 car. He's had more hits than Michael Jackson, that car of Andrew Gibson. Just got it back from the chassis straighteners again not long ago. He certainly is a trier. Steve Ross needs no introduction. He's raced all sorts. He's got Formula 5000 in the shed. He's got a few Oscar cars in the shed. He's got the ex-Rob Kennard Mark 4/5 Cortina, which is one of my favourite all-time cars sitting in the shed. And of course another car that's in the pits out the back here he owns is PDL1, which is parked over here. None of you have ever seen it, just inside the pits. Leon Enid used to race many years ago. Bruce Davison just coming up to the second row in car number 35. Lots of aero on these cars, Brendan. You'll see Chris Brown, the big red whale there on the third row. Lots of aero on the back of that, a big diffuser. Big wing on the 222 car.
Yeah, the one on 222 looks pretty impressive. That would give you wing envy if you're anyone else in the field, though Chris Henderson's not to be outdone either.
No, he comes up to P1. The Midway,
smart looking, yeah, GT86 Midway Motors car.
Right, so waiting on the race start for the Oscars. 8-lap race, we're underway. A good start from the third row for Neville Stoll. He gets threads the needle straight away from 5th place up to 2nd. And just like that, he was lucky there was enough room and through he went. So from 6th up to 2nd, just like that for Stoll. But it's going to be Chris Henderson leads him down the back straight for the first time in this beautiful Toyota. Then it's Stoll, Davidson. Here comes Steve Ross now. He goes down on the inside of Davidson easy enough, and then the 222 car side by side with Chris Brown as they head down towards the braking zone. And he might have to back out of that one, Paul Brooks, as Brown manages to hang on. A wee bit of dirt being kicked up there, we've seen that all day. A wee bit slippery through John Jones to get out onto that. So we dip just off there, you drop a wheel into there and that's what kicks the dust up. No doubt the wee dip's getting a wee bit bigger as the day goes on. As Chris Henderson comes through that left-handed sweeper, already opened up that huge lead down through the kink. What a beautifully sitting car this is. And he comes down into the Power & Co S's very, very late on the brakes. And in fact, I thought he was going to overshoot it, but had it under control. Back to Steve Ross in second. Yeah, 106 for a standing lap's pretty good from Chris Henderson. So Steve Ross has got a lot of work to do now to catch up to Henderson. And here goes the 222 once again, having another look at Chris Brown as they head down towards John Jones. But he's up that inside line. Brown makes it easy for him. He could have come across there and made it a little bit harder, but he goes through Paul Brooks in the Nissan Silvia S15. Race leader back into the Carter's valuation hairpin. He's done many laps around here, Chris Henderson, mostly in the endurance form. He's been a bit of a 1 hour specialist. Finished third here back in October in the 1 hour section. First time back in the car. And it looks absolutely beautiful as he goes into Par & Co. Steve Ross slowly catching him, only a half a second that time through. Gained by Steve Ross. Davidson sitting here in third, then Stowell. Been a pretty strong showing from Neville Stowell this weekend as well in the 25 car. Good battle going on here towards the rear. Tony Carstairs and Matthew Irvine. Chris Henderson though, 3 second gap, first to second. Back to Steve Ross. It's quite a hard charger, Steve Ross. Back through the left-hand sweeper, down through the kink. Still Chris Henderson leads him through. Having a look at his last lap time, a 1:03.6. So definitely not mucking around. Davidson doing well there in third, just on his own. And now Chris Brown's got Gary Duncan all over his tail. And in fact, Paul Brooks must have had a moment there. He's dropped back a couple of spots. He got in front of Chris Brown up the top there last time. And it's actually fallen back and in behind Gary Duncan as well. Gary Duncan now trying to have a move on Chris Brown as they head down towards the end of the back straight. Still side by side, and through goes Gary Duncan. Up another spot for him. Daniel Hurst just going through in the RX-7, number 41. Pretty strong showing so far for Chris Henderson. Back down through the kink. The car just doesn't move at all, does it? Set up beautifully. So the gap now 3.7, so he's actually pulled away a little bit, Chris Henderson. Gary Duncan just starting to get away from Chris Brown a little bit. Steve Ross in that very rapid Jag, very quiet though. Obviously you got a quiet exhaust system on it.
It's one Jaguar should there, Paul.
So it'll be 3 laps to go this time for Chris Henderson. Just about to start the journey of passing some lap cars for him. First car, Danielle Hurst. He should go through there easy enough. Here comes Ross and Davidson. Davidson keeping Steve Ross pretty honest there from that third spot. We were quicker through the corners in the Corvette. Stowell now in a pretty lonely sort of 4th place. Gary Duncan trying to track him down. These 3 locals. It's been a pretty lonely weekend for Jared Hansen too, and the number 87. He's sort of been out on his own pretty much most of the races. Same with Gibbo. Gibbo just going through, currently 10th place. Best lap time of a 1:10.3. Martin Irvine now pulling away from Tony Carstairs in the Altezza. So 2 laps to go for Chris Henderson this time. Bruce Davidson will be trying to make gains on Steve Ross with some of this lap traffic. He's there or thereabouts. He's got a good run through Castrol this time. Has Davidson. See the speed of the two as they put the hammer down, but you'll find the Jag's just got a wee bit more down low and opens up that lead once again as they head down towards John Jones Steel over Bruce Davidson. Been a pretty lonely weekend for Andrew Gibson as well, the 91 car. Oh no, not problems for Chris Henderson. He's slowing down coming out of the hairpin. So problems for Chris Henderson as he pulls off into the pits. So I don't know what's happened there, but also got Davidson in front of Steve Ross. So at the moment, so Davidson's the leader with the last lap board out. So bad luck there for Chris Henderson. Yes, that's right. So we'll see what Steve Ross can do now on the last lap. Down the back straight, the 2 big V8s winding up. Steve Ross should go through easy enough, and he does. So problems there for Chris Henderson. Obviously with a new build, you get the odd niggling problem. So they're lifting the bonnet up on it. See if they can get him back out there, but it is the last lap. So Steve Ross inherits the race lead. And the lead is into the hairpin for the last time right now. Davidson's still tucked in the back. He's had a good strong race, Bruce Davidson. Still on the back of Steve Ross. Here they go down through the keek. The checkered flag is out for Steve Ross. He'll take another race win in the big Jaguar. Locks the brake up and overshoots onto the grass. Nonetheless, it's a good race win for him. Bruce Davidson, a magic second as well. Neville Stoll will come through for 3rd. Gary Duncan 4th. And then back to Chris Brown. And a long way back to Ben Tiplady, who's about to put a lap on Danielle Hurst. In fact, he won't lap her, but he'll come through in the 5th. So a bit of bad luck there for Chris Henderson. Still got the thing going. In fact, he's just going to come out and go across the start line there to get the finish, and then he'll reverse it up.
So Chris Henderson was classified 14th as he crossed the start-finish tape. So he does take away some points.
Thanks to Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries once again for supporting Oscar here this weekend. They'll have another race a little bit later on this afternoon. Up next though, it's the South Island Formula 1600s, a 12-lap race. We yarn with James Penrose. 14 races on the trot. He has won. And a nice level-headed young kid as well. So surely 14 wins from 14 is a bit of a statement.
Current South Island F1600 Class 2 champ, 3rd in New Zealand 2020, and the current holder of the Wigram Cup also.
So Ethan Anderson, car number 70, had some issues there this morning. 3 or 4 there yesterday. Another surprise too is car number 55, Bree Morris, a young female driver. Never been here at Levels before, and she had a 6th in the, which is nothing to be sneezed at. Jack Noble Adams, car number 1, another one to look out for. Bo Hill, car 24. One of these up-and-coming young single-seater drivers. All makes and models of cars there too, Brendan. Van Diemen, the most popular version there, the RF82 of likes of Shane Drake, he's in one of those. So is Alex Crosby, car 63. Bo Hill, car 24 is also an RF92. Simon Spencer Bauer, car 48, an RF93. And then you've got some of the older chassis in there as well. Noel Atley, car number 44, the 1984 Crossell 55F, or Crossley, depending on who you're talking to. Two brand new cars. So about they come onto the track. 12 lapper for them this time, so a wee bit longer. And I suppose the only local in there really to cheer for is a couple of them. Number 83 there, Thomas Flynn. And that's in the Sail and Anchor sponsored car. Young Tom is from Timaru. And we've also got Daniel Brown in car 87, the yellow car. He's from Geraldine. Done a lot of 2K Cup driving, is Daniel. Doing a bit of frantic work on the front of the car at the moment as they head up the back straight, trying to get a bit of heat into the wee Avon groove slick.
So lining up first on the grid will be James Penrose and Jack Noble Adams in P2, followed by Jack Christensen and Shane Drake on 3 and 4. Who's that? So P5 will be Jacob Douglas, and P6 will be number 70 Ethan Anderson, followed by 7, number 55 Bree Morris, who has had an outstanding weekend, and 8 Alex Crosby, followed by P9 will be Daniel Brown, and 10 Kim Crocker.
Yes, it's a pat on the back for Derek Wilson and everybody involved behind the scenes for the South Island Formula 1600. They were way down in numbers there a couple of years ago, but looking pretty healthy at the moment. Been hassling the hell out of a lot of car owners, I should say. And I must say there's quite a few cars out there that are owned by other people as well that have loaned them to the South Island Formula Ford for some of these young guys to drive too. So it's not all about that. It's all about the giving, the trusting of putting some of these young guys in your machinery just to get the numbers up there. But look at that. On the second row, car 92, former champion Shane Drake, and the Marlborough coloured car there, Van Diemen RF 92. Once owned by the McLaren team over there in England. So here we go, waiting on the start for the 12 lapper for the South Island Formula 1600 away. A good start from everybody, especially number 20 there, which was Jacob Douglas, and also too Bo Hill. But it's going to be James Penrose, surprise, surprise, who leads them through Par & Co and up towards Castrol for the first time. Line astern from everybody. Looks like Daniel Brown having a wee look up the inside of, might have been Mark Doran, I'm not 100% sure there. But either way, they're heading down the back straight. Look at this, Zach Christensen all over the back of Shane Drake as they head down towards the John Jones Steel. Manages to hang on to that third place. So James Penrose looking for race 15 win from 15. As we've got someone out in the grass up there. That might have been Andy Downs perhaps. However, the leaders back into the hairpin, already stretched that lead out to 3 or 4 car lengths Here's James Penrose. And of course, we are being live streamed all around the world, so hopefully there's a few people watching this young man. He's going to follow in the footsteps of Liam Lawson, I would imagine. Oh, that's Christensen just about getting out of shape and coming together with Shane Drake through Parenco. Managed to keep the Ray in a straight line and didn't go sideways into Shane Drake, but he's under all sorts of pressure now, Drake. He's got Beau Hill tucked in behind and car number Ethan Anderson tucked in behind in the 70. Then you've got Christensen on the outside. Then you've got Douglas there in the mix as well as they head up to John Jones Steel. Around the outside goes Christensen of Shane Drake. Oh, someone off the end of the back straight there. Around they go sideways, is it? They've managed to miss the gravel trap there. But someone went out off there and probably had a real I'm in the shit moment. Yes, there won't be much room left in the seat there. Down through the kink though comes Penrose, just stretching that lead out a wee bit more. It was 8/10 last time through. Looks to be out to about 1.2 now, 1.3 it is. Back to Jack Noble Adams. Now Christensen got Drake all over the back of him. Then it's Anderson, Douglas. And then you've got Bree Morris in the mix there as well. She's joined on the back of this freight train in car 55. So still Penrose. So good battles going on all the way down. A good run from Daniel Brown too at the moment. He is up inside the top 10, running 9th. Still it's James Penrose. 1.5 seconds it was last time through. Back to Zach Christensen. So it looks like we've got a change there for second. Maybe it's Jack Noble Adams up to second. It is in fact. So Penrose reels off yet another lap from Noble Adams. Back to Christensen. Drake still hanging on to that 4th place. He's had a couple of 4th placings this weekend. Shane Drake. He was telling me that Shane Drake, that he can't really position that car up on any of the ripple strips. It won't take it too much. If he puts it up on the ripple strips, it'll spin, whereas a lot of these late model chassis are driving all over the curbs. So he's losing a wee bit there, as he's got Ethan Anderson all over the back of him. Good to see Ethan back up to speed. He had a bit of a trying moment this morning. Had a bit of work going on in his car in between races. So James Penrose, all the way from Rangiora in the Van Diemen Stealth. 2 seconds the lead last time. It looks to be a little bit bigger this time as well. Just half a second on a lap, just starting to pull away. Christensen there, a safe third. Here goes the car number 20, having a wee dive up the inside. He's quite deep in there too, and manages not to have a come together with Ethan Anderson. As Jacob Douglas is going to have a look up the inside as well into Castrol. Manages to push Ethan Anderson wide. He's got a good toe down the back straight this time, Jacob Douglas. Let's see what he can do. Anderson pulls over to the centre of the track, says if you want to go round the outside. Douglas not deep enough though, but he's definitely hard charging and having a go. Dylan Petch now having a look up the inside of the silver car. And we'll go up another spot. Dylan Petch, obviously the grandson of Mark Petch. And this is only ever his 2nd ever race meeting. In fact, it's about his fourth race, I think, in his career. So it's all about learning for young Dylan this year. Penrose back across the line for another one. 12 lapper this one. So Noble Adams now just starting to come under a wee bit of pressure from Christensen. Shane Drake's managed to drop Douglas off. Douglas is coming under all sorts of pressure from Ethan Anderson. and Bree Morris, she's just tucked in there, a bit of a gap after that. Back to Kim Crocker it is, running 8th. Daniel Brown tucked in behind him. A good run through for Thomas Flynn, the local lad, sitting in 11th at the moment. In fact, good battles all the way down through the pack. Car number 39 and 41 going through. It's Gary Love and Keith Miller, both in Van Diemen's. So race leader. Got to give it to him. Pulling it out a little bit more each lap, James Penrose. And as I said lap previous, Christensen just starting to get on the back of Jack Noble Adams. It's probably the closest he's been all race, 3 or 4 car lengths or so behind. Shane Drake still doing a good job there from 4th. Then it's Douglas, then it's Anderson, then it's Morris. She's got a good toe this time down the back straight. She might have a look around the outside. It's not deep enough. Car number 56 out there. Andy Downs, the Van Diemen Stealth. Mark Doran too in the 85 car. That's the wee Ray Formula Ford. Great to see Mark back in the seat. As the leader comes through. How many laps has he got to go now? 5 laps to go. So over halfway. Christensen now all over the back of Noble Adams. This is going to be where the battle's at for second place. Through Castrol they go. Just a car length or 2 between the two of them. And that's the thing, Christensen needs to be right on the back of the gearbox coming out of Castrol to have any sort of chance of making a passing move. Just gets on the back of him down at John Jones, but there's no way round.
Heck did do the fastest lap in the race that time, trying to hunt down Jack Noble Adams, a 106.152.
Dylan Petch having a good wee fight at the moment with Mark Doran as they head down towards John Jones. Mark's got plenty of experience though, even though he's in the older car. Not long now before our race leader puts a lap or 2 on these other 2 cars. The blue light's been flashed for car 39 and 42. Ooh, Christensen looking racy. Getting a wee bit out of shape under brakes though. She's getting a wee bit twitchy. Status quo there through Castrol for those two. About the 2 car lengths between the two of them. Hence the gap back to Drake. And Douglas. Bree Morris is just waiting for something to happen there with Ethan Anderson. She looks like she's got a bit more of a toe this time. As she tries to go around the outside of Ethan Anderson. About a half a car length short though of making that stick around the outside. And Anderson still manages to hang on to it. Car number 95 going through, Greg Inwood from Kaiapoi. A bit of a spin this morning. So leader through, should be about 4 laps to go for him. You start to lose count of how many laps you've done when you get up around the 8, 9, 10 mark. But he'll have his race engineer in his ear telling him how many laps he's got to go. One of the lap cars just keeping out of the way for Jack Noble Adams in the Stealth. Great to yes, Bree Morris, she's closer this time. She's left it a little bit too late though to pull out. She might have to try the inside line next time if she can. Great to see a few of these older cars there. Noel Atley just going through. Car number 44, that's a 1984 chassis there that Noel's in. ground for a wee while. Here he goes again. It's getting a wee bit boring, but it's James Penrose out in front. It's not his fault. I know, he's a class act. The race is for second. Jack Noble Adams and Zach Christensen. Drakey just holding that gap a couple of car lengths back to Douglas. And Bree Morris is having a look up the inside that time of Ethan Anderson. No way through for her. Once again, she's following down the back straight. You'll see Ethan Anderson weaving all over the track trying to shake her off. And here she goes, she's got to run again. She might leave it a bit till late this time. So race leader still James Penrose, 4.5 second lead he had last time. Last lap board this time for him. So Christensen now, he's got to make a move. He might try and go around the outside of Jack Noble Adams in the braking zone, but Noble Adams is holding a pretty good line. Up towards Castrol. Doesn't poke his nose up. He's going to try and get a good run out of Castrol here. Zach Christensen in the 21 car. But the two of them pretty much running the same sort of lines. And it's hard enough for Christensen. He jumps out and has a look this time. Try and go around the outside of Jack Noble Adams. But no way through. Shane Drake coming under some pressure on the last lap as well from Jacob Douglas. Should be hot work out there for these guys as the leader comes out of the hairpin for the last time. James Penrose is going to take win number 15 in a row. Unheard of in New Zealand motorsport history. And here he comes to take that race win. A beautiful drive from him. Car number 95, Greg Wood, comes across a lap down. Jack Noble Adams will take second place from Zach Christensen. And look at this, right on the line. Shane Drake manages to hang on to that fourth spot from Jacob Douglas. And then Ethan Anderson manages to hang on from Bree Morris as well. And Daniel Brown manages to hang on from Kim Crocker. So good drive also. And then Thomas Flynn. So good result for the two locals. 8 and 10. 8 for Daniel Brown and 10 for Thomas Flynn. There's the rest of them coming through there. Car number 47, Harry Wilson. The RF88. Car 50, Grant Campbell. James Dicey in there as well. So great stuff from the South Island Formula Ford class. But once again, you're seeing motorsport history at the moment with young James Penrose. I don't think there's been any championship in New Zealand motor racing history that has had 15, someone win 15 from 15. And with I think it's 2 rounds to go. The pressure's starting to piling up from a little bit. Try and keep that up. But nonetheless, put your hands together for him. In he comes, car number 98. James Penrose. Definitely one to look forward in the future.
So as Paul said, hats off to Derek Wilson and all his supporters for turning out a great field of the South Island Formula 1600 cars. And once again, we can hear warming up beside us the super trucks.
Yeah, the building's starting to shake a little bit, Brendan.
Yeah.
In the end, I think it was a good race win for Malcolm Little, I think it was, who managed to hang on to over Troy Wheeler. It'd be interesting to see him.
GPS, Kiwi truck tyres, Riordan West, A&L distributors, and KLD fuel. Thank you all these guys for coming on board and providing this sort of content for you. See the trucks are lined up, ready to go. All the problems in that race this morning, so we've got all 8 trucks back out, and we're looking forward to another great race.
Appreciate the pace truck, the 69 International, Bruce Anderson's toy, which as we mentioned is a resto mod truck with a later model engine in it, but it is very, very smart.
Right, still got 2 races left in the day for the Super Trucks. Obviously the one up next, and then at the end of the day the Jim Thickett Memorial. So they've got a wee bit of work to do yet, the trucks. This next race, rolling reverse split grid. So pretty much the same as before, put the fast guys off the back, slow guys off the front.
So they've got 2 groups looking at our screen pool. They've got a scratch group, which is Ken Rowe, Tony Brand, Dave West and Tim Wheeler. And then they've got the 32nd group of Troy Wheeler, Malcolm Little, Brent Jones and Alex Little.
So there's a bit of eye candy for all you truck drivers just coming out onto the track. That truck that Brendan was just talking about, owned by the Anderson family here in Timaru. Right, shouldn't be too far away from letting them come out. The first truck out is going to be Ken Rowe and the ex-Get Greg Crick truck. Ran in the Aussie series over there a few years ago. It's been up in flames 2 or 3 times, that truck. And it's still going here in the hands of Ken Rowe. Next truck, Dave West in the Freightliner Argosy. Tim Wheeler's in the 47 truck this weekend. Of course, normally we see Tim driving the 111 Scania. But this weekend he's driving the number 47, the Gary Price truck. I think it's the ex-Ash Hay truck. Whatever truck it is, it's spent a lot of its race life going sideways. And it's pretty entertaining. Number 10, Brent Jones from Ashburton. And then both of the little trucks there. Little big trucks. And Troy Wheeler obviously going to start off the back there, or probably Malcolm Little I imagine would start off the back. Yes, once again, a big thanks to Trust Aoraki, our mates there. They've been looking after the car club for a number of years and bringing these trucks. Looks like got Kenny Rowe coming into the pits already. So, issue there for him, obviously. See how they line up. He was due to start off the front row, Ken was. Brent Jones in as well in the KM Bedford.
Brent Jones pulling right out into the pits, unfortunately. Just the Kenro truck sitting here in pit lane.
So that leaves Tony Brand on the front row there, truck number 8. And if they give him enough handicap, this could be his chance to pull in a race win. Or even the likes of Dave West. Or actually, in that fact, Tim Wheeler. So depending on what gap they give them back to the fast guys.
We've got 30 seconds showing here on the screen, Paul.
30 seconds, that's a wee way. So they'll set those guys away first.
So have a look at what's strapped to the grill of Kenro's Volvo as it goes around the track if you get a chance. Or rubber chicken.
The crew out there just having a look underneath it. Obviously something making a bit of a noise. Or perhaps a vibration. I think they've turned it off. It's a real shame for Ken and his team. Takes a lot of time and effort and money, of course, to get these things just transported around, let alone worked on. So we've got the 3 quicker trucks just going through Kestrel now. So it looks like Ken Rose pulling over in the pit lane.
Okay, so that gives us 2 groups of 3, which is 6 trucks if you got school C maths. Got that lovely 69 International leading around the first group now of Tony Brand, Dave West and Tim Wheeler in truck 47.
Right, so we should see the safety truck pull off. And we are in Tony Brand's hands, or the starter's hands. They're away already. As the 3 of them come down through the kink, they need them get to the kink, they're away. And Dave West is going to have a wee sniff up the inside as they head down towards Parenco. Still side by side with Tony Brand and the Bedford. Brand's going to hang on to that inside line, gets all out of shape on the exit. Dave West is going to have to go out on the grass. In the meantime, Tim Wheeler has a wee look up the inside. And Tony Brand's going to lead them through Castrol still from Wheeler. So Dave West was putting the pressure on, but at the end of the day, ended up out in the grass. Lost a spot or 2, but here he comes back at Tim Wheeler. Gets up to the 100-mile-an-hour mark, and that's where they'll stay. And the next 3, the quick guys, Tim Wheeler's managed to get through on Malcolm Little easy enough. And up to that 4th spot. Troy Wheeler, I should say. So all 6 trucks reaching the 100-mile-an-hour mark down the back straight, which is pretty much opposite us here in the commentary box. So it doesn't take long. Bad luck there for Ken Rowe. Hopefully they can get it going for the Jim Thickett Memorial at the end of the day. At the moment it's the Bedford of Tony Brand leading them through the left-hander. He's opened up a bit of a lead back to Dave West. Down through the kink to reel off lap number 1. 8 laps I've got this time. So what can Dave West do? Here's Tim Wheeler very late on the brakes in the 47 truck. Gets a couple of wheels up on the ripple strip. Gets a wee bit out of shape and a slide going on at the same time. The crowd down there love that at Parenco. The sideways action down there. The sound of the rubber being torn up by these big motors. And at the moment there'll be a lot of people hoping it stays the way it is, because pretty popular wee truck, that KM Bedford. And you hear Malcolm Little's truck there, the turbo, as it goes past us, sounds pretty cool. And although those 2 trucks look pretty similar They are way different from each other, those little trucks. Malcolm, the old man's obviously got all the good gear. And Alex not too far behind, but has to settle for second best. As our leaders come back into the hairpin, still in front, Tony Brand in the number 8 truck. Dave West hanging on to second from Tim Wheeler. This will be interesting once Troy catches up. If Tim lets him through or makes it hard for him. Down through the kink. Reel off lap number 2, Tony Brand. And Dave West. Let's see who can keep it tidy down through Parenco. It's the sort of race that could work out for Tony Brand there in the Bedford.
So Troy Wheeler's caught up 2.4 seconds on Tony Brand on that lap, with 6 laps left to go.
Oh, getting out of shape, Tim Wheeler, as he gets the 47, the power down on the 47. Had a wheel up on the ripple strip. Alex Little at the back of the field there. Sounds like he's got a bit of a problem there, Alex Little. I think Alex Little's got some more problems there with the number 14 truck. Had a lot of smoke coming off out of the back of the cab there in the race previous. Into the hairpin though, starting to get a wee bit closer at the front there. Dave West getting a wee bit closer in the Freightliner Argosy. Round through the left-handed sweeper, still Tony Brand. Leads them down through the kink. In fact, just pulled a truck to a length away from Dave West. Down through Parenco. Troy Wheeler's managed to get through on Tim somewhere up the top end of the track. And Malcolm Little's got it all to do. Coming under some pressure now, Dave West. He's got Troy Wheeler all over the back of him. And the big Freightliner. And number 14, truck number 14 also in the pits. So that's down to 3 in the pits. Just listening to Alex's truck come in. It seems to be ticking over okay. Not dropping too much oil, just the standard. Anyhow, leaders back in the hairpin. Look at this, Troy Wheeler trying to get through on Dave West now. This is going to be his next battle. 3 laps to go. Down through the kink for Tony Brand. This will be a popular win if he can hang on to it. Dave West sitting in second. Here comes Troy Wheeler though. He's not close enough to force any sort of move, Troy. Hangs out wide in the big number 1 Scardia. Malcolm Little goes through on Tim Wheeler and gets all out of shape through Parenco. Both of them do. Get a bit of sideways action going on. See the power of the big number 1 Freightliner as they head down the back straight, 100 miles an hour, and that's where it is. You've got to get the passing done before you hit that limiter. So it's still Tony Brand out in front. Ooh, a lot of dust being kicked up there from Dave West it was, which has allowed Troy Wheeler to get through. So Troy Wheeler goes up to that second place. Westy just getting out in the dirt a wee bit. So one more truck to go for Troy Wheeler. Tony Brand in the wee Bedford. Can he keep him in behind? He's done a pretty tidy job so far. Be 3 laps to go this time for him. It should only be a matter of time before we see Troy. Here he is now. He might try and have a look around the outside. Going into Parenco, but it's a pretty wide wee Bedford, that one. Especially when the track's not much wider. Here he is all over the back now, Troy Wheeler. through Castrol, and the power of the number one, he should be able to get that down nice and early. You can hear it already, and through he goes. Troy Wheeler back up to the number one spot. Tony Brand back to second. Malcolm Riddle's truck with a sound all of its own as it goes down the back straight. Turbo's winding up, sounds pretty magic. So more dust being kicked up there. I think that's time it was Tim Wheeler in the 47 truck. So back into the Carter's valuation hairpin. This time it is Troy Wheeler that leads in. The Freightliner Century. Multiple truck racing champion is Troy. Driving the ex-Bob Middleton number one truck. Down through the kink. Reel off, let another lap. Should be 2 to go for him. Opened up a gap already back to Brand. And the West still hanging on to that third place. But here comes Malcolm Little. He wants to, and he locks the rears up, Malcolm Little, and loses control and gets out in the grass and makes a bit of a meal of the Parenco S's. Just listen to that, the sound of Troy Wheeler winding it up to that 100 miles an hour mark. Malcolm Little, also a New Zealand truck racing champ, a few times over in his own right. Troy Wheeler this time, the one out doing a bit of gardening. He's kicking up a fair bit of dust up there. If I was living down that end of that road B2, it wouldn't be very pleasant Sunday afternoon, would it?
No, you're right, Paul. It might be slightly dusty down there. It's about 800 metres down to the road there, so whether it travels that far, I don't know.
So still Troy Wheeler opening that lead up a couple of seconds last time through. It's got probably double that now, I would say. Not holding back. Should get the last lap board this time, Troy Wheeler. Down he comes to get that last lap board. It's been a good drive so far from Malcolm Little. We've lost him somewhere up the top end of the track. So don't know where he's gone. Doesn't seem to be any flags waving up there at the moment. But we've lost Malcolm Little, which has promoted Tim Wheeler back up to 4th. And now we've got Dave West. He's going to try and have a go around Tony Brand as he down at the end of the back straight. There's no way round there though in that big Freightliner. So, doing it easy out in front at the moment, Troy Wheeler on the last lap in the ex-Bob Middleton number one. Here he comes back into sight, into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Tony Brand still hanging on to that second place. Here he comes down through the kink. Troy Wheeler going to make it another race win for him this weekend. And he'll take race 3 win for him, Troy Wheeler. Tony Brand, a good drive from him too in the Bedford. Would have been nice to see him get through in first place. But he'll be pretty stoked with that second from Dave West. Then it's Tim Wheeler. So just the 4 trucks that have finished. Kenny Rowe's team got a bit of work to do. Hopefully they can get it going for the Jim Thickett Memorial at the end of the day. The team's already having a look under there, under the bonnet, seeing what the problem is.
Malcolm Little's truck MIA, so hopefully they should be able to find it somewhere on the circuit and bring it back into the pits and see what's wrong.
Yes, so they're going to have a busy afternoon. You can see it's dropped a wee bit of oil there in the pit lane, Kenny Rowe's truck. Might have blown a seal or something in there. The team having a quick look to see what probably is required to fix it.
So up next we've got the Ryco 24/7 NZ6s and Kumo Tyres Pro 7 and Pro 8 Racing South Island class. So race 3 for this will be 8 laps and a reverse grid split race.
So the 6s, 7s and 8s you might say. And we just had a note handed to us, and we mentioned yesterday that Justin Ashwell broke the New Zealand 6-lap record here yesterday. Well, he's broken it again this morning. Yesterday he did a 1:13.71. Today it's a 1:13.30. So good on Justin. That's car number 11. And also, opportune moment to add that Justin's car is for sale. So if you'd like the fastest Falcon on the track, go in and see his team.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. Down here with Ken Rowe. Ken, what seems to happen to the truck?
Yeah, well, it's losing water somewhere, but at the moment we can't see where it's coming from. But I could smell it when I was going down the back straight, so I decided to pull in and save it.
Well, hopefully the team can get it going for the last race of the day, Jim Thickett Memorial.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Bad luck, mate.
Thank you.
Okay, got all the marshals and the incident vehicles returning to their posts. Kept them out of harm's way while the trucks are on the circuit.
Just been down having a quick yarn with Kenny Rowe's crew there. Seems like they found the problem, a split hose or a split fitting there, so Ken did the right thing in switching it off. Open up the windows, Brendan, would you? Getting a bit stuffy in here. Better out than in is all I can say.
Been very kindly circulated by the air conditioning.
Okay, so reverse split race for
Yeah,
the
they're always
7s and 8s and 6s. Or 6, 7, 8. It's probably easier to put it in numerical order.
Yeah, once again, big thanks to Kumo Tyres for providing the sponsorship for the Pro 7s and 8s, and also the Ryco 24/7 filters for sponsoring the NZ6s. Great to see such a big field of all the categories here this weekend. And I just heard you talking about Justin Ashwell. It's been a pretty good weekend for him too. Like you said, a couple of records been broken his own one.
So yes, he's definitely dominating the New Zealand 6 class here today. Had a wee bit of niggle in the race earlier today with a few panels looking a bit worse for wear. Car 812, Mike McCarthy had to come in because his bonnet was about to fly up.
Yeah, I think there's been a bit of niggle going on in the Pro 7 camp as well. From what I hear, there was a wee bit yesterday, a wee bit more going on today by the sound of it. Here goes Mr. Tupai towing in Malcolm Little.
It's a very dusty looking Malcolm Little, so he's gone for a wee excursion.
Hopefully the little crew can sort out whatever problem that truck's got and get it ready for the Jimmy Thickett Memorial Race at the end of the day.
So out they come once again onto the track. Of course, there's 3 classes racing within this race. You've got the Pro 7s, you've got the Pro 8s, which is obviously the RX 8s, and then you've got the NZ 6s. So 3 classes going on. So try and keep an eye on where everybody is at the same time. Dave Morgan, car 69, just coming out, one of the Lightning Motorsport cars. He had a good battle there in the race this morning. Not forgetting car number 46 there, our mates down at Waimate there, Liana Cromie. Great to see her here for her first weekend in the car.
Yeah, apologies to Liana and her crew that her name isn't showing up on the screen, so...
We didn't mention her yesterday, but welcome Liana to the circuit.
And Cromie, a very famous name in motorsport too, especially in the jet sprint side of things. I don't know if she's any relation whatsoever. Mark Cromie, of course, obviously a very quick jet sprint operator back in his day. So I don't know if Liana's related at all. But however, related to you, B2 perhaps. You're from Waimate?
He's from Ikawai, he'll tell you.
You never know, Paul, you never know.
South of the Pariora Bridge, mate.
Our water came from a spring, mate.
Righto, so what have we got this time? It's a 8-lap reverse split grid, which could mean a number of things, Brendan. So we'll just have to see how they line up on the grid.
So on the screen at the moment we do have the 2 fastest cars on the front row, which was Jared Pike and Jared Parmenter for the RX8 field. Ben Tiplady back in 10th position, so Ben starts a bit slower, but as the races have progressed he pulls his way through the field. The superior speed of the Batman RX7 helping them out going down the back straight.
So up to the RX8s here on the front row, you've got the 2 Jareds, Parmenter and Pike. Jared Parmenter in car number 14. Jared in car number 29, second row there, Cam Davies. Car number 147, beside him Ben McConaughey. So they're pretty much starting as they sort of have been running throughout the racing here this weekend, so it should be a good battle between the 2 Jareds at the front. Ben McConaughey's had a couple of thirds. We'll see how they go this time. So the 3 races within this race, waiting on the lights, we're away. Bit of a creeper there perhaps from Jared Pike. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but Jared Parmenter very slow at getting away, and Cam Davies tried to get around the outside of him but couldn't do it. So in the end, Parmenter hangs on to the second place. But a good start from Jared Pike from that P1 position. He's going to lead them down the back straight for the first time from Parmenter. Then we go Davies, then McConaughey, then it's Flynn Mitchell, then Andrew Brunton is car 20. He's all putting pressure on Flynn Mitchell already. And then we got the NZ6s. Great to have such a huge lineup of them here this weekend, and then the RX7s. It looks like car number 6 there is Simon Wheeler. He's going to be leading the Pro 7s down into John Jones for the first time. And also too, Justin Ashwell leading the NZ6s down there for the first time. But it's the RX8s into the hairpin for the, once again, the first time. Lots of first times for everything. Through the left-handed sweeper. Pike still hanging on from Jared Parmenter. Parmenter all over the back of Pike now as they go in through Power & Co. Right on the bumper as they head up towards Castrol. Have a wee look up the inside. No way through for Parmenter. Through Castrol. Up on the high line. Down the back straight now. What can Parmenter do? Bit of a gap now. Back to Cameron Davies already. Then it's McConaughey. Then to Mitchell. Then the rest of the team going down through there. Andrew Brunton. Then the 23 of Greg Wilson. And then Justin Ashwell. See if he can break his lap record again here today. And then we've got the Mobile Commodore Lawrence Anthony. First of the Pro 7, still car number 6, Simon Wheeler from Sam Wallace in car 8. We battle those two into the hairpin. Still Jared Pike from Parmenter. The 3 or 4 car lengths between the two of them now, but by the time we get down into the front straight, we'll see that Parmenter will close right up through the kink, down to the braking zone. You'll see Jared close right up and under brakes. So just a new class of the RX8s. Slowly starting to build in numbers. We only had 3 or 4 of them here sort of last year. It's good to see quite a few of them here now, and there's still a few being built. Mel Waters and car number 44, the black RX8. He's one of the latest recruits to step up from the RX7s. Still that battle going on between Simon Wheeler and number 6, Sam Wallace all over the back of them. They're tucked in behind the big Falcon of Tony Herbert. Herbert gets out of their way and lets them go. Oh, he hasn't let them go yet. Still side by side there, Simon Wheeler. But they should go through. Here comes Sam Wallace trying to make it a 3 wide. Decides to stick back in behind Simon Wheeler. Eventually they both get through on the big Falcon. Back to the RX8, still Jared Pike, leading from Parmenter. They've opened up a huge gap back to McConaughey. Parmenter nowhere near close enough to force a move down to the Power & Co. And it's about a 4-second gap back to Ben McConaughey in car number 12. Then Flynn Mitchell. So it looks like we've lost one of the Whitestone cars. Either that or he's dropped way back, but we've lost one of the Whitestone. Up at the hairpin there's one stopped. I think that's Cameron Davies. Have to keep an eye on that. There it is. Problems for the Whitehorse team up there, Whitehorse Motors. Cameron Davies stopped up at the hairpin. This could be a safety car. Have to keep an eye on it. Don't think he's gone in the bank there as such. As the leaders come back into the hairpin, Parmenter now getting closer and closer to Pike each time they come into there. 2 of them have been pretty much neck for neck through the whole race weekend, and here they come down through the king again, and Pike just opens up that 3 or 4 car lengths coming out of the left-hand sweeper. Makes it difficult for Parmenter to try and get a move done at the end of the front straight. Same gap as last time. Still McConaughey running 3rd. Mitchell's up to 4th. Brunton there up to 5th in car number 20. Then it's Wilson in the 23 car. And Justin Ashwell just absolutely flying in the big Falcon. Then it's back to Gordon, who's in 2nd place for the NZ6s, the mobile car. And then it's back to Frew. Alvin Frew doing a good job there as well. So it looks like the car number 6 must have had a bit of an issue with that last lap. Wheeler, he's lost a position to Sam Wallace in car number 8. Wallace just flying ahead He's up through Castrol now, trying to get past one of the big Falcons. Lawrence Anthony's going to go with him. That's Cody Welsh there in the big Falcon, having to make way for Lawrence Anthony. Decided to go up through the middle. Status quo out in front though, starting to come up on some lap traffic in the form of the 46 car Liana Cromie. She gets out of the way, which allows Parmenter to get right on the back now of Jared Pike as they go down the back straight. He hasn't been this close before, so we'll see how he goes down towards John Jones Steel. Not getting too much of a toe there, Jared Parmenter. Has a wee look up the inside there, but Pike's a competitive driver and shuts the gate on him. So it's still status quo out in the front. So Sam Wallace leading the Pro 7s from Wheeler. Long way back to the next car, which will be the gold RX-7 just coming through now. Car number 48 it is, Wayne Elliott. So Wayne Elliott currently on the podium, if you like, for the Pro 7s. We go back to car 24, James Askew. Askew about to be lapped any minute now by Pike and Parmenter. They both dive up the inside there into Castrol. And now
Car 8's got a curb warning there, Paul. Maybe Sam Wallace.
Yeah, you only get one warning at that. Next time she's a time penalty. Good battle going on here between cars number 12 and car number 18. McConaughey and Mitchell. That's for third and fourth spot. Forget about the NZ6s, that's all Justin Ashwell's at the moment. Just have a look at his times and see if he's gone any quicker than what he did previous.
1:13.657's Justin's fastest lap so far, and this morning he did a 1:13.3.
Goes to show you the conditions are pretty good out there as the leaders come across the stripe. Once again, last lap board out this time for Jared Pike. And car 29, Parmenter all over the back of them. They had a ding-dong battle, these two, all race. We'll let traffic up in front in the form of Wayne Elliott in the RX-7. It's not going to hold up Jared Pike though, through they go. On the last lap, battle still continuing for third and fourth with McConaughey and Mitchell and the White Horse Motors RX-8. And first of the RX-7s, kind of rate just coming through now, Sam Wallace. Oh, I love the sound of Sam Wallace when he goes down through the gears there at the end of the front straight. The old double clutch down to second. He's certainly got, here's the leaders to come through. Great race win there for Jared Pike. He'll take bragging rights away from this meeting from Parmenter. Parmenter obviously stepped in the car number 14 of Chris Mackey's. And the battle for third, it gets won by McConaughey, manages to hang on from Mitchell. So good drive from him as well. Brunton comes through to finish fifth. And Greg Wilson in car number 23 comes through. First of the NZ6s coming through, Justin Ashwell. Here comes Liana coming through, finish her race. And here comes second of the NZ6s, Steve Gordon. And then Alvin Frew comes through. And the first of the sevens, Sam Wallace, he'll take maximum points for them. Second place will go to Simon Wheeler. He comes through in car 6. And the rest of the NZ6s coming through. All having good battles there. Wayne Christie, Craig Patton, Tony Herbert. So great stuff from Jared Pike and Jared Parmenter. Good clean racing. So it'll be a class to watch in the future, the Camo Tyres Pro 8s. There's a few of them step up from the Pro 7s.
Right, so Justin Ashwell's very, very fast. Ford Falcon coming into the pits, looking splendid in yellow, is for sale as we've mentioned. Got the Steve Gordon 27 Mobile Commodore with a bumper reattached after the race earlier today.
Up next, so it's the Mini 7s. Looking forward to seeing these once again. Hopefully we get a nice close race this time. Right, first car out on the track is 68, Justin Neal, just doing a wee mirror adjustment as he drives out. Tucked in behind him, Brendan McKenzie in that very quick mini sprint. Steve Scobie in car number 32, Nick Bartley 24. 52's Daniel Lamb. 19 Paul Benison. 9 Barry Wilson. The man in the beat will be car number 7, Greg Gordon, all the way from Auckland, and the pure black Mini by Otbury is what it says in the book. Pretty sure it's just an Austin Mini. Car number 65 there, Murray Lamb from Wood End. So a couple of new names in the Mini 7 camp this year. Paul Raymer, car 30. Daniel, obviously 52. 65 Murray Lamb, and 98 Andrew Johnson running in the ex-Doug Drake car. So it'll be only a 6-lap race for the minis. So very much a sprint. It looks like car number 51 will come up to the front row. Brendan McKenzie in the wee mini sprint. He's all the way from Blenheim, Brendan McKenzie. Car number 24, Nick Bartley, had a win yesterday. He's been the bridesmaid here today to Greg Gordon. Good to see so many mini 7s out there. 32, Steve Scobie starting off that second row. So waiting on the lights now, 4 lights. 5 lights, we're away. Great start from Nick Bartley off that front row over Greg Gordon. And he's going to get the whole shot as they go down into Parenco for the first time. Forget about the man out in front. He's not in it for the points. He's only there to look good out in front. It's going to be Nick Bartley leads him through in car 24 from Gordon. Then it's back to Justin Neal. Justin's had a couple of thirds, and look at this already. Greg Gordon gets up side by side with Nick Bartley. He wants to get the job done early on, and he's got the nose in front as they head down towards John Jones Steel. Bit of passing going on a little bit further back too. Evan Thompson, the 47, gets through on Barry Wilson. But Nick Bartley's going to hang on to that inside line as they go up through John Jones Steel. One's out in the dirt up the top there, not too sure who that is. At the hairpin for the first time. So Brendan McKenzie leads the way in car number 51. He's about 3 seconds a lap quicker than the rest of them. Then it's back to where the battle's at. Nick Bartley, Greg Gordon at the moment. Nick Bartley still hanging on. Gordon all over the back of him as they come down through the kink. Onto the front straight, he pulls out to the outside to see if he can get through. Bartley comes over, keeps him on the outside of the tracks. There's no way through for him. Through Parenco they go. A bit of a gap back to Justin Neal, then Steve Scobie, then the 47. Look, the 65 looking a wee bit racy too there. That's Murray Lamb. Had a good look at Barry Wilson under brakes, but couldn't make the pass stick. As the leaders once again. Down the back straight, it's pretty much a carbon copy of last time. Here comes Gordon trying to go around the outside of Bartley. Looks like he might have got the job done again, but still hasn't quite got it finished. This time he has. And he'll lead them through John Jones Steel for the first time. Nick Bartley back to second. Justin Neal a lonely third out there. All by himself. He's had a couple of third placings this weekend, Justin Neal. So Brendan McKenzie's already stretched that out to what is probably about 30 seconds after 2 laps. It just goes to show you how quick that thing is. And now Gordon just starting to put a couple of car lengths between himself and Nick Bartley in the 24 car. Pretty much as a sprint. And now we've got Thompson and Scobie still going for it. Evan Thompson from Auckland. And Steve Scobie, car 32 from Christchurch. And then another good wee battle still continuing. Wilson trying to get through on Murray Lamb in the 65 car. Benison tucked in behind him. Then Wilson. And then John Donaldson, I should say. Now we've got Thompson trying to get a toe down the back straight from Scobie. Here he is now. He's going to have a look up the inside as they run down towards John Jones Steel. Scobie still got that preferred sort of line there. And as you see, he'll come across the face of Thompson and to keep that position. Quite a good wee battle going on there. So the super sprint down across the kink to reel off another lap. Bartley now having a wee look up the inside of Gordon as they come out of the hairpin. Through the left-hand sweeper. And all of a sudden Gordon pulls out 3 or 4 car lengths on Bartley. Bartley was right there out of the hairpin. Not close enough to force any sort of move at the moment. Then we go back to Justin Neal, and here goes Thompson now, trying to have another look around the outside of Scobie. He's got a good run going on this time. The two of them are side by side as they head down into Par & Co. Scobie's got that inside line though in the 32 car, and will hang on to it. Here's the next battle. Benison side by side with Wilson. Getting all out of shape, Wilson. Slowed Benison up a little bit. Murray Lamb's in the 65 car in front of them two. As this next battle up in front of them continues, Thompson and Scobie. Thompson just got the car length in front. Scobie coming back at them as they go down towards the John Jett outside line. Steve Scobie hangs on to it yet again, but Thompson trying hard. Brendan McKenzie just coming through in that super sprint. Fastest lap of the race goes to him so far, a 1:13.2, which is about 5 or 6 seconds a lap quicker than the Mini 7s. That's right. Battle still continues, but between Bartley and Gordon, starting to run out of laps though, 2 to go. And Bartley's got it all to do. He knows he's got at least another lap up his sleeve. He's right on his hammer this time as they head up towards Castrol. He'll try and get a good toe through there onto the back straight. Gordon hangs pretty much high through that corner. And Bartley's just a wee bit too far back to get a toe down the back straight. A long way back to Justin Neal in the 68 car, still sitting in third. Battle still continue between Scobie and Thompson. Here goes Thompson again. He come across to look like he's going to go up the inside, then came back across again, trying to go around the outside, and this time he might have the job done. Still got a wee way to go to get down to Johns Jones Steel, but Scobie comes back at him. And still manages to hang on there, Steve Scobie, even from the inside line. Weave a bit under brakes, yes, did right, Brendan. Murray Lamb still hanging on from that next battle between Benison and Wilson. So, last lap brought out this time for Greg Gordon, car number 7. Oh, Nick Bartley very late on the brakes as they headed on in there. He knows he's got to get the job done this time. Get that good run out of Castrol, have a go at him at the end of the back straight. But Greg Gordon, he's been a pretty hard character all weekend. And just not quite close enough. You'll see Gordon pull over to the left-hand side of the track, trying to shake him out of the draft. Oh, we've got a boot open on one of the cars there as well. Murray Lamb it is. Car 65. But look at this battle still continuing between Thompson and Scobie. Thompson having a look up the inside this time. Scobie's got that outside run. This time Thompson might have got it done. Still side by side the two of them. Scobie comes back across and just managed to hang on once again. Been trying all race there. Thompson has been to get through, but the race leaders coming out of the hairpin for the last time for the weekend. Through the left-handed sweeper, Greg Gordon from Auckland in car number 7. He's going to come down and take maximum points. In the Mini, he comes through, shakes his fist, he's pretty happy about that. Nick Bartley will take second, and a long way back to Justin Neal now in car number 68. Battle still continuing for the minor money. Here comes Thompson having a look around the outside of Scobie, but he's nowhere near deep enough. Scobie will hang on to that 4th place. Good wee battle between him and Evan Thompson. And the next group coming through with the boot open, Murray Lamb. Benison tucked in behind him, and then Wilson. That's how they'll finish. Then car number 23, John Donaldson. And in behind him, Andrew Johnson. Last man through will be Raymer. No, it won't. We've still got one more to come. It will be Daniel Lamb. And that cool wee black and Dayglow yellow Mini. So great stuff there from the Mini 7s. Always have some good battles going on all the way through the field. And there'll be the odd yarn spoken about that one after this one, I'd imagine.
So up next on the agenda, we've got SS Cup, race 4. There'll be 8 laps on a handicap reverse grid.
Yes, and there's a bit more involved in that too, B2, by the sound of it. There's a couple of cars in there that only have to do 7 laps. Oh, sorry, that's for Oscars. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, reverse grid handicap for SS Cup, reverse grid handicap for Mainland muscle cars, and a handicap race for the Oscar field. So should be expecting a lot of entertainment coming up.
Big thanks to Dry Ice Blasting once again for bringing the SS Cup here this weekend. Great to have them on board. Yeah, they come onto the track. Once again, it's Rebecca Limeberg, the first one out. Car number 43, Dean Cook in the 95. And Steve Prentice, who's been having a bit of a cry out the back in car number 67.
Yeah, that safety car robbed him of what looked like a
Oh,
certain chance of victory.
A certain chance of victory there for him earlier on. And then, of course, Dale Kirby had that big moment up there at the hairpin. Brought the safety car out for one lap. And therefore, that was enough to close the field up. Ben McConaughey back out there again in the RX-8, car number 12. He's just had a big race in the Pro 7 class. Now we see him back in the SS Cup. So doing double duties here this weekend. Got spokesman Jared Carnegie back up here with us. Jared, be pretty happy overall with the way SS Cup's gone with the numbers here this weekend.
Yeah, it's been good, mate. We've had a couple of retirements and stuff, but no majors or anything, so it's sticking away all good. I won't touch wood.
A lot of guys will be looking forward to getting this one out of the way and getting it on the trailer and getting the chili bin out.
There's a few jaded boys out there at the moment.
Right, so I was just mentioning that Steve Prentice, the E30 BMW, he'll be crying in his soup tonight over the safety car in the race previous.
Well, he can do it again now, to be fair. This is the same sort of race, but this is overall lap times for the whole weekend combined. So a few of the boys have been disqualified, like the Parmenter and the Datsun and stuff, Paul Blasby. So they'll be starting further up in A class than they were before. So there'll be a bit more chance of them getting through, but Mr. Prentice has got another chance.
We'll see how he goes this time. He had a huge lead last time, about 20 or 30 second odd lead before the safety car come out. Dale Kirby having a big spin up at the hairpin. So we see Dean Cook on the second row in car number 95. Kirby beside him. The next row looks like we're missing a car off there. It's a Graham Alou in car number 99. So a huge field of cars, takes a wee while to get them all into place. The Bluebird once again back out there, Ross Melhop, car number 910. He's a bit of a Nissan freak there, is Ross Melhop. Loves his Nissans. Raced a Datsun Bluebird in the pre-65s many years ago.
As we mentioned yesterday, in my youth, used to do a few laps of Timaru in a Datsun Bluebird that shape, probably listening to Billy Idol or something similar on a cassette.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brendan, I owned a New Zealand new wide track Bluebird. It was the biggest heap of crap I ever had. I had to replace that much stuff in it, even the horn. I had to replace the horn in the damn thing.
Because you were cruising for chicks trying to attract attention, Paul.
Oh,
So we
I
just
don't-
got Steve Prentice away in car 67 again. Good luck, Steve.
Not a Nissan, Brendan. Yeah, definitely not a Nissan though, Brendan. Wouldn't do that in one of them. Righto, so it's another huge advantage there for Steve Prentice. As we can see the BMW, he's been given about another 20 odd seconds to the next group. Here they go. Away they go once again. A good start from Paul Sayer and the wee Starlet. He's going to put the whole shot through there on Graham Alou and Dale Kirby and goes straight through the middle of them. And he's tucked in behind Dean Cook. Shouldn't be too long before he gets past Cookie. And there's a big gap once again back to the next group of cars. And once again, Carmen Leinberg leads them away. Oh, a slow start from Trevor Morse. So he's managed to bog down. Don't know if he's still having issues or not, but he's managed to, oh, look at this, Eddie Arroyo locking the brakes up. Might have been a touching together there between Jim Leinberg into the back of the Datsun 1600, but at the end of the day, not too much damage done, but a few flat spots in the tyres, I would think so. Oh, we've got all action going on up the top. Heaps of be a red flag for sure. We've got cars off up the top, left, right and centre. Red flag it is. Dale Kirby's involved in that one again. Looks like he's around and in the tyres. Red flag is out. Right, so we'll keep an eye on that, Brendan, and see if you're correct. Maybe Rebecca Leinberg is in there as well.
So Paul Sayer stopping at the control line as they are supposed to do if they red flag during a race.
Cookie there in second and Lou third by the looks of it. I think they'll probably all come into pit lane, will they? Not 100%. Some of them did yesterday and some of them didn't.
Johnny Hepburn was telling us earlier on when I was asking, it might have even been yesterday, that if it's red flagged during a qualifying session, they come into pit lane, but if it's red flagged during a race, they should stop at the control line on the track.
Right, it's not too sure what has gone on up there. Dale Kirby. Rebecca Leinberg is there, so it's not her. Unless she's got underway again, but definitely Dale Kirby's up there. Not too sure if he's parked in the fence or not on the inside. We do have the Hilton Haulers truck going up there. There was cars stopped all over the track there at one point. Obviously, so we'll just have a look and see who else is missing. Yeah, so it looks like we're Dale Kirby and perhaps a BMW involved. And just trying to see where Mark Leonard is. Can't see him lined up anywhere out there on the track as well. I see Chris O'Driscoll and the 24 Red team heading up that way. Yes, and no sign of Mark Leonard there either. Could be 2 or 3 or 4 cars involved in there. But by the sound of it, Dale Kirby's lost it, come across the track and collected somebody else. And then someone else has come back across the track and collected somebody else again. So we'll just have to wait and see. Either way, Steve Prentice is wondering what the hell he's done. I guess some of you that are watching the live stream, you could probably let us know up here if run on up and tell us. It should be a complete restart, only half a lap in. Steve Prentice, he'll be hoping for a full restart.
So Chris, you've got a beautiful car here. Just talk us through what you're running and really what it is.
So this is the GP86. Started in May 86, yeah. We were running that a couple of years ago. So we've transferred everything into the later model shell.
And we saw it out in that first race this morning, and obviously it's extremely fast.
Yeah, we're getting it there now, yeah. The package is coming right. It's braking better, 20 mil, same horsepower we had in the old car. It's a bit of development, but we're getting there.
Is it very similar to the old car?
Not at all, no. It's longer and it's wider, so that's taking me a bit to get the head round, just finding the limits of it. So it's now ultimately faster than the old car, but it was always a faster race car. Better brakes, it's more stable. The other car was quite twitchy.
And we heard our commentary team saying that you were getting quite close to the Oscar record, lap record in that first race. Is that something you can...
Oh, look, another day maybe. These two cars I used in 2018 for the Enduro and Cargill. I found them sitting in the shed. It's tyres, a bit of a commodity at the moment, so we can't get any new ones. So, look, with some new tyres on a good day, yeah, we'll better get better with a smash.
And I don't believe we saw you out yesterday.
No, I had a wedding to go to. So, happy wife, happy life. So, I forego that to keep the marriage all good.
Yeah, fair enough too. Yeah. So what's the plan of attack for this last race?
Oh, look, we're that far at the back, and then some. We'll just do what we can. Yeah, I felt the track had gone off before our throttle cables broke. So we jimmied that up. That was going. It was fun, eh?
Best of luck, mate.
Cheers, man. Cool. 5 watches.
Oh.
Can you hear me up there, Paul?
Can, Brendan, can.
Excellent.
Let's see how
See if some of these boys and girls want to have a chat.
Yeah, right, I'll get the knees up. Get down there, come on.
So we'll start off 67, Steve Prentice. How you going, Steve?
Very well, thank you. Glad to avoid that mess down there.
Yeah, we couldn't really see much from where we are in the control tower, but we've heard that there was a fair bit of carnage. We're also commiserating with you for your loss of the race earlier today where the safety car came out.
Yes, I thought I was on track for maybe a first win, but there you go. That's what it's about, isn't it? Yep, having a go.
Thank you very much, Steve. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bit of damage done to the front of the 24 Red racing car. By the looks of that, towing it in backwards.
We'll try and have a yarn to Dean Cook as well, although Dean's got a full face helmet on. We'll see how we get on. How's your day going, Dean?
Yeah, not too bad.
Did you see what was happening up there?
No, lucky I was in front of it.
Lucky you were in front of it. Looks like there's a few cars involved. So
Yeah,
it might be
fair bit of
depleting
damage
your
done
field
to
a
the
bit.
front of Mark
But your
Leonard's
day's going
car.
all right.
Yeah, no, it's a really good day.
Really good day, isn't it? Good crowd on the bank, and we've been enjoying the racing.
Yeah, the car club's put on a really good event.
Thank you very much. You enjoy the rest of your day? Keep it straight and tidy. You're still hearing me all right up there, Paul?
Yes, Brendan, you're all good, loud and clear.
Okay, we've got the Saya car 32 that benefited from the safety car earlier today. How's your day going?
Yeah, good. After that last race, yeah, real good.
I bet you it's really good. We're just commiserating with Steve. The safety car probably stole him of a certain win, and you did very well out of it.
He got robbed, but he might win this one.
We'll see how we go. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. And of course, we've got local legend Graham Malou and the Nissan Pulsar. How you going, Graham?
Yeah, very good. Looking forward to another start and this chicken cooker of a car.
Yeah, you want to turn the... Did you take the aircon out? What did you do that for?
Oh, it's just not wired up, that's all.
Yeah, rather hot day here in your little black hot rod. Enjoying your racing though?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, seem to be improving every time, which is good. And thanks to Ryan Austin Auto Electrical. Thank you.
Very good endorsement there, Graham. Okay, and then I will go and have a chat to car 171, which is Matt Moore from Christchurch in the Tortorella Tasda. G'day Matt, how's your day going?
Yeah, pretty good so far, eh? Yeah, we've been having a pretty good run. No dramas so far yet, which is awesome. Just hope the guys out the back that happened to are all good.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's safe. Enjoying the heat here today. Also, Black not the ideal choice probably today.
Nah, she's getting pretty hot in here. We've got a bit of a cooler going on, which is good, but she's still pretty warm up in here, eh?
Cool, thank you very much for having a chat, Matt.
BMW coming in on the back of the truck there, Brendan, looking a wee bit crook. Number 415 it is, which is Matt Irvine. And she's looking a wee bit twisted in the rear end, that one. Yeah, a couple of flatties too. He's had a...
Still hear me all right up there, gentlemen?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out though, Brendan. You're right. Can you not hear yourself? No, he's gone now, brother. You're gone now. Come back. Come back. That's it. Knees up. Can't quite talk to Ross Malhop. He'd be a bit disappointed about that, Brendan. Every time he stands near a Nissan, the old leg starts to shake a bit. He loves these Nissans. Good job, Brendan. So hopefully we're just waiting for Kirby's car to get lifted up out of the way. A lot of damage done to that too by the looks of it. Might be having trouble getting it on the back of the truck. There. Oh, the Manitau's there. Just as well they got Mr. Tupai up there to straighten the walls out and put the tyres back in place. So another lengthy hold up here. a bit of frantic work going on up there. They got Mad Mike up there on the tractor again. Looks like the Manitau's still doing something up there. Oh, here comes Kirby's car back on a trailer. So, have a look at that very shortly, but Dale Kirby. Not too sure who started it all off. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. There's been a lot of damage done. Yeah, a lot of damage done to that car of Dale Kirby's. And pretty second hand, in fact. Yeah, thank God for, yeah, like you say, the side intrusion beams. He's had a big hit in the wall, in the side. He's still sitting in the car. Oh, one side looks all right. No, fair bit of carnage already. Half a lap into this last race of the weekend for the SS Cup. Don't know if we're going to go to a full restart yet or not. Right, so it looks like they've been told to fire them back up again, so obviously not too much damage to the tyre wall down there. Old mate out there, Steve Prentice, obviously not too worried about the race. It'll be later on tonight when he looks back, he'll be kicking himself. So we'll see if she's a full race restart. There'll probably be some good YouTube stuff on there tonight, I'd imagine, from the likes of perhaps Rebecca Lineberg. She was in there, I think, or thereabouts.
Yeah, I saw her. I'm sure I saw her roof probably turn around. So I don't know whether she blocked up and avoided everyone or just got stuck on the grass.
Most cars seem to run the GoPros these days. Not only just for the fact of seeing for your own race improvement or posting on Facebook or whatever, but also if you do happen to be involved in an incident and you were the innocent party.
Tell the truth, don't they, Paul?
They tell the truth. The old camera never lies. Some guys have got them facing forward, sideways. 360 degree ones seem to be quite popular.
Say my own defence, Paul, that the camera puts on 20 pounds. Well, here's your mate coming back in.
The old redneck from way back, Mike Wilson. Mad Mike, as he's known. So JC's had to vacate the commentary box, go down and sort out what's gone on down there. It's about 3 cars, I think, out of the running in total. Mark Leonard, don't know if he was the cause of it or not. I'm thinking of Kirby might have been the cause of it. He's gone out into that bank. We lost 3 cars out of that incident, and we'll just soon see if it's going to be a restart or just a rolling start. But there's no safety car out there, so I'm guessing it's going to be a full race restart. So from our understanding, I think it's going to be a full race restart.
So Steve Prentice gets another shot at his first win.
Here's shot number 3.
Yeah, could be third time lucky, as B2 says. Steve was just happy to avoid the carnage when I was talking to him earlier.
Yeah, it's a thing you try not to get involved in too many altercations out there on track. And sometimes you just can't help it. The old saying, rubbing is racing, and that's normally what happens. So round they come again. They'll form up for what I think's a full race restart. For the dry ice blasting SS Cup. Righto, so getting ready for a full race restart. Away he goes again, Steve Prentice in the BMW. Third time lucky for him. Let's see if he can get a race win out of this one. So he'll get about 30 odd seconds. And then it'll be the next group of cars where a lot of the action was taking place. Was in this group. Couple of gaps in there now though. Dean Cook, first of the next lot of runners. Paul Sayer. Graham Malou, Matt Moore. Great start from Ross Melhop and the Bluebird as well. And they head down through Parenco. Dean Cook will lead that bunch through there. And then we wait on the next group, which will be led by Carmen Leinberg. Leinberg at either end, that's right. Got 3 of them in the race, in fact. But away we go. Great start from Bradley Dawson and a better start from Trevor Morse this time as they head down into Parenco. Car number 122, Mark Neville. Good start from him as well. Chopper Stevenson in the thick of it. He's got Jared Pike trying to have a sneak up the inside of him. Car 29. Also doing some double running here this weekend, Jared. Down the back straight, the quick guys go. And it's Neville now going through on Dawson. Up another spot, and look, she's pretty busy back here mid-pack. Dossie's in the middle of all that with Ray in behind him. So leaders way round into Castrol. Through the left-handed now, more dust being kicked up in that same spot. So Dean Cook leads the next lot through from Sayer. Then Graham Alou, Moore, Melhop. Then we've got one of the Imprezas having a dive down the inside there on the BMW. And these faster guys have got a lot of work to do. Look at this, Phil Gurney tries to drive around the outside of Dawson and gets the job done. Great passing move from Gurney, the reigning SS Cup champ. He's tucked in behind Neville now in the Impreza. And they're all charging hard, trying to catch up to Carmen Ray in the wee MX-5, or Carmen Leinberg, I should say. Car 15 into the pits. He had some issues earlier on as well. Glenn Wendelborn. And look at this battle between these RX-8s in the middle of the pack there. Jared Palmy to Jared Pike, Ben McConaughey. Had the same thing with them guys in the Pro 8. The leader's away again. He's going to be pretty happy with this. He'll be praying not to see another safety car sign come out. Steve Prentice. Dean Cook, though, he's just pulling away from the starlet there of Paul Sayer. And we've got Greg Cross going through now in the Impreza. Car 28 goes through on Matt Moore. Good passing move for him down at the end of the front straight. Then there's Lineberg coming under pressure from Melhop and one of the RX-8s there. So Gurney's managed to get through on Neville. Up another spot. He's just got Carmen to try and get past now. And battle's going on all the way through. Chopper Stevenson having a good battle with Ray it is in the wee Honda Civic. So Melhop slowing down again there, Brendan, the old favourite Nissan, having more troubles there with the Bluebird.
Yep, here comes Steve Prentice though, our race leader.
Out of the hairpin comes Cookie. Dean Cook, another one that's come out of the 2K Cup ranks. And I think this is the car he ran in 2K Cup. He's just slowly developed it. He's currently sitting second. Sayer third. He goes cross now, trying to have a look up the inside of Graham Alou. Not enough room though. Alou comes across. Hangs on to that fourth place. Cross fifth, Moore in sixth. Snookett is in the yellow BMW, car 253. And Cross goes through on Alou, this time down the back straight. Bluebird's in the pits. So here we go once again. Carmen Ray still leading the fast group from Neville. So Gurney's actually lost a spot or two there. He was in front of Neville. Bit of hard work to do towards the rear there for Ryan Tinley in the big Monaro. Trying to get through on some of these quick wee Hondas. Race leader goes through. Last time through was about 20 odd second lead back to Dean Cook. Here comes Cookie. Got the Teggy wound right up. 15 seconds is the gap first to second. Greg Cross now up to third. Then Paul Sayer. Graham Alou looking quite racy there on the back of Matt Moore. And then Kurt Snook, the first of the BMWs there. Rebecca Lineberg in car 43. And Callum Stocker is hassling her in behind. Has a wee dive up the inside there. Trying to get through one up. And it's a gap back to Parmenter. Parmenter, Carmen Lineberg, and she's going to get past this time from Neville. Down the back straight, he has a look up the inside and will go through. So lots of passing starting to happen now. Car number 4, that very quick Datsun 1600, just goes up the inside of Jimmy Lineberg. And he goes up a spot as well. That's Paul Blasby in the Datsun 1600. Not too sure what's under the hood of that, but she can certainly fly in a straight line.
The Datsun 1600 apparently has a later model SR20 Nissan Silvia turbo motor in it, Paul.
So Greg Cross up to that third, Moore fourth. Sayers now back to fifth. Kurt Snook's trying to hunt him down in that very quick BMW. So the fast guys coming through. Dossie there now. Dossie going to come under some pressure shortly from Gurney. Gurney's actually fallen back a couple of spots. He was up in front of Mark Neville there in the Subaru. He goes Dossie having a wee sniff up the inside of Neville in the Impreza. And he goes through in the Carter's Tyres Honda Civic. It's another car that started life in 2K Cup, the Carter's Tyres car. In the form of Frank Spencer. Eddie Araya having a good drag down towards John Jones Steel with Chopper Stevenson. And he goes through up on the inside. A good move by Eddie Araya. So leader comes through, 15 seconds the gap first to second last time. Still Dean Cook hanging on, but Greg Cross getting a little bit closer in the Timaru. Come across the line now. 10.5 seconds the gap first to second. 2 laps to go, looking pretty good for him this time. Steve Prentice. So Dossie's had a, oh look at this. 3 cars wide going into Par & Co. Gurney around the outside, Neville up the inside. And they both go around one of the RX-7s. There's a bit of a bumper hanging off one of the cars out there somewhere.
216, Josh Ward from Blenheim. Just hanging on to his bumper.
So Steve Prentice, here he comes. He should just about get the last lap board this time. He'll be praying for that. Yeah, right, mate. So last lap for him this time. 3rd time lucky for Steve Prentice. Greg Cross is now up to 2nd. Cookie's back to 3rd. Then it's Matt Moore. They're all pretty safe at the moment, even with Jared Parmenter breathing down your neck. Jared's a wee way in behind. He might be able to get Matt Moore though. Paul Sayer, he's got Jared Pike all over the back of him. Kurt Snook, he's got Dossett all over the back of him, so we'll still see a few changes going on in this last lap. Dossie now up the inside of Kurt Snook. He'll try and get Paul Sayer by the end of the back straight in the wee Starlet, which is pretty rapid, that Starlet at the same time. Good battles going on all the way down through this field. And once again, we see the number 4 car just weaving his way back down through there. Oh, Jimmy Leinberg's got a problem. He's pulled to the inside of the track there in car 350. A bit of bad luck there for Jim. But here comes our race leader. He's going to come down through the kink and finally take a race win, Steve Prentice. He's going to come through and he's going to be pretty happy with that one. Pointed earlier on in the day. Greg Cross come through for 2nd. Good drive from Cookie for 3rd. And in the end, Parmenter does get through on Matt Moore up to that 4th place. And then Jared Pike there in 6th. Dossie 7th. Phil Gurney 8th in the end from Sayer. Kurt Snook. Graham Alou. Then Mark Neville. And number 64 there, the wee Toyota Starlet. Some good stuff there. Bit of a back bumper hanging off Josh Ward's car. So big thanks once again to Dry Ice Blasting for bringing us SS Cup here this week. Just get some of these support vehicles back out there. The Hilton haulage truck will be given the odd bird or two as he drives past the Hilton haulage curtain siders up there on the bank. And Mr. Tupai, of course, the ever-present Mr. Tupai, the 2018 Motorsport New Zealand Volunteer of the Year, Shane Arundel. Mr. Tupai as he is named as. And the only reason why he's got a number plate that says Mr. Tupai is that Mr. 6Pi1 was not available. So had to run with the Mr. Tupai one.
So as the SS Cup field reels off into the pits, we're waiting for the Mobil 1 Mainland muscle cars. We can hear those throaty V8s warming up beside us. Reverse grid handicap race, so this should be full of action, as was the reverse grid race yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know how they'll have the grid form for this one, but Rod Heyman, he'll probably, the weekend he's had, race 1 was very good for him. Had a good race this morning though, P6. So reverse grid, it could work into his favour if these two big cars off the back hold each other up a bit. Rob Lewis in the 70 car. Car number 165, Michael Eden, the first car out, 13 Grant Sissons, 77 is Dwayne Ingley. Of course, the crowd favourite, that car, obviously. A lot of people love that car. Greg Donaldson in the Holden Commodore from Ashburton. The 05 Commodore, Pete Templeton from Cromwell. And for all you Ford Falcon mates out there, Michael Bushell in the XB GT. Number 351.
Very smart looking car, Paul. We're having a look at around that at lunchtime. And we're also Dwayne Ingley, as Johnny said this morning, very friendly chap. We just happened to stop there and have a look at his car, and he noticed that B2 had his Mopar shirt on today and got awfully excited and lifted the hood for us, and we had a good yarn.
Yeah, he's a big unit there, Dwayne Ingley. That's why he requires such a big car. Car number 135, Brendan Mason. He's been the form man all weekend, him and Rob Lewis. Great to see that the Palmer Tube Mills Falcons back out there. They've actually got the diff out of Rod Heyman's spare diff. So Rod's given him a spare diff to put in the back of that for this race.
So good to see the Tinley car out there. It was smoking rather badly at the race earlier today, but looks to have its problem sorted. Wheel hub.
Right, so a handicap reverse grid. She's going to be all on for the Mainland muscle cars. No Johnny Hepburn up here for this race. He's actually gone back to town. Had a bit of pain today. Nothing a bit of bourbon and coke won't fix. No doubt some other goodies thrown in as well. So we'll soon see how they line up here. Looks like it'll be Greg Cuttance in that big Palmer Tube Mills Dick Johnson replica come up to the front row. Beside him should be Ross Wild and car number 177. That's the Holden Racing Team lookalike car, black and white unit.
So Ross has been having trouble with fuel pressure today, and the car hasn't been running that well, but when we were looking at Dwayne Ingley's car at lunchtime, they cranked that over and were giving it the jandle, and it was sounding quite crisp and clean. So if they've got their problem sorted, he might be a bit of a dark horse.
So car number 117, the Dick Johnson replica Palmer Tube Mills Ford Falcon, true blue, comes up to the front row. The car you were just talking about, Ross Wild, car number 177. Away they go. Looks like they get off the line pretty good there. The big Falcon. The Falcon Holden sort of throwback there. Next group underway, Pete Templeton. Great start from Bruce Tinley off the second of those two. And he'll go through, tucked in behind Pete Templeton. Then you got the 3-5 run, Michael Bushell tucked in behind. Then Barry Morgan in the 55. Then the next lot. Away they go. Greg Donaldson, Michael Eden, Sisson and Rod Heyman. Rod Heyman would be one of the locals out there from Timaru, farmer from Atayo. And he'll be looking for a nice clean race this time, Rod Heyman, looking pretty racy. And the next two are underway, Dwayne Ingley and Mike Small. And a wee gap there, they'll let Rob Lewis go. And another gap back to Brendan Mason. And the way he goes now as the leader's just coming out of the hairpin, Greg Cuttinson. Look at him light the thing up off the line there, Brendan Mason. Great stuff off the line there. But here comes Greg Cuttins, and he might be one of the dark horses, as was said, if the thing can stay together. He's had problems all weekend, but looking pretty good at the moment, Greg Cuttins out there in front. Another dark horse, like yesterday, would be Bruce Tinley, car number 4, come through for a race win in the handicap race. But at the moment, Greg Cuttin's doing a good job on that big Falcon as the big boys start coming through. Greg Donaldson's managed to get through on Michael Eden, and Rod Heyman's managed to get through on Sisson. So a couple of moves done there already. There's the big guys. They've got a lot of work to do. Dwayne Ingley comes down here. Mike Smallman behind him. Then number 70 there, down through there too, Rob Lewis in the big Timaru. So Brendan Mason's got it all to do. So leader's just coming out of the hairpin. Pretty much
105.6 for Brendan Mason's first lap.
Race leader comes down through, Greg Cuttins. Then Ross Wild. Looks like Ross Wild's got that problem sorted, Brendan, like you said. He's going a lot quicker than what he has been all weekend. Then it's back to Tinley, the Templeton. Then we've got Bushell. And at 55, Barry Morgan. Bit of a gap back to Mike Baldwin. Then Michael Eden. Then Donaldson. Still Heyman tucked in behind him. And then Grant Sisson. Barry Morgan going through on Bushell now as well. So it's up a spot for him. Rob Lewis got the Timaru wound up. And Mason, here comes Mason. 105.4 that time for him. Broken out. And 105.5 is the breakout time for the Mainland muscle cars. So just a tenth under that. Cost you a few points. Leaders coming through. Still Greg Cuttins in the Palmer 2 Mills replica. The 117 car. He's doing a good job at the moment. Taking it pretty easy through Power & Co though. And Tinley slowly getting a little bit closer to these two up in front. It's going to be hard work though for the rest of them. Eden's managed to get through on Mike Baldwin. Greg Donaldson getting all out of shape, wheel up over the ripple strip through Power & Co. Heyman now coming under a bit of pressure from Grant Sisson. And now Rob Lewis has a wee dive up the inside of Ingley, who left the door open. And he goes through easy enough. So now we've got Ingley all over the back of him. Mike Small over the back of Ingley. And Mason not too far away through Castrol there. Still 4 or 5 laps to go. Be 4 laps this next time through. Greg Cuttins still leads in the big Falcon. From Ross Wild from Westport. Come a long way, Ross. Down across the line, 4 to go. Tinley's now noticeably getting closer, just about right on the back of these two. Then it's Barry Morgan. He's managed to get through on Templeton. And the 351 of Michael Bushell. Not going too bad there, the old XBGT. Rod Heyman's managed to get through on Mike Baldwin as well. Up another spot. And Rob Lewis has managed to get past both of them. Oh, sorry, Rob Lewis is still trying to catch up with both of them. Greg Donaldson got the big Commodore wound up down the back straight. Very quick in a straight line, that thing. Just got too much down low in that ex-Grant Dalton car. So race leader back into the hairpin. Number 4, Bruce Tinley from Timaru And the HT Holden Monaro replica car comes down across the line. Should be 2 laps to go this time for Bruce. He's got a new motor coming for this car with a little bit more mumbo, so he should be able to keep up with some of the faster guys a bit more, but this motor seems to be proving itself at the moment. So he's down the back straight there with another lap and a half to go. Still Cuttins hangs on to that second spot as now we see Michael Eden have a look at Barry Morgan down the back straight. It's a good drag down there as well. Morgan showing good speed. Just gets held up a little bit by the Holden in front and allows Michael Eden to go through. In fact, Eden goes around the outside of, I think it was Ross Wild. So Bruce Tinley, he'll get the last lap board this time round. Comes out of the Carter's valuation hairpin. And he had a 4-second lead last time through back to Cuttins. You can see how far Cuttins has dropped within the space of a lap, back to 4th. Last lap board this time for Tinley. Michael Eden now up to 2nd. Wild hanging on to that 3rd, but not for much longer. Here come the fast guys. Rod Heyman's in this as well. So it's Cuttins in Morgan, just holding proceedings up a bit. Then Greg Donaldson, Rod Heyman. Sisson now might have a look up the inside. A few of them getting held up there, including Mason. So down the back straight for the last time. Can Heyman reel off another couple of cars? Look at this, Greg Donaldson coming up on the back of the Falcon. Just threads the needle through there in the front of Barry Morgan. And manages to make that move stick. Oh, Greg's off. Round he goes, round and round and round. Greg Donaldson. And I'm not too sure whether he's gone in the bank or not, but he was flying across that grass here. And I've been out there myself, and he was going a lot quicker than what I was. And I'm sure he's gone in. So, oh no, he's underway again. There he is. He emerges out of the dust. But I counted twice that he went round in circles then. As the race leader comes down to take the race win, Bruce Tinley. 2 races for the weekend for him. Great stuff. Michael Eden, a good drive for the 2nd as well. And look at this, Ross Wild's going to hang on to 3rd. And that's a good way to finish the weekend for him. Mason comes through in 4th. Then it's Morgan, Sisson, and right on the line there. Oh, Mike Baldwin just gets the XBGT and has to take to the grass to avoid running up the back of Rod Heyman. Some good stuff there though, and Greg Donaldson, here he comes now. That very close. I don't know how he's gone. Didn't make it into the bank there. Not too sure if there's a touch or not, but around he went. And lucky not to be in the bank up the top end of the track. So great stuff there from the Mainland muscle cars. They can pack up. That's their weekend done. So 2 races left on the card. Oscar's up next, a handicap race for them. And then, of course, last race of the day, the Jim Thickett Memorial. So once again, a big thanks to Mobile One for sponsoring the Mainland Muscle Cars this season. Up next, it's the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscar. Reverse grid, and she's a bit of a jumbled up, this one, Brendan. I'll let you sort that out, but there's a couple of cars on the grid that only have to do 7 laps.
Yeah, I think they had their Casio FX82A scientific calculators out to sort this one out. But on grid position 1, we have Andrew Gibson with Jim Lindbergh and Jared Hansen. So they are the scratch group. They will do 8 laps. Okay, behind them we have the next group, which is Ben Tipley, lady, and Gareth Evans. So Ben has an 18-second handicap. Gareth has a 1 minute 6 second handicap. They're doing 8 laps. Daniel Hurst and Evan Munt are also in that group. They only have to do 7 laps. Okay, and then the next group, which is Gary Duncan, Neville Stoll, Paul Brooks and Chris Brown, they do 8 laps, but also in that group is Tony Carstairs and Martin Irvine that have to do 7 laps. No, I think you're right, Martin Irvine might not be travelling in that group after his little incident with the SS Cup cars. And then at the back of the field, so to speak, we have Chris Henderson, Bruce Davidson and Steve Ross, who will also do 8 laps. Me to go over that again?
Got your head around that one, Paul?
No.
No, when they're telling me the story, I'm like, you want a what? Let's see, is Chris Henderson in the pit lane? Because, of course, he didn't finish the last race. He came in.
Oh, yes, he is. I can see a nice blue gleam coming from down there.
So, that very smart-looking GT86 of Chris Henderson's. As we mentioned earlier, if you could go to South Canterbury Toyota and tickle the options box to build one of those, you'd probably buy one brand new. Very smart-looking machine.
Righto, so here they come. The Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscar.
So unfortunately, Rob Lewis there coming in on the end of a string.
Yep. Can't win them all, Brendan. Righto, so this is going to be a bit of a mixture. This one here, see the local lad coming up, Jared Hansen. Car number 87, a big thanks to Austin Auto Electrical for helping him get the car here this weekend. It's been a busy week for Ryan Austin there, the auto electricians there, also with Graham Alou and his car in there getting fixed up. Don't forget, after the racing today, we'll have a full presentation going on down here just in front of the tower of all the classes. It's normally a bit of a laugh. So away the first two go. Andrew Gibson in the 91 car. And it didn't take long for Ryan Austin to get round in front of him in the rear-wheel drive.
Jared Hansen.
Jared Hansen. Who did I say?
Ryan Austin, who's
Ryan
helped fix
Austin.
Jared's car. So they've got to do 8 laps.
Yes, it's getting a bit late in the day.
So out of this group, the first 2 cars, 17 and 94, do 8 laps, whereas 41 and 43 do 7 laps.
Here goes the big bangers underway. Gary Duncan having a good drag with Neville Stowell down into Parenco S's.
And out of that group, car 63 does 7 laps. Everyone else does 8.
Good stuff, Brendan. So here they go, the fast guys off the back. Here's the Carmen Leiberg off the back there. I'm pretty sure she's only a... Oh, it says Jim, does it? So Jim Leinberger will be driving Carmen's car as the leaders come through. Jared Hansen in the Datsun 1600 with the FJ20 in it. I think that's what's in that. Followed by Gibby. A long way back to Evans, Gareth Evans, in the 94 Skyline. And tucked in behind him, Ben Tiplady in that very quick RX-7 Batman. But look at this battle raging though.
Yeah, Paul Brooks just trundling down the front straight in the 222 Sylvia.
Yeah, he's had lots of issues all weekend, he has. And that thing is very quick when it is on song. Looks like he's just having a few more issues with it now. Chris Henderson got the big Toyota wound up down the back straight. She can fly in a straight line. Gets rid of another couple of cars in one sweep. Be a good race for Jared Hansen to win this one here. Still maintaining a pretty good gap there between himself and Gibby. Just looking at the times going through. Chris Henderson, fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.3. And at the moment, the way that the system's working, at the moment we've got Danielle Hurst in the lead in car 41. Then Tony Carstairs, which is 2 of the 7 lappers. We'll soon see how that all plays out at the end of the race. Jimmy Leinberg just coming through. He'd start off the back because he's in another car. Won't be too long before we see Chris Henderson get on the back of Bruce Davidson. And yeah, Triple Two's got it hooked back up again, Paul Brooks. Not too sure what sort of issues he's having. Seems to be running all right from time to time. So Gibby still second. Back to third place here, Gareth Evans. Tiplady in fourth. Battle still raging between these two. Gareth Duncan still hanging on over Stovall. As we got Evans taking to the grass through Power & Co there. Just went straight lined it. It's allowed Tiplady to get right on the back of him. And here goes Gary Duncan, winds the big V8 up down the back straight. Stoll will go through with him. They'll go up the inside of Tiplady. Steve Ross now trying to track down Chris Brown. And it'll just be a matter of time before Steve Ross gets through in the big Jaguar. In fact, there he goes up the inside of Chris Brown on the entry of Gerald McKissick. And just hear him slowing down a wee bit down the back straight, the 222. Perhaps he's lost fourth gear or something, Brendan. Doesn't seem to be quite up to top speed. Look at this next group coming through. Gareth Evans got Gary Duncan tucked in behind. Then Stovall. Duncan goes up the inside, manages to get through on the 94 car. Stowell's Trapped in behind, then it's Tip Lady. And then the fast guys are not too far away. Steve Ross and the big Jaguar. Chris Brown and then Chris Henderson. They think of Chris Brown's pretty quick, but not when you got Chris Henderson beside you. Very quick indeed in the straight line, that thing. Davidson in the mix there as well. Still it's showing us that Danielle Hurst in car 41 is still the race leader, although she just dropped down to second now with Tony Carstairs taking the lead in car 63.
Third on corrected time is Jared Hansen, who's coming up to the start-finish line now. Fourth is Andrew Gibson.
That's the way it sits. Duncan's just opened up a bit of a gap between himself and Stowell. Starting to close up now. Chris Henderson in the 86 car. We'll see how quick that thing is compared to Steve Ross's Trans Am as they both get the power down. It's pretty hard to tell, but I think the Jaguar's got a wee bit more up its sleeve. So Paul Brooks still just circulating out there in the 222 car. Jimmy Lineberg coming through. So Tony Carstairs is still the race leader from Danielle Hurst. That's the way it's sitting at the moment. Third is Jared Hansen. Here he comes. Fourth is Andrew Gibson. Still line astern, these four quickies. Gary Duncan, Stowell, Ross and Henderson. And now we've got Chris Brown going through on Gareth Evans. Goes up another spot there in the big red whale. Look at Chris Henderson now all over the back of Steve Ross. But as soon as they straighten up and Steve puts the hammer down, opens up about 10 or 15 car lengths over Chris Henderson. So all those cars being held up through John Jones Steel there by, might have been Neville Stowell. Here comes Jim. He's sitting down in 14th at the moment, Jimmy Lineberg. Race leader coming through now, 63, Tony Carstairs. Last lap board for him. Here comes Danielle and the rest of the crew. Look at this, around the outside, Steve Ross. Chris Henderson will go with him. Around the outside of Jared Hansen. And maybe they might be able to get there. Tony Carstairs now heading down the back straight for the last time. The big guys just coming through Castrol. They may be able to do it. Here comes Steve Ross. Should go through on Neville Stoll. No way through for him. He's had to back out of it. Coming up on the on Danielle Hurst in the RX-7. So Tony Carstairs, he'll be steering big time into the mirror. Looking for where the big guys are. Here he goes into the hairpin for the last time. Gary Duncan not too far away. It's going to be a close one. Put the foot down, Tony. Through the left-handed sweeper. Rev the nuts out of it. Here we go. Down through the kink. He's not going to have enough. Here comes Gary Duncan. Going to go around the outside. And Gary Duncan's going to take the race win from Stowell. Carstairs will take third from Ross. And then Henderson will take fifth. So in the end, a third for Tony Carstairs. And a good race win in the end for Gary Duncan.
I think those handicappers might know what they're doing, Paul.
They might do. It might be just too confusing for us, perhaps, up here.
Above our pay grade.
No, that was great stuff. Good handicapping there for the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscars. Paul Brooks just comes through. And at the end, Danielle Hurst finishes 8th. Andrew Gibson 9th, Chris Brown 10th. And Gary Duncan will take the race win in the end by half a second over Neville Stowell. Fastest lap of the race, Chris Henderson, a 1:02.5. Rightio, so we'll get all the marshals back off the paddock and get set for the last race of the day, the Jim Thickett Memorial race for the NZ Super Trucks. Don't forget, after the Super Truck racing, we're going to have the presentations down here in pit lane. And it's normally a real laugh, so no hurry to get home. Come over and watch it. It's normally a battle of who can get the cork out of the bottle the quickest. The Pit Stop Cafe and Bar will be open, so you can come over and sit out the back of one of the picnic tables, have a couple of quiets.
Particularly the and bar bit.
And watch the prize giving. Should be pretty good tonight. It's been pretty cold some nights down there. The weather holding out today quite nicely.
So while we're waiting for the team members out on the track to come in and the final Oscar Field cars to roll in, we'd like to take this opportunity to wish Julie in Canada a happy birthday. She's watching the Super Truck live stream today. So happy birthday, Julie. Hope you're enjoying the motorsport out here in the Southern Hemisphere in sunny Timaru.
Just a shout out to my old mate Jake Johnson out there on the bank somewhere. He should be about 15 deep by now, I'd imagine. The young Aussie.
So thank you very much to all the marshals and incident vehicle drivers, flaggies that have been out on their points today. Without your help, we couldn't proceed.
Thanks for your guys' help too today. B1 and B2 doing a magic job up here in the support role. Learning the craft of having a mic in the hand. Not as easy as what it seems. But you guys doing a good job. Don't forget, in a couple of weeks' time here at Levels 2, it's the Southern Festival of Speed here once again for all the classic lovers. Speaking of classic lovers, Brendan, a bit of a classic coming out on the track now, that 69 truck that you know all about.
Yeah. I do know that it is Detroit powered, but I couldn't tell you what's in it. I did get told, but as I mentioned earlier, there was lots of letters and lots of numbers, and the person that was telling me did have glassy eyes, thinking, oh, that's obviously something very cool. But it is a resto mod truck, but you want to look at all the polished stainless and alloy on it. It's a credit to those that look after it. Owned by Bruce Anderson. Would be nice to see it down at the Rock and Hop, so if you're listening, guys, please enter and display it down the base so the rest of Timaru can enjoy it too.
So here we go, back out on the track, the super trucks come. Great to see Kenny Rowe coming back out on the track. They just had a split hose, I think it was, before the first race last time, or a split fitting. So they've managed to sort that out. And I think we've got a new driver there. And
yeah, I was just going to say that, Paul. Tim Wheeler has taken over the #1 truck of Troy Wheeler for the Jim Thickett Memorial Race.
Also, too, think we've got Ricky West driving in the seat of Dave West, going by the looks of the screen there. And looks like Craig Rowe, is it, driving the
number 12 truck.
Number 12 truck. So
Ken Rowe. So yeah,
a couple of different drivers out there.
Yeah, unfortunately, 3 trucks down for this race.
Yeah, normally by this stage of the weekend, it's not uncommon to be a truck or 2 down. As you'd imagine, not the easiest thing to get parts for.
You can't exactly duck down to your local Repco and purchase what you need.
No, that's right. And no Malcolm Little there, which is a bit surprising. So it looks like we've got Tony Brand in truck 8. And Craig Rowe is in truck 12, and Ricky West in truck 26.
Alex Little in Malcolm Little's truck 66.
And then Tim Wheeler back into Troy Wheeler's truck. So a bit of a higgledy-piggledy one, this one. But then it opens up the door for the likes of Tony Brand and the wee BKM to perhaps take out a race win. A couple of green drivers there. Well, Tim Wheeler coming in from the back. She could be a good one. So just the 5 trucks. We have been down to about 3 or 4 trucks before for the final. It's not often you'll see both Bedfords not there. So just the one there this time. So Brent Jones and his crew obviously having a few issues. But Tony Brand, he's had a pretty good run this weekend, a second earlier on. So they'll follow the safety truck round. So Tim Wheeler is driving truck number 1. Been driven here all weekend by Troy Wheeler, 3 race wins. To go with the 3 race wins he had here last year as well. It was Gary Price that actually won this race last year, the Jim Thickett Memorial. And I guess for all of those that knew Jim, probably now's about the time we stand up and salute a nice cold one to him. Devoted a lot of hours to the car club over the years. And working out there in all sorts of weather, shifting all sorts of machinery. So we have this race in memorial of Jim. A lot of you Hilton haulage guys down there in the curtain cider. In fact, everyone sort of up and down the bank, no doubt, knew Jim in some sort of capacity. Just take a slight moment to reflect on him as they come round. So lights out on the safety truck, and we'll be in the hands of the starter very shortly. A 6-lap race for the Jim Thickett Memorial Truck Racing finale here in Timaru. Tony Brand's gone for it already. Off he goes. And he's going to lead them down across the stripe as they head down into the Parenco S's. We've got a couple of green drivers tucked in behind Tony Brand. Craig Rowe is in truck 12 and Ricky West in truck 26. Then we go back to Alex Little, who's in truck number 66. So he stepped up into Dad's truck. And we'll see him get the pedal down nice and early, get up side by side with the number 26 truck. They hit 100 miles an hour about halfway down the back straight. And that's where they stay till they get down to the braking zone there. And he should go through Alex Little, and he does. Up a spot there on Ricky West. In fact, has a look up the inside there at Craig Rowe as well at the same time, Alex Little. And perhaps has gone up to the second place already as they come back round into sight. And Tony Brand, this is going to be his race to win out there in the KM Bedford. Not too sure if he's ever won the Jim Thickett Memorial before, Tony Brand. Nonetheless, he's away to a cracker start as he comes down through the kink to reel off lap number 1. Alex Little's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up from there. So's Tim Wheeler. He's got a bit of work to do to even get past Craig Rowe. He'll have a wee dive up the inside there, Tim Wheeler, and try and pull the thing up and eventually gets the thing stopped. Craig Rowe sort of stops himself mid-corner as well, lets the two through. Ricky West in truck number 26. So it's all Tony Brand at the moment. Fastest lap of the race to him, a 1:23.3. We'll see that come down a fair bit. It's all up to Alex really to see if he can catch up. Or Tim Wheeler. Oh, getting a wee bit out of shape there, sideways, Tim Wheeler. And manages to keep in a straight line. But even from looking at it side on, you could tell that he was sideways. And he kicked up a fair bit of dust. Need another seat adjustment. Right through the left-hand sweeper, still Tony Brand. Right, 4 laps to go for Tony Brand. 1.3 seconds the gap first to second. Bit of So we'll see what Tim Wheeler can do too. He's got a bit of open air in front of him. But those two trucks, truck 66 and the number 1 truck, pretty much when it comes to getting the horsepower down onto the track, they're pretty evenly matched, these two. Malcolm Riddle, obviously, his truck, oh, getting a wee bit out of shape again there under brakes. And in fact, had the dust kicked up there was Tim Wheeler. Got out of shape again. He's kicking up more dust up the top end there. He's kicking up plenty of it. But manages to still keep it on the island. Back round to the hairpin. Starting to close up a little bit now. Tony Brand still hanging on from Alex Little. Be 3 laps to go this time through. Noticeably faster to the truck of Alex Little. Yeah, just over a second the gap now. Tim Wheeler catching on to the back of Alex Little. Gets it all out of shape and up over the ripple strip. But still keeps the hammer up it. And here we go down the back straight. This is where the difference is. Getting the power down. Getting way out of shape there, Tim Wheeler. Alex Little was not going to get through this time on Tony Brand. And Tim Wheeler once again just fine line between the outside of the track and the inside in the braking zone. It keeps it a bit tidier this time. It looks like Alex Little's the one that's kicking up a bit of dirt up the top end of the track. And then it's back to Ricky West and Craig Rowe. So fastest lap of the race gone to Tim Wheeler, a 1:20.6. And this is where the action starts to happen with a couple of laps to go. Tony Brand still hanging on the KM Bedford. A lot of people have the fingers crossed for him. Round through the left-hand sweeper. Down through the kink. Here comes Alex Little. He's got the big beast wound up as they come down. Tony puts his truck middle of the track. Makes it real hard for him to have a look through. Tim Wheeler has a wee sniff up the inside of Alex. No way through for him. Tony Brand still hanging on.
So we've got a warning flag there for driver 1, Tim Wheeler.
Don't know what that would be for. And here we go. You'll see Alex Little, who'll get right up close to the Bedford, and then they hit the 100-mile-an-hour and she stops. He's got to get the job done nice and early in the straight. Should be last lap board when they come through. Looks like he had a wee dive up the inside there, Tim Wheeler, on Alex Little as they disappeared out of view. Certainly keeping him honest. So Craig Rowe going down the back straight. The truck doesn't sound too good. Oh, getting out of shape, Alex Little. It's allowed Tim Wheeler to get up the inside. So he had trouble getting the power down, Alex Little, when she went sideways a bit. Last lap board this time for Tony. Come on, Tony. Keep it going, Tony. Tim Wheeler getting all out of shape, coming down onto the front straight. Manages to keep it on the island. Both of them starting to get quite loose. Come on, Tony. Everyone wants Tony to win. Through Castro he goes in the wee Bedford. He's got a good enough gap there at the moment. By the time these two get the hammer down, they're going to catch up with him, but they're not going to get past as Alex Little tries and has a look at Tim Wheeler. No way through. Of course, they get up to that 100-mile-an-hour mark, and then it's like, come on. So Ricky West still circulating out there. 1:24 his best time. Craig Rowe coming in truck number 12, obviously having another issue with that truck. As our leader comes in the hairpin for the last time, Tim Wheeler right on the back of him now, locking up the rears as he comes in, Tim. Out of the hairpin for the last time. Make it a wide wee truck, Tony. Comes through the left-hand kink. Down through the kink around the outside. Tim's going to try and grab it off him. They come down across the line. Tim Wheeler's going to get him on the line. That's a real... Oh, and loses it after the start-finish line. Round he goes, Tim Wheeler. Stops it just short of the bank. And he's underway again. But he'll take the Jim Thickett Memorial for 2021.
900ths of a second in it at the end, Paul.
900ths of a second between himself and Tony Brand. Tony could have made that a wee bit more harder for him, but never mind. He'll take the second place. Alex Little will take third. Then it's Ricky West and Craig Rowe. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That completes our racing for the weekend. Don't forget too, the prize giving will start over here shortly. Always a real laugh. Come on over and watch it. And thank you very much for coming and supporting the South Canterbury Car Club this weekend and all the people associated with the car club. Hilton Haulage, the likes of Trust Aoraki, obviously a big player for us here at the car club. And don't forget, in 2 weeks' time we have the big Southern Classic here at Levels, another big weekend, something like 40 races over a couple of days. So looking forward to that one. So we'll see you down there for the podium presentation shortly. And if you're heading home, safe travels. We'll see you next time. Right, thanks everybody for showing up for the prize giving here. It's once again a big thanks to Trust Aoraki for bringing everyone together again. And without further ado, I'll hand you over to the club president, Kevin Pateman.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to thank, on behalf of the car club and all the volunteers and the workers here this weekend, most importantly, all the competitors. There's over 200 of you here this weekend, which is the biggest race meeting we've had since the 50th anniversary weekend we had 3 years ago. So thanks to everybody that's travelled here, brought all your toys here to play and put on a good show for the spectators. Secondly, I'd like to thank all our volunteers that tirelessly work their asses off for the weekend for you guys. So could we have a round of applause for those people, please? It's been said many times before, but you wouldn't be racing without them, eh? Next people I'd like to thank are our event sponsors. They've been, I think, probably 15 years now. Trust Aoraki have supported as our underwriters for this event for that long. And not only that, they've poured in excess of probably $1.2 million here in the last 10 or 12 years in our track resealing program, along with lots of other smaller projects. We've now completed the reseal on the entire circuit. We've just got a little bit to do in the infield on the old circuit. So, yeah, and I say this to many people in our community here, this circuit and its facilities would not be here at this standard without Trust Aoraki's contribution over that time. So can I also have a round of applause for them, because our next speaker is one of their directors of their board. And I'd just like now to hand over to Murray Cleverly for a few words.
Yeah, thanks very much, Kevin. And look, on behalf of Trust Aoraki, we'd just like to congratulate all the participants today. But I just want to say, look, this is a really easy supporting role for us. Our principles are very much about excellence and participation, and this track continues to deliver for South Island, New Zealand in this arena. So we're really proud of it. It's well known right through the country, this event. Really, I put a big hands up to the organising committee, led by President Kevin, and but the 100 and plus volunteers that make this thing work for everybody. But without you drivers out there and without all the teams behind you, there'd be nothing. And you saw today, you turned a great day on in South Canterbury. Everybody's left with smiles on their face, so well done. Congratulations to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Murray Cleverly from the Trust Aoraki. So we'll get the podium presentations underway. We'll start with the South Island of Formula 1600. Third overall for the weekend, Zach Christensen. Third place for Zach for the weekend. Second, Jack Noble Adams. And up next, I don't think we've seen such a dominant performance from anybody through any motorsport class in New Zealand ever. James Penrose, 15 from 15, please come forward. So he's just a minute or two away. So we'll have to wait for him and get the presentation underway. Normally it's a battle of who can get the wire off the quickest. Here he comes now. James Penrose, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. So that's it, the presentation for the weekend for the Trust Aoraki Super Trucks for the Formula Fords. There's no firing a shot till the photos are taken, apparently. So here we go. Who can get it off the quickest? Oh. I think Zach might have taken that one out. Great stuff. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. The podium for the South Island Formula 1600. Up next, 2K Cup, third overall for the weekend, Graham Reynolds. Good stuff, Graham. Good to beat the other Reynolds, isn't it? Always good to beat the Sun. Good on you. Second overall, Matt Ryan. First overall, David Booth. On you, Davey. Another good performance. Great stuff. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. The podium for the Digital Fusion 2K Cup. Well, we'll move on to the pre-65s now. Third overall for the weekend, Pierce Mingham. Been a good weekend for Pierce in the four-cylinder class. Second overall, Gary Shaw. Congratulations, Gary. Thank you very much. And first overall for the weekend, Corey Ross. Oh, great stuff. That's what it's all about. Up next, it's the NZ6s. First up, third overall for the weekend, Alvin Frew. Second overall, Steve Gordon. Way to go, Steve. Cheers, mate. And first overall, and breaking his own lap record again today, Justin Ashwell. Mighty performance, and they tell me the car is still for sale. Ah, come on. They must drive Holdens. Righty, up next it's the presentation for the Mazda 7s and 8s. Third overall for the weekend, Ben McConaughey. Is Ben here, is he? Here he comes. Been pretty busy weekend, double running this weekend. Congratulations, third overall for the weekend. Second overall, Jared Parmenter. Congratulations, Jared. And first overall for the weekend, Jared Pike. Great stuff, hands together for those fellas. Up next, it's the SS Cup, third overall for the weekend. Don't go too far, Jared Parmenter. Second overall, Tim Dossett. Way to go, Dossett. A bit of a late entry, but paid out. Second overall for the weekend. First overall, Phil Gurney. Well done, Phil. No worries, mate. I think Phil won that one as well. Good stuff. Rightio, Mainland Muscle Cars up next. Third overall for the weekend, Mike Small. Well done, Mike. Solid weekend. Second overall for the weekend, Grant Sisson. Congratulations, Grant. Good weekend here. It was for you this weekend. First overall, Michael Eden. Congratulations, Michael. Great stuff. Hands together, everybody, for the Mainland Muscle Cars podium for the weekend. That's what it's all about. We'll go to Oscar now. Third overall for the weekend, Gary Duncan. Off Gary. Second overall for the Oscars, Neville Stowell. Great to see Nev back on the track again. Second overall. And first overall for the weekend, Steve Ross. Together, ladies and gentlemen, Oscar podium. Not too sure who won that one. Righty, up next it's the presentation for the trucks. Third overall, we've got a tie for the weekend. And that'll be between Malcolm Little and Dave West. Third equal for the weekend. Malcolm Little, Dave West. Congratulations, Dave. Since you're the first one here, you get the sash. Second overall, Tony Brand. Just missed out on that last race, Tony, but I knew the crowd was rooting for you. However, first overall for the weekend, Troy Wheeler. Many words. Congratulations.
Afternoon, everybody. Just like to thank South Canterbury Car Club and all the associated sponsors for putting on another mean weekend. Thanks to our fellow racers. Big thanks to my team, turning out a perfect truck for me to run around the track with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Troy. First overall for the weekend. Podium presentation for your trucks. Can I? Okay, so can I have Mrs. Thickett to come forward, please? Mrs. Thickett. Right, so I've got Jim Thickett's wife here. Helen, would you like to say a few words at all? Not really? Well, you can do the presentation then. For the Jim Thickett Memorial goes to Tim Wheeler. Wherever he is. Here he comes. Congratulations, Tim. Well driven. Spray it on yourself. Thank you very much, everybody. That concludes the podium presentations. Tim Wheeler taking out the Jim Thickett Memorial. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming this weekend. And we look forward to seeing you all again, if not this time next year, in a couple of weeks' time here for the Southern Classic, where we have another good 180-odd cars. Looking forward to that one. So see you in a couple of weeks. Have safe travels home, and see you next time. Cheers.